Officially live. I'm gonna get music going.
Wait, let's just. We're not hitting the robot today.
You can't hear my music through your mic, right?
No, I cannot.
Alright. Dude, I just had to go through 2 ads. What is this? Whatever. Alright,
Cooked.
Alright, I gotta go to Discord real quick and then share screen so you can see what I'm doing.
Okay.
Screen 2. Blah. Alright. Drive. New. Doc.
Docky Doc. Dr. Mario.
OKL. 7 team rankings. So do you just want to go one by one and then talk about each team as we go and just place it somewhere? It's going to be the best way to do this. Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. Oh, let's go. I can hear the music now.
Oh, it's through my mic?
No, through the stream.
Oh, it's the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Yeah, there's no reason to really talk about how the draft went. I guess we can talk about, like, you're first. Cool.
Yeah, I'm up first.
Dude, Darkrai is weird because he had all those moves just do nothing.
Yeah. I know he's like the worst 19 pointer. In my opinion, but I love Darkrai too much to not draft him.
I don't know much about Darkrai, admittedly, because I never really played Ubers in any generation prior. I never played VGC, so I don't know if you know. And I don't play OU anymore, so I don't know anything about it.
You know just as much as I do. I only picked him up because he's my goat. That's it.
Dude, he is really cool.
He got Bolt Beam coverage. He got Dark Pulse. He got Sludge Bomb. He got Psychic Move. That's about it. That's all his ass gets.
He does have a useless ability, but
well, now it's useless because they just straight up ban Sleep. So
yeah. I thought he would have like U-turn or something. I guess he doesn't.
Nope. He's the worst 19 pointer.
I mean, his stats are pretty good. It's just like he doesn't have like a lot of high base power moves besides Focus Blast, I guess. But
yeah, Focus Blast. He has Blizzard and Thunder.
But yeah, all those miss. It has Willow now, which I don't know if I ever had that before, but that's kind of cool.
Yeah, Willow and T-Wave are both pretty good.
Yeah.
Trick on for some sets is good too.
Yeah. And then since they're in matches where you have to play against like Frankstermon, he's obviously really good. But I feel like Calm Mind or Nasty Plot sets are like gonna be the best way to run this guy. Or maybe maybe just like fast support where you can like taunt and Molist stuff. But
wait till I bring that Swords Dance set. Trust.
I mean, base 90 attack, it's actually not that bad.
It's not great. I know.
Well, base 90
his
attack.
physical coverage is pretty bad.
Base 90 attack isn't horrible to work with, but
yeah. Just you have 135 special, so it's better to just use that.
I love Salamence so much. I actually really like this Pokemon because I think both the special and physical sets are all viable. I think you can run it defensively. I think you can.
I agree.
And then its only weakness is that it's weak to rocks. So what do you care?
Yeah, the booty's bound is his only issue.
Yeah, but
he can do anything you want him to do.
Yeah, I really like Mence. I think that if I like him a lot. Crown I also don't know too much about because I haven't really used him a lot in the Showdown, but I know he's very strong.
Yeah, Tachyon Cutter is a great move. He gets Double Iron Bash on a special. Not as strong as Double Iron Bash, but it is a 2-hit steal move.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
On top of having Volt Switch.
Yeah, and
his coverage is just stabs and fighting, but
yeah, and you have Metagross.
Psychic Steel is pretty good.
And you have Metagross typing. Unfortunately, you can't Terra, so you can't get access to your stab fighting anymore, which is fighting is really good in Scarlet and Violet, just being a fighting type in general. But yeah, pretty good. And also, this is a Gen 9 OU league, so Gen 9 OU rules because we used to do Nat deck, so things are a bit different. So but like also just having a steel type who can like come in and like absorb toxic is pretty nice. Just and steel type's just really strong. So.
Yeah, he also has a great stat line. Like his only bad stats attack, and that's it.
Unfortunately, I feel like he gets crit by booster more than like some of the other Paradox mons because not having access to booster, like base 98 is just not a great speed tier. To be honest, like it's obviously good. It's a good speed stat, but being slower than all the base 100s in the world just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like again like similar to Darkrai, its best save might just be like use Calm Mind or use Choice Specs. But this thing has multiple, which is also pretty good. So.
Yeah, I wanted to Turner, so that's why one of the reasons why I picked him up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, Blastoise. Thank God this thing isn't allowed to Terra.
Yeah, this thing will be a monster. This dude's already a monster. He got Shell Smash.
Yeah.
Well, that was last gen, but...
Shell Smash is a great... Shell Smash Blastoise is obviously amazing, just because it just beats everything. You can use White Orb. You can use White Orb, obviously. I also like when they use Rindo Berry or the Electric Berry, I don't remember what it's called, to like absorb those weak hits. And then you also have Rapid Spin, and I think this thing got buffed and has Flip Turn now.
Yeah, it has Flip Turn and Wave Crash, so you can run a physical set now too.
Yeah. So you can run like a bulky sports set, just like Flip Turn, Rapid Spin, and just kind of rock a bat too, and Haze and stuff.
Yeah.
Or you can just run the Shell Smash set, because it can be played both ways. I actually think it's really good. And best 78 is actually a really good spot to be at for a Shell Smash lead sweeper. So I think Blastoise is really scary. You're gonna make people think that they might have to run Mirror or Bridge every week, which just helps.
Yeah, it's great. Because his defense stats are fantastic too. So if I need a bulky water, he's just there.
Dude, there's a run on in this draft where there's like 8 bulky waters taking Finn like 12 picks. Because I remember it because it was Blastoise, Tentacruel, Swampert.
Tentacruel was originally Empoleon.
Oh, Empoleon, yeah. Empoleon. I picked up Vaporeon, Swampert. Like there's a run of water types like Aloe, Quagsire.
Because water types are great.
Yeah.
You can never go wrong with having a water.
Well, like that 10 to 13 like point min range had so many good bulky water types in it. So like,
yes.
So
Primarina is very. I mean, Primarina is usually running max HP. That's also 14 points, but.
Dude, Primarina is so good. My poor girl, if you want to draft it this time.
Thank God. That demon.
I love Primarina. So everyone's missing out. The only reason I don't have Primarina on my team is because I already used it.
Yeah.
But yeah. I like Blastoise a lot. And then you also have Electivire with Terrasilize, Water, and Flying. This thing got buffed in this gen.
Yeah, you got Bulk Up, got Knock, you got Supercell Slam. Trailblaze, a bunch of good stuff. Yeah.
Just good physical Electromon. I feel like its speed is higher than number 2. I don't remember it being this fast, but...
Yeah, I was going to say 95 that's what he's been at for a while.
Okay. I'm sorry, I haven't seen too many Electivires in my day, so...
Yeah. I love this guy. I'm so happy I drafted him.
Yeah, he's cool.
And then having Terra, Water, and Flying with Motor Drive is just fantastic. Oh, if I go Terra, Water, I'm just weak to Grass, and then Flying is just weak to Ice and Rock. So, just 3 very uncommon types that I have to worry about.
I think having Electric types is really good in draft too, just because they only have 1 weakness, and if you make them your Terra Captain, you can just make them not that anymore.
Yeah. Especially with Terra Flying, I just get to ignore Ground.
Alright, Sylveon. Another one I've just been wanting to use for a while, but haven't just been able to fit in my team. But Sylveon's so cool. And similar to like Blastoise and Salamence earlier, we were talking about. We can talk about this thing can be offensive or defensive. Why can't I not type Sylveon right
now? I ran a throat spray set versus the first time I had this mon. It just does so much damage, and it has like a random wacky coverage too. Like it gets Magical Leaf. It has. I thought it had Electric. I thought it had. No, it doesn't.
It lost Mystical Fire.
Okay, I was thinking of Shockwave. That's the other one I was thinking of. I thought I got that, but I must have lost that or never had it.
No longer having Mystical Fire hurts, so it's not like as potent as a sweeper. But
Yeah.
Still, even like Choice Specs, Road Spray, Calm Mind are really good offensive sets. You can even try and run a physical set if you really want to with like Quick Attack, but I've seen that before.
I did this Choice Band Quick Attack and Giga Impact is so funny.
Yeah. And then this also gives you a Wish Passer for some of your monsters who don't have good recovery, like Iron Crown and Blastoise too. So Wish Pass and Heal Bell support. So really good.
Oh no, they lost Heal Bell. Unfortunately.
Never mind.
They lost Heal Bell last gen.
Yeah, you can even set up Screen Spit too if you want to.
Yeah.
But I really like Sylveon. It's one I've been personally wanting to use for a while, but. And having a fairy type in draft is always amazing because there's only so many good ones to go around. So.
Yeah. I wish it was Screamtail because I wanted Screamtail's speed so bad.
That would have been nice for you, because right now I think you only have like two Pokemon who are ahead of the speed curve. I think if you have anything past base 100, it's good.
I would say Ogerpon, Scyther, and Darkrai are my 3 fastest, which are all above like 110.
Yeah, so you have pretty good speed tiers. Quillfish, just spikes. That's what I think when I think Quillfish. Just spikes.
Yeah, it's just T-Spikes, Spikes, Intimidate.
Yeah.
He also has T-Wave and Toxic, and then I think he also has Flip Turn too. Yep, and then he has Recovery and Pain Split.
Yeah. He has. This is just a really good support mod. And he doesn't really. He like slightly overlaps with Blastoise in terms of typing. They both share the electric weakness. Yeah. But it's not a big deal, right? But yeah, Quillfish. You made it to Terracat. No, you didn't. You made Cypher Terracat.
No, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I used Hisui and Quillfish in the past, and that was pretty good because I liked having that support mod, and this is also pretty good. And also having a ground and poison in your team just pretty much makes it so people don't want to use Toxic Spikes for you.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing Hisui and Quillfish, and I was just like, I didn't like the typing combo on him.
I think Dark Poison is a really good type, but
it is very good. It's just he also only has Dark Poison coverage. And fair. I want a DX. I would rather have Water over Dark on a defensive mon.
That's fair. And then you had Cypher.
My goat. This is my guy.
Good mon. Why can I not type it?
He's a Terra Fly, normal, and fighting.
I don't know. I don't think Cypher's good. I just I don't love him because
I think he's gonna do some decent things if I Terra normal quick attack, sweep people like late game. Yeah. I just get a Swords Dance up and then I get an E speed.
Yeah.
Off of Terra.
Yeah. I mean he's a good Pokemon. He feels a decent speed. He feels in a good speed tier between that 100 to 110 area. I don't think you're gonna be running this thing with Violet too often, just because rocks exist.
Nope. Yeah. Yeah.
But sets of like Choice Scarf or even like Heavy Duty Boots, I think you're running just between like U-turn and Swords Dance, and potentially going to like Terra Fighting, close combat could also be pretty devastating. So. I like Cypher. And then Ogerpon Water, the third water type.
That's not a weak to electric. That's all I needed him to do. This guy's really very
good.
messed up. It's such a good mon, dude.
Yeah, this is baby Meowscarada.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far. Meowscarada's definitely better.
Yeah, I said this is baby Meowscarada. You got your knockoff, you got your grass move, you got your fairy move, you got
Ivy Cudgel's my water move, but yeah, I get Power Whip for my grass.
Yeah. You get your spikes, you get your taunt, you get your U-turn.
Yep.
Yeah, just good.
And I can do. It has a good natural bulk stat, so I can do like synthesis stuff too.
It's also not that it's like a huge deal for your team, but you do get a water immunity too with this, so.
Yeah.
I like Ogerpon. Good Pokemon. And then Mamoswine. This kind of completed your team, in my opinion, because you kind of need something like this.
Yeah. I needed a ground type to get rid of that very large electric immunity, or electric weak.
Well, you need having a second option for rocks too, so Iron Crown doesn't have to be the rocker. Is also good.
Yeah. He gets rocks?
Iron Crown. He should get rocked. He's Caballion.
No, he doesn't. He does not get rocks.
Never mind. So Mammoth Swine is the only one in your team who gets rocks, but regardless, he's a really good rocker.
That's fine.
He also has good coverage between like freeze dry, knockoff, EQ, ice move.
Yo, freeze dry memo.
Yeah.
I'm about to smoke some water grass types.
And then he can also like potentially just sweep teams with Trailblaze into just outspeeding everything and being Mammoth Swine.
Yeah. So base 80s, outspeeding pretty much anything that isn't. So it would have to be 145 base speed, outspeed +1 automatically.
Yeah. So overall, good team. I like your team. I don't love your team, maybe because Darkrai just isn't as good as I think he is. But
Yeah, Darkrai is booty, but that's okay.
He's cool though.
I didn't put myself in whatever the highest tier is. I put it like a step below.
I haven't made the tiers yet. I don't have like words right now, so I'll get a figure out. But tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. I'm gonna put you in tier 2 for now.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm either like somewhere in tier 2, and if it's like worst comes to worst, I think I'm at the top of tier 3.
Okay.
I definitely think my team's weaker out of most of them, because like, just my first pick is not stronger than Boulder, Valiant, or like Latios or Gouging Fire.
I mean, Latios is a free agent right now. It's kind of crazy. But
Yeah.
fun.
I don't know why Anthony dropped that mod for Gliscor.
Because Anthony hates because Anthony only likes his grounded flying types.
I guess so, dude.
Also, Weavile's available too, but you know, Weavile is just worse than Oscarado, so I get it.
Yeah.
Dude, low key, without booster, Meow might be the best Pokemon to draft.
Meow was very good.
Meow was broken, dude. I love that Pokemon. Alright, anyway, Dingle's team. He has Ursaluna, the most overrated Pokemon in the entirety of draft.
Oh my god.
We're not doing this shit again.
Didn't you bump him up? Because this was originally the SPL's list, and I thought he was like 16 in the SPL, but you bumped him up to 18.
I definitely did that.
He's not that good.
I don't believe you.
Dude, he's so slow. He just dies everything.
Yeah, and he also kills whatever in front of him. So
I don't know. I feel like
you click protect and you live one hit and then you facade whatever's in front of you and they die. It's great.
Yeah, at best,
on the SPL's list, he was a 15-pointer.
Yeah, that makes. I mean, maybe not that a little bit. I think 16 makes more sense. I think he's about on par with like Treads and Excadrill. Actually, Treads and Excadrill are better.
He's definitely. I was gonna say. No, I think he's better than Treads.
Well, actually, without
Treads
booster, he's without booster, Treads is worse. I agree, actually. Well, okay, yeah, he's worse. Excadrill's better though. But yeah, I just don't get why you guys I don't get why you guys think it's not so good. At best it usually goes one. At best it goes for 2 for 1, maybe. I don't know, but usually
that's pretty good. In the league when your mons are even more valuable than they used to be.
That's like best case scenario. Most of the time, this thing's lucky to get 1 mon, in my opinion. Like best case scenario for all these other Pokemon up here is that they kill multiple things. Unless you're Deoxys, where you're the best like support mon in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I think Ursaluna is very strong.
I mean, that's fair. I just don't think it's that great. I'm gonna be honest. Like, and also second overall Ursaluna, I just disagree with when there's so many better Pokemon here than Ursaluna, in my opinion.
I mean, Dingle likes his funny ones, so.
Or he likes not having to think. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Dude, this dude's a stall player. I know how he works. Okay.
He did run stall the first season he was in the league, so his team was like Clef and Toxapex and like Cresselia and stuff.
Yeah, and I don't think Ursaluna got like buffed at all in
No, it didn't.
DLC.
It just got its normal moves. It didn't get anything. We got Supercell Slam, so we can hit water, so even stronger. But
I mean, in draft, I think Ursaluna is interesting to me because you can EV it specifically to live certain hits that you expect to come because it's draft. And that's when it gets kind of interesting. But
it just has its defense stats and its HP stats just ridiculous.
So it can just take a hit from any offensive mon and then proceed to kill it afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like its coverage though can be like managed. It's like manageable by a lot of Pokemon though.
It gets everything.
Yeah, but like none of its stabs besides ground and like its stabs are ground and normal, which a lot of Pokemon can switch into. Like,
well, yeah, they switch into one of the types. They don't switch into the other.
I think a lot of Pokemon do.
Like the only things that resist normal are like Steel, Rock, and then like Ghost, of course, because it's immune. But
yeah, and then Ursaluna obviously just self damages itself, and then oftentimes Ursaluna isn't going to be able to avoid hazards either because it has to run Flame Orb in order to do its thing.
Oh, yeah, so it's all it's doing is dodging T-spikes, and then Rocks do 6%.
Well,
so
Dragon Spikes are also pretty devastating for it too. But like, I guess another thing you could do for Ursaluna is you can run Bulletproof and like run a more like defensive set and run like Sword Stance or something. But I think that's just way slower and a lot worse.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's that great. But it's a really good mon, but I don't think it's as good as the other 18 pointers. Anyway, that was me trash talking Ursaluna. Dragonite's up next. Talk about a mon that's better than Ursaluna.
Dude, that D9 guy is broken.
Dude, D9 only in 15 is kind of crazy. This mon straight up wins games by itself sometimes.
That dude got picked up for the first time ever in the OKL and won a season.
Dude, I really don't get why, because you can just... I get that we don't have Terrestrialize, so you can't like carry normal E-Speed everything, but you can still Dragon Dance or into E-Speed everything anyway.
I mean, yeah.
It also has like decent sets. Like you don't have to pitch in the whole list into Dragon Dance. You can run the support set too with like Roost and Heal Bell.
Mm-hmm. I think it lost Heal Bell too. There's like no mons with Heal Bell anymore.
It did lose Heal Bell.
Yeah.
You're right. Even then, like it still can play as a support role if you wanted to. It's kind of like a worse mention of support role, but it has more leeway because of multi-scale.
Yeah. Getting a free like 40 to 60 on any mon because of multi-scale is also great.
Yeah, I think mixed Knight is also really good because between Hydro Pump and Draco and Hurricane being really good special moves. I like Silence a lot.
Keybolt too.
Yeah, really good mon. Should not be 15. It's really good. It should be way higher. Well, not way higher. Maybe like 1 or 2 points higher.
So I just left him at where he was for the because SPL had him in 15. So.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I would move Dragonite up to 16. I think it's on par with the rest of these.
I was say it's probably better than most of them. Yeah. Only ones that's probably worse than are like Samurai and Gold Dingo.
I still
and
think,
like Quack.
Yeah. Dude, I used to shit on Duck so much, dude. But that's actually pretty good.
That mon's broken.
That's a mon that wins games on its own sometimes too.
You get one Aqua Step, your enemy team starts disappearing.
Infernape, cool mon, but
he got so many cool things. Getting access to Aurasphere and then getting knockoff and switcheroo, it just does. This is a do-it-all mon.
Yeah, this guy.
There's nothing this mon can't do.
The only thing that I don't like about Infernape is that its offensive stats leave a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, 104 is pretty terrible, but it's good enough. If you're Bandit or Specs, or you get a Nasty Plot or a Swords Dance up, that team is probably disappearing afterwards.
Hello, Don Rucci. I'm doing good, man. How about you? We're just going over the OKL Season 7 draft right now. Talking about the teams. So, yeah. And then, the 104 base stats, they're just good enough where you can do some good damage.
Yeah. Because he just has a bunch of high base power moves in close combat, Overheat, Fire Blast, Focus Blast. Yeah. And then he gets priority with Vacuum Wave and Mach Punch. So.
Yeah. And then I think 108 speed kind of hurts because for the amount of stuff this thing wants to do, it's not going to be able to do all of them because of 108 speed. But that is good enough to the point where you can run Scarf really effectively, or speed creeps and some base 120 mons and who are forced to run Jolly versus you. And so they can be modest or whatever, right? So that's pretty important too.
Yeah. So it also gets Slack Off, so it can somewhat be defensive. Not always. You can do some weird subsets and then have a heal move on you for it.
Mm-hmm.
So you do like sub slack off like focus punch or something if that is something you desire to do.
Yeah.
Which is a very funny set.
My favorite Infernape set's always been mixed with like overheat, close combat.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
I ran Elite Ape a lot, which was like Stealth Rock U-turn, overheat, CC.
Yeah.
Which is it does everything.
I like Infernape. It's kind of an awkward mon to draft because it doesn't do one thing extremely well, but it does a lot of things pretty well. So
yeah.
But yeah, next mon, Grimmsnarl. I don't care about this mon, to be honest.
I don't care for it either.
It's just your generic like prankster, get up screens, Thunderwave stuff. It's just gonna be annoying.
It's 2 M's. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's locked into 3 moves almost all the time.
Yeah.
It's going to be screens, Thunderwave, screens, parting shot, and then an attacking move.
There is some cool stuff you can do with like the bulk up set.
Yeah.
But,
I saw a pretty cool nasty plot set one time too, but that's kind of hard to get set up.
I mean, base 95 is horrible for that. But like the thing that really holds this thing back is these defenses suck, dude.
Yeah. They're not great.
Yeah. I mean, the HP is good, but like the defenses definitely hold it back. And then, just like all prankster mons, if you come across the dark side, this thing becomes a lot less good.
Mm-hmm. Granted, it can fight most dark types, but
yeah,
most of the time it's not going to be able to do anything.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, for his team, I don't love Grimmsnarl because I don't think it's the most offensive. I think he drafted more of a balanced team.
Yeah.
So I don't think he needed the Grimmsnarl in this. But, it's not a bad Pokemon to have on your team, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Rabambi.
That mon can also do a whole lot of stuff.
It can. Between Quiver Dance and Sticky Webs, which are its primary sets, I just don't like the fit on this team for Rabambi. I just don't think it really makes sense on this team where you're either in one of two camps this team. You either have your fast mons like Noivern and Infernape and Rabambi, or you have all your slow mons, which is everything else. And Dragonite has priority, so it doesn't really care about Sticky Web. It's just not a great fit. I would rather just be something else. But I guess
all it really does is like enable Basculin to like fight better because Basculin's at a 98 speed stat.
I feel
having adaptability wave crashes is kind of stupid.
Yeah, I mean for this team specifically, it's just something like it's the best sticky webber in the draft, or because so you deny someone else from having it.
Yeah.
And also when your opponent sees that you have a Rabambi, they have to consider they might bring sticky webs. So I have to plan for it kind of. But I just don't think it's a great fit on his team.
I can agree with that.
If Rabambi was on your team, I should be popping off. But
well, yeah, because my speed stats are either just they're good or they're a step below good because they're just 95. Iron Crown's 98, so both of those guys need help. And Mammo too, which was at 80.
Yeah, getting your speed for Iron Crown, Salamence, and Mammo through webs, that'd be awesome for you. But yeah, I just saw your team directly, so that's if Rabambi's on your team, that's really kind of lit. But
yeah.
Kappa Raha, this one's awesome. I like this one a lot.
This mon, that mon's great. It's such a funny mon.
There are some good steel types in the lower tiers between Kappa Raha, Fortress, and Bronzong. There's some good steel types there down there for the pickings, and I like this one a lot. Sheer Force is good ability. I don't think Kappa Raha makes the greatest use of it. It
definitely doesn't.
But even then, you can use heavy metal to
always have base 120, heavy slam, and heat crash.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is great.
Yeah, and then just has a good move pool between steel, ground, fire, dark coverage, and I think it has power whip as well. It lost power. It lost it.
Yeah, okay, good.
Super power, Supercell slam, but you're always playing a gamble when you decide to use that move. But
yeah, especially if it's a ground type, you got to be very careful when you're clicking that button.
And I think it got buffed and has Whirlwind now after the DLC, so that's cool. It can set up Stealth Rock. Just good mod.
Let me check if it actually got buffed with that.
I don't remember.
No, it had Whirlwind last gen too.
Okay.
it never gets used because people always run Assault Vest on it because its defense stats are terrible.
Yeah, people almost always use Assault Vest to this. Its speed stats too low to really take advantage of Sticky Web too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm starting to see what you're getting at now. With the Sticky Web's just not helping his team out much.
Yeah.
Outside of... Actually, like, outside of just, like, D-Knight. D-Knight's the only one that's, like, really benefiting off of it.
Even then, D-Knight just E-speed stuff anyway. So.
Exactly. It also sets up D-Dance, so...
Yeah. Next Mon, Scalarian Slowbro. Again, he didn't even want this Mon, but because we brought up that the fact that Quick Claw is legal, he wanted it.
This Mon's pretty awful outside of the cheese factor.
Well, I mean, 48% of the time you go first every time with this Mon, so.
His typing is not great defensively.
I mean,
its defense stats are terrible.
Yeah, Poison Psychic on a physically defensive Mon isn't the best. And this one, this is the bad Slowbro, so it doesn't get Chilly Reception.
Yeah, it also doesn't get Teleport, so I think...
Yeah, well, Teleport is not in Gen 9 at all, really.
Well, no, I was going to say Deoxys has it, but I don't know if regular Slowbro got it back.
No, all of the Mons that used to have Teleport, like Blissey and Clefable, all lost it. Thank God, dude. Teleport's
it's just on Deoxys and then the Gardevoir line.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally it.
Dude, I hated that when in Gen 8 when I was on to Teleport. That was so stupid.
Yeah, Teleport was a very stupid...
just immediate slow turn on anything you wanted was very cringe.
What is Shell Sidearm? Is this a new move?
No, he's always that's his signature move.
I've never seen this before.
It's like what's Decross's move? Photon Geysers. It's always going to use your physical stat, I think, unless it's poison.
It's just stronger Psyshock. Okay, got it.
Is it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But it makes contact, so whatever. Yeah.
I know. So okay. So it says it might be physical if you have a higher physical stat.
Whatever.
Is what it looks like. So.
Well, it looks like great. Sludge Bomb's better. So.
Sludge Bomb and Sludge Wave are just stronger. Well, Sludge Bomb's the same, but it has 30% chance to poison.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. Its attack and special attack stats are the same. You can run like a Nasty Plot and then try and win the game with Quick Draw, but I feel like the more consistent way to use this Mon is just as a Fizz Def Mon with Regenerator, and then just like absorbing T-Spikes, using Feature Sight, just doing what Slowbro usually does.
Absolutely.
So like its physical coverage isn't even great either, so it's like it's gonna really take advantage of it. Like it gets EQ, gets Gunk, Ice Punch, Liquidate.
I mean, but the fact that you can hit on both sides of the spectrum does help a lot because like like Gastrodon does this a lot, for example, where it's like EQ and like Scald or something.
Surf,
right? So, yeah. Gastrodon I don't think got drafted, which is kind of crazy because I think the Mon's pretty good, but.
It's definitely probably one of the better groundwaters.
I don't know why I pivoted to Gastrodon there, but I just brought it up. Noivern, I love this Mon. This Mon is my favorite.
Great.
This Mon is my favorite Mon that he's actually drafted so far. Dude, this Mon is so good in draft, dude. 123 speed, Meow speed right there. Frisks, so you get instant knowledge on what your opponent's running is always good.
Infiltrate is also a great ability.
Yeah, Infiltrate is also really good. Just kind of depends on matchup. Like if you're going to matchup where you're expecting like screens and stuff, you definitely want to run Infiltrator. But Frisk is always just good for some knowledge. And then like
it's one of the few Mons that get Defog.
Yeah, one of the 2 Mons that get Defog, so you can just run Heavy Duty Boots and Defog, which I think he kind of has to with his team because I don't even think he see any other hazard control here.
Nope, he has 0.
Yeah, no other hazard control in this team besides this Defogger, so probably just gonna be Boots Defog, which some guy runs every week, or you can run like Specs and use Trick and to get that off. Or when I use Noivern when I had a draft, I use Taunt a lot because I use like Taunt Super Fang a lot. Really upset.
Taunt's great.
Yeah, really good coverage because it's a Dragon type. I love this Mon. This Mon's so cool.
You can also do like weird defensive sets too, because like its defense stats aren't terrible and it has Roost to heal.
Yeah.
So if your team's like very fighting, if you're fighting a team that's very fighting heavy, you can take a decent chunk of hits and then just scare them out with flying moves.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of like what I'm talking about with Salamence and D-Knight earlier, where Dragon Flying is actually a pretty good defensive typing. So you can fill it role if it wants to. I always hated when back in the old format we did that everyone who had Noivern would only run Terra normal boom burst because
Yep.
because that's a good set obviously, but that's not taking Noivern to his full potential. His
But
Noivern
it's just funny, haha, boom burst. That's it.
Dude, it's like when people take Swellow and then only use the boom burst set. It makes me so upset because Swellow can do so much more than that.
Yeah, I'd say the gut set's definitely better. Just
Dude,
boom
the
burst
gut
is
set
very
is 100%
funny.
better. Right. People don't like sinking things. It's crazy. Speaking
It's
of
funny you said they just use it.
speaking of not sinking, Clef is here. It doesn't matter what else we said about his team because Clefable, this mod wins games on its own.
Yes, that mon is so brain dead. I've used it one season and I used every set possible. Store power like cosmic power, calm mind, life orb, magic guard,
Yeah.
unaware. It just does it all.
I hate this mod. Well, I don't hate it, but like this mod is so broken, dude.
Yes, it's one of the better draft mons.
Yeah.
I don't care how many points it costs. It will always be like a top 10 draft mon in my opinion.
It's just funny because like every season, it always falls super low because nobody wants to use it because we're just bored of using it. We're bored of seeing it.
Yeah.
Using it. And then Dingle over here has to ruin it by taking Clefable here and making his team 10 times better because he has it.
His team is infinitely better because of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so good. I don't really think there's much more to say about Clefable, but yeah.
I actually love this Basculin pick.
Dude, I remember he was like thinking about what mod to take. I was like, dude, unironically, take Basculin. Pretty good mod.
Yeah.
He can also. Sorry. They can use all forms of Basculin, so you can even use Hisuian one and get Evilite going too.
Can it? That's crazy.
Well, you didn't specify in the draft.
I know I didn't. I didn't think White Stripe would have fell underneath that because it's like the same on everything.
Yeah. So yeah, you can use White Stripe Basculin and then you can run Evilite on this.
He also gets access to Rockhead too, so he uses the blue one, so you can just like wait.
Yeah, like this is
Terra
like
Water Wave Crash teams and then lose nothing from it.
yeah, you get Swift Swim, you get Rockhead, you get Adaptability, you get Mold Breaker, you get Rattled.
Yes, that great ability.
This one's just good, dude. Like Evilite, or Violet, or Choice Band, or Choice Scarf, Flip Turn. You get some cool stuff.
Head Smash.
Yeah, I just like this mod. It fills in a good role on his team. Because it gives him another Turner, gives him a Water type, gives him a bulky Water, which he didn't have before.
I mean, it's not that bulky. It's 70, 65, 55.
Yeah, but with a Violet, it gets up there.
Yeah, it's a bit bulkier, but like, I wouldn't classify it as a bulky water.
And then also with the ability to terrestrialize into Dragon or
and
normal.
Rock.
Or rock.
That's Rock.
Oh, that's Rock. I thought it was normal.
Yeah, it's Terra Rock for Head Smash.
That makes sense. Yeah, but I Dingle's team, it's weird because I don't like half the mons on it, and then he has Clefable and Dragonite.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely worse than your team. I think it's tier 3.
I agree.
It's not the most cohesive team.
It could be definitely subject to change depending on where the stuff gets placed.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm also an Ursaluna hater, so. But.
it's fair.
Brit's team, Britannia.
Dude, I actually love his team.
His
with
team's
the
pretty
trades he
good.
made.
Yeah. Just at first glance, and Nam, pretty good mon. It's most of the time gonna be pigeonholed into Choice Scarf or Choice Specs though. It can also run Contrary Superpower. But
Yeah, I was gonna say Contrary Superpower is a very good set it can have.
pretty good speed tier for Nam too. I think it's 116.
It's 106.
106. That's still
So
good.
it's not. It's good, but like it could be better.
I mean, 106 outspeeds the 105s in the world, like Cypher. But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, pretty good coverage as all the genies have. Yeah, I just like this mod.
Having a fairy type is also just great.
Yeah, this is probably the second best fairy type in the draft after Iron Valiant. So
Yeah. Say rather fairy type's just fat.
yeah, offensive fairy types go dummy, but because nothing switches to fairy.
I mean, it's just poison and steel and fire. That's like it.
Next
And
one,
after that, you just get cooked.
Iron Hands. I love this mon.
Dude, Iron Hands is so good with the Anam because like Iron Hands just likes to sit in front of all the things that Anam doesn't like to sit in front of.
This is just gonna be so easy. Like, I'm gonna have Anam out. I'm gonna throw out a Moonblast, but honestly, actually, I'm gonna predict your swap into your Steel type, bring out Hands, and start setting up Sword Stances, and you're gonna be terrified of me. And this thing doesn't die. This thing is so bulky.
He's so fat.
Yeah.
He's Melmetal if Melmetal got access to recovery.
Yeah. This mon is so good.
Punch.
It's most of the time it's gonna be the Sword Stance set, I think, but the Assault Vest set's also pretty good. You can run Bandit on it, I guess.
Dude, 108 defense is also very good. So if he wants to run max defense, he could.
Yeah, he could.
Like it's definitely a possibility.
Well, on ladder, what a lot of hands do, they bulk up special defense a lot, and then just like buff up its HP a ton, so that it can just live everything. Like that.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Because like even with no attack investment, it's just still 316, which is it's like 96 attack.
Yeah, which goes up
base,
to like
base attack.
Which goes up to like 600 after Sword Stance. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like Hands, pretty good mon. Only thing, Rillaboom, I hate that. This is one of my personal least favorite mons, because I hate this thing so much. I hate Grassy Glide so much, dude.
It's such a cringe move. I also hate it, but it's also so good for his team because his team lacks like ground answers that aren't already flying.
Yeah. Also, having just good recovery is pretty good in drafts overall. Not good recovery, good priority. Really good in drafts overall. He sets up grassy terrain, which half his team is off the ground, but whatever.
Yeah. Like, dude, I was helping him with trades, and he wanted a Hisuian Electrode, and we're doing Calyx. Hisuian Electrode, Terra Grass, Leaf Storm does like 70 minimum on most resists.
Yeah, dude, the synergy with Terra with grassy terrain into Electrode's pretty nice. But yeah, I Rillaboom's really good. Thank God Grassy Glide got nerfed. That's all I gotta say about it.
Yeah, it's no longer E-Speed, it's Quick Attack. This is just base 55 now, which I think... Is Grassy Terrain in 1.2 or is it 1.3?
I think it's 1.3.
So it puts it to like 72 or something.
Alright, Tentacruel, Fat Spinner, got buffed recently because they gave it Flip Turn and Knockoff.
It's always that knockoff, it just got Flip Turn.
Oh, well, getting Flip Turn is pretty good.
Yeah.
Poison immunity, so you can absorb T-Spikes, set up T-Spikes of your own. What mainly is just it's a good spinner for his team because he didn't have a spinner otherwise, and I think he had a Napoleon and then drafted for Tentacruel.
He wanted it for hazard control, but it didn't have defog, so he got rid of it.
Yeah, the only thing that's done no longer having Polygon is that you didn't have a steel type, but he picked up Corviknight later, so.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't have much else to say about Tentacruel, but.
There's not much else to Tentacruel.
Cool guy.
It's pretty good versus fairies.
Yeah. Hydreigon. Pretty good mon. That's... I don't know what to say about Hydreigon, man. Choice Scarf, Choice Specs, Nasty Plots, whatever.
He's been doing his thing for 4 generations now.
Yeah. In draft, I think Hydreigon's a little better because there's just less good fairy types going around.
Yeah.
However, on the other end of the spectrum, there's so many damn good fighting types that I feel kind of bad for Hydreigon.
Yeah, I don't think it gets access to Hurricane, does it?
Maybe.
Or I think it's access to Air Slash. I think this is only.
Yeah, he gets acrobatics.
Okay, yeah, he definitely not staying on any fighting type. Unless he's already like Nasty Plot Draco or something.
Yeah. No, he's a good mon. Being able to just throw out a strong dragon move whenever you want is pretty good. So.
Yeah.
And then also it has niche support with Stealth Rock and Taunt and U-Turn and stuff like that. So, but Corviknight, this one's broken.
I had it for a whole hour and then I dropped it.
As someone who won this draft league with Corviknight before, this mon is broken, dude.
Yeah, it is very good. He wanted a defogger and he also needed a steel type, so
yeah,
that's what I helped him come up with.
This mon is just good, dude. It has one of the best typings ever. It has which Skarmory typing. you can win games just with body press and alone, or bulk up. Like,
so he can do bulk up, agility, power trip shenanigans, and just clear teams if he gets into the right position. It's not the best set, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah, and then having a good mon, having just a bulky steal in general is really good in draft. So yeah, I like Corvin Knight. Mon's pretty damn good. Moving on. Arcanine, the bad one.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's the bad one, but it's also very good still.
Yeah.
Like, both of them are very good mons.
This one, it's just pretty much worse Hisuian Arcanine in every way. Not as strong, not as bulky, not as good in support, but just still good at all those things.
I think it's better in support because it doesn't have the shitty rock typing attached to it.
I mean,
it has Intimidate, it has good defenses. I'm assuming both of them get Morning Sun.
They both get Morning Sun and Intimidate Blow Wisp.
It's also faster.
Yeah. This mon did get nerfed coming into Gen 9 because it lost Teleport.
Yeah. Which,
thank God.
I'll say it didn't use it much, but it definitely still had access to it.
Well, I've seen Arcanine run Teleport a lot in draft before, which gets annoying. But yeah, pretty good coverage as well. So just pretty much good all-purpose mon. You can run Intimidate or Flash Fire, both pretty solid abilities.
And it can be mixed if it wants because it does have a usable special attack stat. So it can just run Overheat if it needs to.
Yeah, I personally like offensive Arcanine with like CC, Flare Blitz, stuff like that. But I also get when people want to run the more defensive set too. So
I think Arcanine's great for his team.
I mean, getting priority E-Speed is pretty good. So and then, having a fire type to like help you with the steel types that your team did fine against, but now you're feeling better against the steel types.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hisuian Electrode, the best terror Pokemon after the vacuum cleaner of Everroom.
Yeah, dude, this Electrode guy is so fucked up.
Yeah, I thought about drafting him, but I was like, I want to be quirky and use the Boundless now. But
dude, I'm so happy I hope Britannia does well with it because the first time Electro got drafted, it was on a guy who didn't know how to play the game too well. So
we're not gonna name drop anyone.
I mean, I can.
No, that's fine.
I just felt like being nice to him.
But yeah, obviously with base 150 speed, it's the fastest Pokemon in the draft outside of Deoxys speed. And yeah, because Ninjask's in the game, and Ninjask sucks anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, it's a bug flying that doesn't have any flying stab.
I mean, with Terra, it might be decent, but...
I said it had Acro, but then you have to not run Boots, so...
Yeah. And Terra, he opted for both stabs plus ice. I like Terra... I think Terra Fairy would have been better than either one of the stabs, but, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, good mon. I like Hisuian Electrode. Feels pretty good speed tier, considering his team was on the slower end before picking up the mon, so...
Yeah.
Vikavolt.
My goat, the Vicky Blicky. I love this guy so much.
Pretty cool.
It helps his team out so much too because of Sticky Web.
I don't think it does, to be honest. I mean, for Arcanine, for Arcanine and Hydreigon, it's good. You're right.
Yeah, and then it forces Rillaboom not to have to Glassy Grind too. So you can click Wood Hammer and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, also just having Sticky Web in the pocket, just in case, is always nice.
Yeah. And I think it still has Roost.
No, wait, does it have Sticky Web? No, it doesn't. I'm blind.
Did it lose Roost or does it still have it?
It lost Roost.
Okay, so its defensive set isn't as great anymore.
Yeah.
But I mean, it still has good defensive.
You're probably just gonna run this with Boots plus Sticky Webs 3 attacks or whatever, usually.
Yeah.
And then with Terrasolizing, he can Terra into normal Electric because he has no weaknesses because of Levitate, or Terra Steel or Terra Poison, all pretty good options for him to go into.
That's Terra Ghost.
That's Terra Ghost. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised he didn't pick up a Terrasolize to beat ground types, but it is what it is.
It gets Energy Ball, so it has something to beat ground types.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Vikavolt, solid mon, overlaps a little bit with some of the Pokemon he already has, but it's not a big deal. So you're not bringing all 10 Pokemon every week. Last Pokemon, Clodsire, another broken mon.
Yes. The mon's great.
Yeah, it does one thing super well, which is just be a fast special defensive mon with can I run water absorb or unaware, and you're pretty happy that it does that.
Yeah. And it can do some funny offensive sets if you choose to do so, because it gets cursed.
Curse sucks. I've tried it before. I've tried to use curse.
I know. I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying he can do it if defeat. Like, there's some niche scenarios where teams are just super weak to random mons, and then you could just set up with that said mon and then win.
That's fair.
Like Hawker when season got swept by a Coil Sandaconda. Because his team just couldn't break it.
Yeah. The Cloudfire was on. I've used it before in draft. It's pretty good. Nice special tank to have, considering he didn't really have a special tank before this. So, I mean, Tentacle kind of counts, but
yeah, just Tentacle doesn't have any recovery. So
yeah, and it gives you also an electric immunity too, which you also didn't have before picking him up. So
yeah,
pretty good team. I actually think his team's really damn good. Yeah, Iron Hands and Nam together are such a good core, and then he filled out the rest of the team pretty well, covering some good speed tiers. I will say probably like in terms of speed, one thing he's missing out on, he has nothing in between that 106 to 150 range. So some mons like Meow are gonna be able to get away with mons like in the 123 to like 130 range. They're gonna be able to get away from any Modest or Adamant versus you.
Yeah.
But it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I like his team. I think his team's the best one we've gone over so far. I don't know if you agree with that, but
I mean I think his team's very good. I was debating in my head if it's better than mine or not, but I'm gonna always have my personal bias. So if you put it above it, I'm not gonna be mad because I do agree with it. That's a very good team.
Yeah, I think his team is slightly better than yours, at least from just looking at it right now.
Yeah. As I said, I'm always gonna think my team's better because it's my team.
That's fair.
I do think his team's very good, especially with the trades he did end up making to it.
I don't think it's a tier 1 team because there's not something that's like extremely unfair in his team.
Absolutely.
But like I think it's just a really good team with like pretty good synergies. So
100%. This next team though.
Dude, how do we let Obese get this team? I'm so
just put that motherfucker in tier 1 already.
Yeah, dude. I don't know how we all let this happen. Dude, how did Meow fall to pick like 16 or whatever this is? This is the best mod in the draft. Oh my gosh.
It is like pick 20 something. Like his team is great.
He's gonna win again, dude. So upset. And I'm saying this as someone who thinks the Oxus speed is garbage, but not really. But I'm saying this as someone.
The only thing he really lacks is like that top tier sweeper. He's just gonna. This team just chips your stuff. Like it just chips you down the entire time. It doesn't do anything else.
That is actually an excellent point. You're not gonna get like he's just gonna 1-for-1 you the whole game or just whittle you down.
Yeah.
But, like
Deoxys speed still has good offense. Like it's 95, so it's not terrible, and it gets access to Psychic Draco Meteor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's if you're not resisting that Psycho boost or you're immune to it, you're definitely taking like 60 from a Specs or a Life Form.
The Oxus speed is like always gonna be in this weird like situation when you're team building against it because you guys are gonna be like, oh, can either be like the super fast support set or it's gonna be this really big hyper offensive mon. And it because you don't know either way, it's just tough to go against because there's so many things this thing can do.
Yeah.
Like I saw that it got Meteor Beam, and so you can just run like power. You can run like power.
I didn't even know it got that, dude. That's so dumb.
Yeah.
Like,
and then
the thing is that thing's never gonna have to run speed against most teams. Like it's gonna have to run speed against Britannia's because like 150 is just there. He can just run no speed all season and it's outspeeding every team.
Yeah. It's really good. It's pretty much what Regieleki does in like normal ladder, where it just runs no speed 90% of the time, and it just fills up on HP and special attack or whatever. But yeah,
Demon's so messed up.
Pretty good. I think in draft it's a lot better than it is on like ladder.
Yeah, because it's way harder to deal with on some teams.
Yeah. Also,
sometimes you're just not gonna have answers for it.
Yeah, also, the problem with OU right now for Deoxys is that OU has like 4 amazing dark types that are super common. But in draft,
but
in draft, there's only like 6 good total dark types. So like,
yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it too much.
But it also has access to superpowers, so you have to worry about it hitting that button.
Meow. I said earlier I think this is the best Pokemon in draft, and I'm gonna stand by that.
Yeah, I think it's a top 5 Pokemon. Like this I think SPL had that as the lowest rated Protean starter, and I just super disagree with that. That's
even
definitely
before
the best
it got triple axle, this thing was broken, and now it has triple axle. So it can become Weavile.
No, man, they had Meow in 18 still, so I didn't move it.
Yeah, they had it in 16. The SPL had it in 16 in season 1, and they moved it up 2 points in season 2.
Yeah, as they should. It shouldn't have been 16.
Dude, this mon is
is nuts.
This is my favorite Pokemon I've ever used in draft. This mon is so broken. The best knockoff in the draft. You have your turn. Flower Trick's a broken move. You can run spikes. You can run taunt. You can run special like I did that one time.
Yeah, you just had Leaf Storm because it's Great Tusk. So,
dude, it's so broken, dude. I love this mon.
It's very good.
Yeah, I don't have much else to say about it. It's just so good. I like the mon. Heatran, broken mon again, but.
Oh no, it's my turn to shit talk somebody, dude. This Heatran guy is so overrated.
No, he's
yes, he's so overrated. This mon's not as good as you're saying it is. Everyone just starts bringing out their random ground coverage. It's just like, oh, I got Mudshot. Say less. I'm bringing Mudshot now. It's just being quad times weak to one of the best offensive types in the game is not the best.
Dude.
And then you're also weak to water still, so another very common type you're gonna see.
But dude, with Magma Storm, Magma Storm is just a broken move, dude. When
it hits.
Like we talked about Britannia's team earlier. This team gets destroyed because it gets destroyed by Heatran. Like this.
And Nam has Earth Power. It doesn't.
Nah.
Iron Hands had Headlong Rush. It doesn't.
Oh, that's cool. But yeah, like Heatran. Like if you get this in on like a slower mon, and you click Magma Storm, you're taking a Pokemon. Like it's that good.
I mean, depends on the mon, but yeah.
Like it's
like I understand it has one of the best fire moves in the game. Like but it's just being quad weak to ground is just so awful.
But it's an offensive mon, so you can play around that.
You barely 77 speed. You're barely playing around that. You get Air Balloon, so like you have to hope you don't get hit by a U-turn, a flip turn, a Volt Switch to lose that, and then they just bring in their any offensive mon with a ground move, and then you just disappear. And also being weak to fighting is another terrible thing.
I mean, yeah.
Fire Steel is such a terrible defensive typing.
Fire Steel is good in most contexts. It's just you're only weak to fighting around, which is super common. And water, too.
And water.
But I think Heatran's amazing.
I think he's severely overrated.
That's fair. I mean, I should talk to Ursulina earlier, but
yeah.
So I get it. Yeah. Without Terrasilize, Heatran does become worse, which is why it's probably like a lower point total. And being quad weak in general, draft just kind of sucks.
Well, it depends on what you're quad weak to. Being quad weak to ground is definitely one of the worst ones to be quad weak to.
This thing can do some of my stuff. Obviously, it's a good stealth rocker. It has Will-List, it has Taunt, it has Earth Power. Like it's obviously just been a good mon for a long time across all generations it's been in. Slowbro, next mon.
That mon's also nuts.
You think slow? I don't.
It's one of the better water types.
I think it's good. It's just like my generator is really good. Obviously, it's just like the fact it pairs really well with Heatran, but yeah, I mean these two together are really good defensive core between Heatran and Slowbro. Yeah, this defensive core is actually really good.
I just realized he has he has one electric immunity, and the rest of his team gets faulted by electric.
Yeah, electric's kind of tough.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a Florigist, but for special.
Florigist, it's still gonna take some damage from an electric move.
But yeah, I think Slowbro. It's like obviously not having teleport anymore kind of just sucks for Slowbro, which is why it's like not OU anymore.
Yeah, because it used to be one of the best draft mons in my opinion, because it would just get you a free switch in every time.
Yeah, Maybe his team isn't as good as I thought it was, because I don't think Slowbro's that great.
I think on his team it's not that great, but I think other teams can definitely take better advantage of Slowbro. Like I don't know what else I would play Slowbro with though. Is the thing, especially with what's left.
We were hyping up his team earlier. I just don't think it's that amazing. Now I'm looking at it right now.
I mean, from the four we've talked about, I definitely think it's the best one, but it could definitely be subject to be put down lower.
Yeah, Tornadus, support Mon.
Yeah, I was gonna draft this Mon, and then it got taken because I was. It's just very funny.
Yeah.
Having Prankster and Defiant, and then having like Superpower knockoff and like Hurricane and stuff.
He's not a. I mean, Obese doesn't have like a super hazard heavy team. I mean, he has access to all hazards, but I don't foresee him getting them up like a ton, like all the like a lot and stuff like that. So I don't know how often Defiant's gonna come into play. But now, but Defiant, but Prankster is just
there's
really
a lot
good.
of intimidators.
Yeah,
so.
there are. That's true. But also, like, this thing's physical move pool isn't that great. You're gonna have to run some like acrobatic set to get this thing.
Yeah, you just have to run no item macro, and that's like your best way of getting damage out.
Yeah. And then like also it does have like some other things where you can run like Prankster sub Nasty Plot or something like that, because that's the set that Thunderous ran for a long time.
Yeah.
And also it has good coverage between like Grass Knot and Heat Wave, which helps too, and like focus. Does it get focus blast? It doesn't get focus blast.
It should get focus. Did they lose? Did they lose it?
This one does not have focus blast, but that's Sludge Bomb.
What the heck?
And it has Hurricane.
I thought they all had it.
Oh no, it does have focus blast. I'm just blind.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not a bad mon. Flying is such a hard type to switch into usually.
Yeah.
It's just like you gotta get this thing in somehow. Bisharp, really good 8-pointer. I like Bisharp a lot.
Baby Gambit.
Yeah. You don't wanna. Obviously, you can use the Violite sets, but you don't even have to. You can run other stuff if you want to. And then you can just this is just pretty much this Baby Gambit. You might just sometimes lose to SD Sucker and just feel bad.
Yeah. It's also another Defiant mon on his team with barely any hazards. There's also like so little defoggers to where Defiant's not even that good of an ability anymore. I mean,
there's more intimidators nowadays, so Defiant got a little better, but yeah, I don't have much else to say about Bisharp, but
yeah, it's just Baby Gambit. Yeah. It does the same job, just a little worse.
Donphan, similarly, just like a pretty good one-dimensional mon, but it's really good in that one dimension. It's just being one of the better spinners in the draft.
Yeah. This dude, Bandit is also scary. Yeah, it just has access to Ice Shard and Earthquake and stuff.
Yeah, pretty good attacks, but it's pretty good. Like it can just be weird sometimes offensive. It's pretty good. It has good coverage too. It has Gunk Shot, it has Gyro Ball, it has Ice coverage, it has Poison coverage. Yeah, really good coverage.
Grass coverage.
But for his team, it's probably going to be the spinner, which is a good spot for it to be in. So.
It's its only hazard removal, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. His team's not super weak to hazards, but it's still nice to have.
Yeah. Most of his team is grounded, so he's going to take a lot of spice damage.
Yeah.
Outside of, like, Torn.
Porygon the second.
That dude's also stupid. That was one of the best Elite mons in the game.
There's so much knockoff nowadays after the most recent DLC. I don't think Porygon's not as good as it would be. It's like knockoff.
Oh, it also lost Teleport too, so.
Yeah. Thank God, dude. Teleport's so stupid. I know you're talking about a lot of it.
I know. It was one of the best teleporters too, because it just never dies most of the time.
Yeah. But maybe Dingle, Obese brings out some Trick Room shenanigans in this team, because between Donphan and Bisharp and Slowbro.
Oh my God, I didn't even realize that. And on Heatran too. Heatran's still on the slower end.
Yeah.
Holy, you just called his whole team out. That's he's upset now.
Yeah.
Because even that Tatsugiri guy, that dude hits hard, but it's also slow as dirt.
I mean,
it's 85, I think. It's not that slow, but still.
Like,
we're gonna call his team out. He's upset now.
We're definitely gonna see some surprise Trick Room setups.
He's definitely bringing Trick Room. I didn't even realize that. I just always go Trick Room's bad in draft and then just ignore it.
Well, Meow and Deoxys both get Trick Room too, so.
Oh no! Yeah, he's definitely. This is the Trick Room team. Holy!
the under the radar Trick Room team.
He just got Bisharp, dude. He's sweeping somebody.
But yeah, Porygon, you know, it's okay. I don't love Porygon. I've never thought too about his Pokemon. It's just a good support mon, and that's, you know, good. Talk about a good support on the Florges. Get your Fairy type on lock here. I like Florges. This guy does nothing but tank hits and then sometimes Moonblast stuff, and he's amazing.
Did it lose aromatherapy?
No, yeah, he did.
It did. Wow. They don't like having full team status heals anymore.
yeah, that's fine. You know, stall teams shouldn't be allowed to heal Bell their 4 poison Pokemon.
Oh,
anyway.
I agree. I'm not complaining.
But yeah, I like Florges. Again, pretty one-dimensional mon, but I don't care. It's good at what it does.
Yeah. I'll say it doesn't even have to run Wishes Recovery anymore.
Yeah, but...
Because Synthesis got better with the overall heal nerfs.
Yeah, but being able to Wish Pass to Porygon, Donphan, Bisharp, and Heatran is pretty good. So.
Well, Porygon has Recover, so... Well, but Wish Passing to the other stuff is very important.
Yeah. And then Sableye, I don't... I think he always has Sableye. But...
Yeah, this is the first time he's actually had it, I'm pretty sure. It's just Screens, Willow, and like T-Wave. It's just worse Grimmsnarl. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't love that Pokemon. And then Tatsugiri, I actually like that. I actually like this Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon's kind of messed up.
Yeah, pretty good spinner for where it was at. You get a water immunity, which, you know, pretty good.
Water immunity
for
on
team.
the quad resisted water type.
Yeah, but like still nice to have.
Oh yeah, he doesn't really have like his water resist before Tatsugiri was Slowbro and Meow. And it's also Terra Fire and Fairy and Dragon.
Yeah, those are good Terra types. Rapid Spin can get this one out to like 420 speed if you're running max speed on this. It's pretty good. Hydro Pump, Draco Meteor, pretty good. Get some Memento so you can do something else later. Yeah, I just like Smon. Like, there's gonna be weeks where he decides to bring this over Donphan as a spinner of choice. So
yeah.
I will say, after looking at his team, it does lack offensive firepower, in my opinion. Because like Meow and Deoxys aren't the craziest offensive mons. It's like this team is like, yeah, I have 8. I'm just gonna have 9 support mons, and it's just
yeah. And he's as we've already said, he lacks the gun.
Yeah, I don't think it's as amazing. I just saw Deoxys and Meow. I was like, oh my god, it's Deoxys and Meow. I just think it's worse than yours and Brit's team. I think it's tier 3. I don't think you're that afraid of getting blown up if you play against him. Obese is the best player in the draft, granted, but I don't think his team is helping him out that much. I don't know if you agree, but
I mean, I could see it after us talking about the rest of his team.
Yeah. At face
value, it's definitely tier 1, but once you actually like go in depth on it, it's definitely not as good.
Yeah, like it's literally like all his mons are support offensive hybrids besides Bisharp, which is just an offensive mon.
Yeah.
So like it's nice having versatile mons is really good. It's just like when 9 of your mons are all versatile and don't do one thing extremely well, then that's kind of when it falls apart. For me, for like a little bit.
I mean, he's gonna pilot well because this team last season also wasn't great. He made it to finals.
Yeah, so. He's a good player. He's still gonna be top 4 at least by the end of the season, but he'll figure it out. But I don't think his team's that amazing. All right, next person. It's who's this?
Anthony.
Anthony's team. He's got some good stuff going for it. First of all, Greninja. I don't know.
He picked up 4 quad weakness Pokemon. I'm just gonna point that out.
Okay. Yeah,
he's got 2 ground flyings, a ground water, and a rock electric.
And a fire steel too.
Oh my god, I didn't even know. I forgot about that one. But that one has access to get out of it. But like, still, yeah, that's 5 Pokemon that are quad weak to a type, which is not great.
Having both Landorus and Gliscor in the same team, kind of crazy.
It's definitely overkill. It does not need to be there.
I feel like if he just dropped one of them and picked his Latias back up, his team would actually be like a lot better.
He doesn't have the. He would have to drop Berserker too because he picked up.
Yeah, he picked up Berserker in that move, which I don't know why he did that.
I would have just swapped Lando for Gliscor and kept Latios because Latios was definitely like his second best mon.
Yeah. Latios is really good. But anyways, talking about Greninja, Protean, Battle Bond, both broken abilities.
Battlebond is great. It's definitely what's even keeping his team out of like tier 4.
Yeah, there is a chance that your team just loses to Greninja somehow because he picks up a weak mon and then just choice specs sweeps you and you lose.
Yeah.
Even beyond that, this mon's gonna be offensive probably every game for him, but it can be support with like stuff like spikes and switcheroo and taunt and stuff. Water Shuriken, I think at some point this move got changed from his physical move to a special move. It became a lot better.
It's always been special.
Are you sure? I feel like it was physical at one point.
No, in Gen 7 it was special.
Okay, well maybe in Gen 6 it was physical, but I don't remember.
I forgot it got added in Gen 6.
But anyway, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's always been special, but yeah.
Obviously it's Greninja, so its coverage is amazing because it's Greninja. A really good mon. I think, like, really good offensive mon that just hits a lot of stuff. And in draft, that's really good because you're gonna know who you're playing against. So, Landorus.
Yeah, Gen 7 it got changed to special.
Okay, so I'm not completely crazy.
Yeah, no, you weren't.
Okay. Lando, my guy, still living in OU somehow. When this great Tusk is right there.
Yeah, when Tusk is this, he got his whole job stolen. He's still here.
I mean, being a ground flying type with Intimidate's a pretty good role to be in, obviously. And then it can hit on both the physical and special side, because that's just good moves on both ends. And has both Nasty Plot and Sword Stance. Has U-Turn, has Taunt, has Stealth Rock. Pretty good mon both ways. I like it. What I don't like is having it on the same team as Gliscor.
Yeah.
When neither of them can Terra.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna skip Sarah Ledge and just go straight to Gliscor, and then we'll come back to
That's
Sarah
fine.
Ledge.
You already brought it up.
Yeah.
So.
I think that it's weird because I think they both oddly get better in draft. Well, maybe not Gliscor, because I think when it can Terra slides, it can be pretty broken. But
everyone just, as I brought up with Heatran, everyone just brings out all their random ice coverage. Mm. They have access to Icy Wind, they're bringing it just so they can hit Gliscor or Lando.
Yeah.
So it's not the best.
It's a weird spot to be in. It has a ton of support moves between Spikes, Stealth Rock, Knockoff, Toxic, U-Turn.
Yeah, it is one of the few mons that get Toxic now.
Yeah, like one of the few non-poison types that gets Toxic, which is pretty important.
Yeah. But
obviously, there's just going to be some version of Poison Heal, defensive, offensive spread every week. So.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Because like his team doesn't really support the like Curse or Swords Dance sets as well.
He does have good like baits for ice. Like he can bait an ice type move and get his Sarah Legend, for example. But
yeah, that's literally his only option is to get Sarah. Like Sarah Legend and Greninja are his only two water like ice resist. Or let me rephrase. He also has Fortress, but Fortress isn't great, and it's never gonna scare an ice type.
Yeah, but like if you do bait the ice move for Sarah Ledge, you can proc its weak armor and then start cooking with it.
Yeah, because most ice types also get access to like random water coverage too.
Yeah.
So.
And then like because he does have a lot of hazards on his team, having the spin blocking is pretty good with Sarah Ledge.
Yeah.
I think Sarah Ledge like it has some good sets between Flash Fire as one ability and then weak armor with something like Endure. Endure weak armor is also a set, and because it's a ghost type, it's not afraid of Mach Punch, for example. But you still have to be, so you still have to be aware of like the other priority moves, obviously.
And having one of the best fire moves in the game being Bitter Blade.
Yeah, Bitter Blade
is just ridiculous.
Yeah, so I like Sarah Ledge. I think it's a good Pokemon.
It also got buffed with the DLC because it gets access to Poltergeist now.
Yeah, Poltergeist is huge for it too. That's true.
So it doesn't have to run Shadow Claw or Shadow Sneak.
Yeah. But then the 1 week you face someone and you use Poltergeist and and then they have no item and you're like, oh my gosh, they have no item.
I'm the only person to ever do that in this league.
Pert, Bert's okay in this team.
I don't think it's great. It's
okay.
Overlaps with these other 2 ground types. Granted, this ground type isn't weak to ice or grass.
Yeah.
Or no, it's still weak to grass. It's not weak to
ice or water.
Ice. Yeah.
It's good. It got buffed. It has knockoff now. It has flip turn again. It can stay stuff with war, so that's cool. And it has enough offensive stats where you can maybe run a choice band on it and just hit stuff.
Yeah. And also just being a slow turner is also great too.
Yeah. I like Swampert. Obviously, the big weakness on it, it lacks its own reliable recovery, as Lando does, and as Fortress does. We'll get to in a second. But if his team had a wish pass, oh wait, no, he does have a wish passer. Never mind, I lied.
Yeah, he has the best one, Screamtail.
Yeah.
I think Fortress does get access to Pain Split, but Pain Split isn't great.
Yeah, Screamtail, pretty good, pretty clutch pull by him to get Screamtail on his team, just for wish passing alone, because 3 of his mons really appreciate having wish passing.
Mm-hmm.
Having fast T-Wave is cool because that can potentially open up your Sarah Ledge or Lando for offensive swoops on their end. And then also being able to sub screens with this Pokemon as well is also pretty nice. I think all the offensive stats for this Pokemon are trash, but I guess you could go for it.
It's 65s. They're not terrible. They're terrible, but it just gets it gets Gen 1 coverage.
Yeah.
So mons that are if they're quad weak to a type, it has that type to just deal out 40% to that mon for no reason.
Yeah. Well, it does have Calm Mind and bulk up and stuff, so it makes you just think about it, but it's not that great. But I like Screamtail on this team. Really good pull by him. Fortress, really good steel type to get here because you kind of needed it.
And that's also Spinner.
Yeah, good Spinner too. With Sarah Ledge, you're always gonna want a Spinner on your team. Fortress is one of the better spinners in the draft because after the top 4 spinners, it doesn't really fall off. But
yeah, I mean it's one of the few spinners that doesn't have a stupidly bad weakness because being quad weak to fire being your only weakness isn't terrible because there's not very many. There's a couple good fire types, but there's not many, so you don't really worry about it.
Yeah, and then being able to set up all of the hazards with this guy if you want to, it can Volt Turn out with Volt Switch, Spin. Gyro Ball's really strong in this. It has good coverage.
Body press.
Right, body press EQ, yeah. So.
Yeah. And if you're done with him, you just click the boom button and then you do 40.
Yeah, Zichon's in chat right now, but I haven't acknowledged him yet because.
I hate that guy.
Zichon, on Sunday when you go to the MSU Legends thing, don't lose. That's my advice to you. He says he loves you, by the way.
No, he doesn't. Okay. He better show up to my house on Sunday. If he doesn't, then he hates me.
Aren't you guys meeting at your house?
Yeah, he's going to pick up Zach, and then they're coming to my house, and then we're going to pick up
fleece them into getting both you and Zichon into that invitational. Because realistically, only one of you guys needed to drive. But
yeah. Zach asked me to drive, and then I said I'll drive if I get invited. I'm not gonna go to sit around and do nothing. And then he told Grayson that, and then I got invited that way.
Iron Thorns is the next mon. I don't like this Pokemon, especially about Terra. It's awful.
And it's
I mean, more hazards. Literally what this is gonna do every week, it's gonna run Air Balloon, and then set up hazards. Maybe hit one button and then die. This is what this thing's gonna do, which is not a bad spot to be in. Aerodactyl did that for years. But it's I don't love this Pokemon.
It's just not as good as Aerodactyl because its speed stat isn't 130. So, and it has probably.
Sean, just DM Tyler. Why are you asking me to ask him over my stream? What is this? Zichon is wondering when he should be at your house, by the way. That's what he's asking.
I already told him! It's in the DMs! This fucking guy.
Dude, I hate communicating with Zichon and Devoe because they either plan shit without scheduling anything, or Or I steal the scheduling and they still forget somehow. I hate it so much. I hate them.
I literally told him.
I'm kidding. I love Zach and Vishon, but that's just how it be sometimes.
I told him to be at my house by 10. So I told him.
Venomoth. He didn't give his Venomoth Terra, and if it could Terra, it'd be a lot better. But it can't.
Well, you could, yeah. He's Terra banned. Thank God.
Oh, it's Terra banned? I thought you just chose not to have Terra on it.
No, it's Terra banned.
Oh. This mon's okay. I don't like it that much, but
yeah.
I don't know much.
I definitely think it should be like I didn't. SPL put it in 8?
Yeah.
It's an 8-pointer. Yeah, SPL left it there. I just didn't bother moving it. It definitely should not be an 8-pointer because no Terra. That mon's dog shit. Like,
yeah.
Plus, we're in Gen 9 OU, so it also gets no access to sleep. So it can't even sleep powder like Quiver Dance teams and then start sweeping. It's just, it has to.
Oh wait, no. Venomoth could Terra. Never mind.
Pretty sure it got Terra banned.
I can't tell if it's the ones that are crossed off or the ones that are Terra banned or not.
Yeah, it's Terra. If you go to the top of the list, it'll tell you what's Terra banned.
Okay, never mind. My bad. I don't like Venomoth. I don't care for it. And then I'm gonna play Anthony in like week 4 and get swept by Venomoth somehow. But
yeah, Venomoth is not a great Pokemon.
I mean, anytime that you get a Quiver Dance up, it's something to be scared of. But even with Quiver Dance up,
yeah, you just gotta hope there's no Steel type because there's like you lose having Bug be your only good move versus Steel types is terrible.
Mm-hmm. Girder, you guys know I don't like Girder that much.
He's one of his other hazard controllers. Girder is a very good low point cost mon.
That's fair.
Just because Eviolite and Guts is stupid.
That's fair. Priority Mach Punch is cool too. Did he make his Steel? He didn't make his Steel, so he has priority. So he can go Bullet Punch too.
And then Electric for some reason. I don't know why.
He wanted that stab Thunder Punch, bro.
I guess.
And then we have Berserker, and I don't really care about talk about Berserker, but this mon.
Yeah, Berserker is a mon that gets drafted a lot, but it's not great.
This mon never does anything.
Why is it Terra? The first Terra is definitely wrong. It's supposed to be Terra Steel.
Yeah. Well, I saw that one of his Terras was Dark, and I was like, oh, Dark Sucker Punch makes sense, but then like. But yeah.
Did he put that? Let me check his trade because he might have put that down on accident. No, that was just inputted wrong.
I'm screening right now. You still need to check DMs right now.
Yes, he told me in DMs to tell you that, and I just completely ignored it. So, Zishan is a terrible guy. I think Anthony's team is probably like tier 3, like bottom of it. I think it's definitely worse than Obese's and Dingle's.
I think this team is not that great. I mean, it has some Pokemon you have to respect, like Greninja and Ceruledge, but
yeah, just the rest of his team is not there.
It's not. Like, it is the least cohesive team we've gone over, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say Obese bought just ammo, and then Anthony bought just the gun. Like he doesn't have anything. He didn't buy any ammo for his gun. So
I think Anthony for now goes to the bottom of tier 3.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. I was thinking tier 4, but like sometimes Greninja is just gonna beat you.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I think currently there's only one team in 4 off the top of my head, but there might be something worse.
That bad because there is some good synergy here with Streamtail, Wish Passing, Fortress, Swampert. Make good defensive core. You have electric immunities. It's just like some of his mons are just not that good. Like
they just don't fit there.
Yeah. Like
this Venomoth guy, he should have dropped it. Like it's not great.
And then Lando and Gliscor overlap a lot, but like I feel that's kind of blinding me a little bit because like outside of that, I think the team's not horribly constructed.
I mean, he has I guarantee you most weeks it's gonna be Lando or Gliscor, Ceruledge, Greninja, and there's like all 4 of those monsters get shit on by water. Most of his team gets shit on by water.
Yeah, that's true.
outside of like Greninja.
It's
the only one
this guy
he's
gets
resisting
folded
it.
by water. I wish I had water in my team.
I'm so glad I have Blastoise.
My team's up now. I'll just talk
Your
about...
team is very good.
Thank you.
Like, I'm not a fan of your low picks, but besides, like, Golem, I really like Golem, because that's just my dude.
That's fair.
But
yeah, Gouging Fire, even without the ability to boost their energy and do whatever, this mon is still broken. Like, I can run...
you get D-Dance, Heat Crash.
Yeah. D-Dance,
then-
Heat Crash, Dragon Claw, EQ.
Does he get Swords Dance or no?
It gets Dragon Dance.
It just did it. Okay, I didn't know if it would have access, because I know it gets access to Scale Shot, but I didn't know if there was like another like attack boosting move it could use.
It also gets Psychic Fangs, which is really cool.
It also gets the cringes protective all time.
Yeah,
in Bulwark.
it has Fire type protect, or it just stole Typhus's Baneful Bunker.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say more stole Aegis Lash's King Shield. It just said you're gonna get burned, aka crippled for life instead of -1 attack or whatever that one did.
Yeah. Does this get Scale Shot? I was trying to find it, but I can.
It does. It's in its non-useful moves.
I don't know if I'm ever gonna run Scale Shot in this, but I might. You never know.
You might have some like niche stuff, but like there's no attack boosting.
And then it has
D-Dance.
and it has sustainability with like most Morning Sun too. So really cool mon. Yeah. I saw this mon existed when the DLC came out. I was like, yeah, I want to use this thing, which is why I drafted it immediately.
And it also gets access to Earthquake, which Entei doesn't.
Yeah.
Bringing access to a strong ground move is also great.
And because I have the best spinner in the game, I have the luxury of not having to just throw boots on this every week. I might still just run boots though, but yeah. I could run like lefties or air balloon or whatever, right? So. Or Life Orb feels really great.
See, you getting Gouging Fire and Tusk is just as bad as us letting Jibu get Dragapult and Lando in one season.
Dude, I don't know who decided I get to have Great Tusk and Gouging Fire, but you know, I'm cool
the guy before you who drafted Glare and Weezing as his second pick.
Yeah, Tusk is cool. I haven't been able to use this in draft yet. Pretty cool that I get to now. It does suck that I don't get to use booster on either of these guys, but it is what it is.
Thank God, that booster thing is cringe.
But yeah, talk about two mons that can just both win the game if they want to win the game.
Yeah, you get a rapid spin boost on that thing, and you're outspeeding most teams.
Yeah.
And just one-shotting most of their mons.
Yeah. They complement each other pretty well. Obviously, they both struggle with like water a little bit.
Yeah, Gouging Fire, it's neutral, and then like Tusk just gets destroyed by any special weakness move it.
Yeah.
Or like effective move that has to do with.
Yeah, but you know, I get the best spinner in the draft, which given I drafted Gouging Fire first, pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then one of the most versatile mons in the draft, like right up there with like Val and stuff, because I can run super offensive, I can run bulk up, I can run AV, I can all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, AV's actually very good because of how good his coverage is.
Yeah, it's kind of like way better Caparraha.
Yeah, it's definitely way better.
People would say this is the Caparraha of OU. So. Moving on. Pretty good first two picks by me there, and then I got Zapdos because I really need Zapdos.
Oh my God, this Zapdos guy is so stupid in draft. I love him so much.
Dude, especially when Static became an ability for him, you can just randomly paralyze stuff.
Yes, dude. Zapdos is such an underrated mon I don't hear anyone talk about enough, but it's so good.
This guy, like, whatever team he's on, he's the guy that holds together. He's the glue, okay?
Yes.
Like,
he lost defog, so he's not, like, he downgraded from super glue to regular glue. If he still had defog, he'd be the super glue of the team.
Yeah, he's just Elmer's glue now.
Yeah.
But even without defog, still really good. He has both full splash and U-turn, so you can just kind of choose.
Dude, I ran him physical one season. It'd have to do with the Volcarona. If it got because it went max attack Brave Bird on Choice Scarf, one shot at Volcarona from full.
Yeah, I mean he has a usable physical stat, so I don't blame you. If I want to try and spread pair of Discharge plus Static, I can do that. If I want to set up Tailwind, I can do that. if I want to be offensive with like a weird substitute stuff for some reason, I can do that. You know, like
you got Roost.
Yeah, I got Roost too. I got sustainability in this guy. Because I have the best spinner in the game. I can choose to not run boots on this if I wanted to. Like, man, that dose is so clutch here, and also because it gives me a really good defensive flying type. So my Great Tusk does not have to be as afraid. Not Great Tusk, Gouging Fire does not have to be as afraid of ground types anymore. And this thing usually switches into most ground types pretty well, unless it's Meow Swine. So. You still there? Hello?
Sorry, I had to kill a fly.
Okay.
It was annoying me.
Did you hear what I last said though?
I heard. No.
Okay.
I don't remember what the last thing you said was, but yeah, whatever you said, I agree with it because it's about Zapdos.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. King Gambit. I think this might have been like a little bit of a throw pick by me because I saw the board and I was like, yeah, I really want a good steel type that has priority, and I originally was planning on picking Scizor because Scizor is available. And then I saw King Gambit. I was like, yeah, King Gambit is so much fun, and I haven't used it in draft yet. And so I chose King Gambit. So kind of a throw by me.
I mean, because he actually fits on your team pretty well because you have a bunch of like fighting resist, and like Gardevoir and Zapdos and like Great Tusk will take a fighting hit pretty well.
I'm just saying
it kind of fits your team well.
I think Scizor is just a more actively threatening mon than King Gambit is. King Gambit obviously just like has more takeover potential and can be like switch into stuff a little bit better than Scizor does.
Yeah, so King Gambit has to prey on your downfall.
Yeah.
So,
but
Scizor is just like I can set up a Swords Dance and then Bullet Punch, and then if it's too scary, I can U-turn out on something and then still be alive.
Yeah, but there's none of us to say that King Gambit's a bad mon. It's just like.
Oh yeah, no, King Gambit's still great. It's just he also like I said about Heatran and Lando, he brings out every fighting type move that somebody has.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, King Gambit is a stupidly bulky Pokemon, so it can take a lot of like non-stab fighting moves like decently well.
Just depends on the mod it's being taken from. Like it's probably does it take low kick from Meowscarado? At least one.
I think max HP lives low kick, to be honest.
I'm gonna calc it. Does it get 120 low kick or no? Granted, that low kick would be stab because it's protein boosted. So yeah, it just dies. Never mind. And that's also whatever. It doesn't matter. It just brings out all the fighting moves. That
like I think the way I might end up using this a lot is like not even like to rely on it to win the game for me because I don't need it to.
Yeah, you just need to break something because the moment you get a team like whittled down to like 50%, you set up D-Dance like Gouging Fire and you just sweep somebody's team from there.
And there's also gonna be some weeks where I might just run Defiant instead of Supreme Overlord. So
yeah. You can also run Pressure if you're worried about someone having to like PP stall you.
Yeah, so pretty good mon. Next mon, Vaporeon. I just really wanted like a bulky water here, and I saw Vaporeon was the best one on the board. That was like my thought process.
I just realized it's also another very good Wish Passer because it gets Flip Turn plus Wish.
Yeah, Flip Turn plus Wish is really good. I was thinking about taking Aloe here, but I decided to go over this because I think this is a bit more offensively threatening at times.
Yes, it has the ability to go offensive. Alomomola that's just a Flip Turn Wish Protect mon.
And then this also has like a cool set because that's both Acid Armor and Calm Mind. Yeah.
I think they got access to Store Power. But they did get Store Power.
They gave it Calm Mind and Store Power in Gen 9. So. But yeah, pretty good Pokemon. Gives me a water immunity. Especially, I wanted to have it, especially when I have some like Great Tusk on my team too.
So you're only there like water resist is Obama Snow on your team.
So, yeah. Next up is Guard. I literally just wanted Guard because I named my team after it, but also like I haven't used it in draft yet, so I've just been wanting to use it.
Dude, Trace is such a stupid ability.
Dude, Trace is such an amazing ability in draft.
Oh, dude, I just realized you gotta fight Sun week 1. That dude's Sun team is gonna get smoked by that thing. You Trace Chlorophyll and it just wins the 1v1.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, this is like one of the best anti-weather mons too because you just trace their Swift or whatever. And
I think you get access to Thunder, so even in rain, you still can just click there. You get Thunderbolt. Okay.
Yeah, Thunderbolt.
Yeah, you still get Thunderbolt. That's.
I also
such a dumb mon.
I really like having Healing Wish too on my team too. I like having Healing Wish support.
Yeah.
Encore just need on good moves. It has Vacuum Wave now, so that's like some low key priority.
Like, why did they give it that? What the fuck?
Because they gave Curly a Vacuum Wave, dude. What do you mean?
I don't care, bro. It doesn't need Vacuum Wave. What?
But yeah, good
Mon.
Mon.
This Mon doesn't have to worry about Sucker Punch now?
Good Mon, yeah. It beat Fish Sharp 1v1. Very cool.
Granted, if they just click Iron Head, you're fucked, but like,
yeah.
still.
Yeah, I like this Mon. Pretty good.
What the heck, dude?
I'm glad I have it. And then the next Mon, Lycanroc Dusk.
Dude, this Mon's also fucked up. This Mon's so stupid.
I'm surprised it was there in like round 7 or whatever this is. But
yeah, you gotta pick 7.
But yeah, I really needed the speed tier because my entire team has been slow so far. So getting
your high speed tier before that was 100.
Yeah, getting like I did, and my only priority in the team was King Gambit. I guess no Vacuum Wave, but but yeah, Lycanroc gives me not only a really good speed tier, but also Accelerate Rock, which is one of the best priority moves in the game. And then also with Tough Claws, Tough Claws and Rock just being one of the best offensive typings because it just is.
Yeah, it's literally just resisted by like Fighting, Ground, and Steel.
Yeah, it's just a good mon. Like Throw Run, Sucker Punch. You know, I can run
Psychic Fades for screens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you predict a switch against Swords Dance, and then you're definitely killing him on after that.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, this is another mon I've been wanting to use in draft. I got it. Pretty good. It feels a good spot in my team, I think. So, as like another breaker. So, next mon. This is when I had to go into my lower points. I got Abomasnow. I don't know why, but I got really obsessed with the idea of using Terra Abomasnow for my team this season. I was like, oh man, I can terrestrialize it and then have like Aurora Veil or like fire off like blizzards. But then like this guy's stats suck.
Yeah. I mean, it's still scary. It's just I'm pretty sure his stats are the same as Xplode.
Yeah, his stats aren't very good. It's like base 90.
So like Xplode still dishes out a lot of damage on his shitty attack stats. Yeah, Xplode's only 91, but it gets access to Boom Burst, which allows it to just high base power moves is great. You have blizzards that don't miss on top of being Terra Ice, so that blizzard's gonna be 220 base power.
Yeah, and I also have Terra Fire, so I can break through Steel, and then Terra Fairy is just Terra Fairy. It has good coverage because like a lot of times what's gonna happen is I'm just gonna have it out. I terrestrialize, I live a hit because I'm at full, and I just throw off a move. Or I use Aurora Veil.
Yeah, you're also +1 defense because of snow. So,
if you terrestrialize out of Ice type, do you lose the defensive boost? You know?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you do. You have to be an Ice type.
Okay.
So.
That's the Abomasnow. Next up is Sneasel. This is actually the fastest Pokemon on my team.
I don't know what the hell this guy even does.
He's just base 115. He just clicks poison and fighting moves.
Yeah, that's all it has.
Yeah.
It has like dark coverage against Switcheroo, Taunt, T-Spikes. I guess it's grounded poison, so it helps out your team a bit.
Yeah, it was more so just like I needed a grounded poison and just fit the bill, and had a good speed and had a good speed tier, so.
I mean, I could see it doing like if you get into a position to click like a Swords Dance, because like its defenses aren't terrible for its typing, because its defensive typing is pretty decent outside of being quad weak to Psychic, but there's not very many Psychic types.
Yeah, I guess like I could run a Violate on it too if I wanted to, but like.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just I don't foresee myself bringing it too often because I have better fighting users on my team on Lycanroc and Great Tusk.
Yeah.
But like I don't know, it could come, and it's gonna dissuade people from using T-Spikes with me. So.
It could be pretty decent versus Hammerfall because like if you get that and against Ninetales, it could still do something. Like so even with Gengar, like it does good against both of those. Even like Crawdaunt too.
Alolan Golem. I just saw that it was 2 points. I was like, it's better than 2 points. I want it.
Yeah, that's my goat. I love Alolan Golem so much.
Yeah. With Terrestrialize, it's pretty good because it can become electric and then just kill stuff with Galvanize.
Granted, you only get double edge now, so that's like your only normal boosted.
I mean, I just think it'd be more funny to just explode on something, but.
I mean, yeah, Explosion's definitely great.
I think Terra Blast is an option. It's just Terra Blast out of Terra. But if I try Slice, it's going to become
I was going to say, it becomes electric type, so it doesn't get the galvanized boost.
Yeah. But, yeah, in any case, yeah, and then I have flying, so I can become immune to ground, and then, fairy again.
Yeah.
It can set up rocks, it can trap stuff with magnet pull. I don't know if I'll ever need it to trap a steel type, but...
If you fight Corviknight, granted, they have U-turn and stuff, but then you just run max speed and outspeed it, and then you just kill it.
Yeah. I don't know, especially because I have a Gouging Fire and a Great Tusk in my team. I don't know if I'll ever need it to trap a steel type for me, but...
Yeah.
Last Pokemon, Masquerain, just Sticky Web. That's the only reason I
Sticky Web. The last not being Sticky Web is actually so good for your team, too.
Yeah.
Because, like, stuff like Tusk and Gouging Fire and Gardevoir just aren't fast enough to be scary to most teams.
I was thinking about swapping my Terra over from Sneasel to Masquerain, but I just haven't done that yet. So.
Yeah, you definitely should, because at least Masquerain has some other uses. Yeah. Quiver Dance on top of having Hurricane and Hydro Pump.
I probably should have done that, but I have 7 trades anywhere, 5 trades. I don't know.
You got 5 trades between now and week 6. Week 6 is when trades stop.
Yeah.
You can make a trade at any point for free agent, Terra trades. Actually, you'd be trading at 5 for a 5-pointer, so it wouldn't matter. But
you know what? I'm not gonna make the trade now, but maybe later I will. But yeah, I think just threatening Sticky Webs is just good for this team, given like where my speed tiers are right now. And yeah, like this is the first season where I draft my team which has no spikes on it, so that's gonna be interesting. But I think my team's pretty good overall.
You only got access to rocks.
Yeah, I have access to rocks via a few different Pokemon, but like that's kind of it. But yeah, I think my team's pretty good. I honestly think it's the most well-rounded team we've gone over so far. The biggest issue is that it just doesn't have like the fastest Pokemon in the world on it, right?
I mean, yeah, like speed tiers are big in draft, but like it's very easy to counteract those with just Sticky Web or. Cause like your speed tiers aren't terrible, but like there's just a lot of monsters that are just gonna be straight up faster.
Well, then also like Great Tusk and Gouging Fire can both improve their speed, and then I have like
exactly.
So.
With Rapid Spin and D-Dance, so I definitely, I would say yours is definitely the first tier 1 team.
Thank you. I was gonna give you the floor and be like, hey, do you think it's tier 1? But
it definitely is. Like, because Gouging Fire, the combo of like the biggest weakness of your team is not having a great special attacker. But your best special attacker being Gardevoir is kind of awful. But Gouging Fire can't be burnt, so he doesn't have to worry about him being crippled. I guess Zapdos technically has a higher attack stat, but like that's your biggest weakness is just not having a fantastic special attacker. But
I don't have like
Guard and Zap are terrible special attackers.
Yeah, I don't have like a Nam or something that blows me back, right? So
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I like my team a lot. I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun using it this season. I got a lot of every mod I drafted I haven't used before in draft, so I'm excited about that because I like using new stuff. Anyway, moving on to Defoe's team.
Time to be a hater. Put that bitch in tier 4. I don't like his team at all. Like
Roaring Moon and Drill being like your Drill and then Rotom Bosch being your only 3 good mons or 4. Yeah, 3 good mons is tough. The rest of his team is just super weak.
I still want to give him this. I still want to give his team the screen time and talk about it.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying we don't talk about it. I'm just giving my opinion now.
Yeah.
I'm spoiling it for people.
Roaring Moon.
I'm just gonna spoil it now.
I think Roaring Moon without Booster does get worse, especially. I think it is one of the Paradox Pokemon that gets hit the hardest, and I'm gonna give Zach the benefit of the doubt. You know, he doesn't deserve it, and say that he did not know that Booster is banned.
Oh, dude, the amount of people that didn't know Booster was banned are like half the rules. It just means they just skipped. They load into the rules page and they said, "Fuck that, we're going to the draft board," and they just ignored the rules.
I saw the SPL rules, and I know all the SPL rules. I just assumed they were like all 1-to-1. So that's my fault.
Yeah, well, Battle Clauses changed because I was bringing over ours because they allowed a lot of stuff because like they allowed Battle Pass but no Booster like. No boosting moves and like sub.
Yeah, well, I thought it was just like the SPL rules under the OU format, and that's what I just assumed. Yeah. So, but anyway, it's just like this is either gonna be Scarf or Bandit every week. I don't see it going any other way for him.
Yeah, it doesn't have the ability to set up D-dances because Dragon Dark is such a terrible defensive typing. And so many Mons just get access to Dazzling Gleam and then being weak to ice and fighting and bug.
It's still really good.
It's still a very good Mon.
It can take over a game just by setting up one Dragon Dance.
But his team does not allow it to do its job.
Yeah. And without Booster, it becomes harder to set this up. So which is why I think he might lean towards using more Choice Band and Choice Scarf variants into this throughout the season. Even though I don't think he thinks that far ahead, and he'll meet Dragon Dance anyway.
Definitely doesn't, but he always brings up his friend that we don't know exists. He's like, my friend is very good. He made top 100. Yeah, a lot of people can make top 100 at the moment.
Dude, I got top 10 on the UU ladder, and I'm trash, dude. So
it's not hard to be high on ladder.
Yeah, well, OU is hard just because it has like triple play rates of like all the other gliders. Yeah. But like getting top 10 on like UU or RU isn't hard. Like I top 10 both UU and RU ladder several times in the past.
You're not gonna impress me if you were like, I'm top 500 on OU ladder. Like, granted, now because like the minimum of that is like 1,700.
Yeah,
so it's still
huge.
Somewhat impressive. But like, if you were like, I was top 500 at the beginning of Gen 9, like, yeah, you won 3 matches. Congrats, you made top 500.
Yeah, I think I peaked at like 11 for something at OU. I never got to top 10 at the beginning of the game, but that was back when that was back during Aussie supremacy.
Yeah, when Azu was one of the better Mons because it was one of the only Mons that you could switch into Chiyu.
Hey, we'll get to Azu in like an hour, but
yeah.
I want to talk about Azu now, though. Anyway, next Pokemon, Galarian Weezing. I don't know why this is his favorite Pokemon of all time. It's really good. It's a
good person who used it last season, it's good,
but it also lost Defog, so he just doesn't have the hazard control on it.
It's one of the few Pokemon that kept Defog.
Okay, never mind. I clearly just glossed over it.
Yeah, it's
like it's good, but like it's just not something his team needs. Because like it doesn't. I mean, granted, it does take the fairy hits that the fairy and fighting that Roaring Moon doesn't take. So I guess it is good.
It takes
for Roaring Moon.
I will admit, Galarian Weezing plus Rotom, not a bad defensive core, considering that Galarian Weezing will take the grass hits for Rotom and stuff like that. And then like they're both immune to the ground, but it's a good Mon. It's a good Mon because it can Willow stuff. It can toxic stuff. It can stuff T-spikes. It can get rid of hazards. It's a good Mon. I like Galarian Weezing. I'm not gonna talk crap about that guy. Incin, not a bad Mon here. I like Incin.
I don't think it's great.
I think between Intimidates.
I mean, he's tripled up on Dark with Moon, Incin, and Zoroark, and only having he has 3 resists technically, or no 4 because Galarian Weezing is quad, Salazzle resists, Raichu resists, and then Ariados resists and Driplin's immunity. His team is not very fond of fighting because even like his resists are still taking 50 outside of like Weezing and Drifblim.
Yeah, I think what I'm more concerned about for his team is so far is that it's just not he needs like it's weird to describe it. It's just it feels like a good team, but it doesn't feel like an amazing team. You know what I mean? Like you're not afraid of a lot. You're afraid of Roaring Moon potentially winning the game versus you somehow, but like
he just decided he wanted 12 Mons and stretched his points out. If he just dropped Ariados, Drifblim, and then like boosted Zoroark or Alolan and Raichu up, his team would be so much better.
Yeah, it's like we'll get to Extra later because it was one of the later ones he picked up.
Yeah,
but I do think Incineroar not a bad Mon. Intimidate's a good ability, obviously, and then you have like U-turn, you have your knockoff, you have your Flare Blitz, you have Fake Out, you have some other stuff you can do with this guy. I think this Mon parting shot. They gave it a parting shot, obviously. I think it's a good Mon. It's not incredible. It's like its speed tier obviously leaves a lot to be desired, and it can't really help itself too much. It does have flame charge, but that takes a minute to get going.
Also, his lack of recovery on his defensive Mons is also tough.
That is true. They have Pain Split, like both Rotom and Galarian Weezing, but Pain Split's obviously not the most reliable recovery in the world.
Yeah.
And he has like no Wishmaster either.
that's dumb. It is only. I don't even know if Driplim gets Roost, but like Pain Split being your only recovery move is tough.
Yeah, especially in a league where Toxic can be more common, knockouts can be more common, and stuff like that. So,
granted, he does have a grounded poison in Salazzle, so like, and Ariados, so T-Spikes isn't gonna be breaking his team.
Individually Toxic, I mean, because Toxic is more widespread now since Gen 9's like completed. But Rotom Wash be Rotom Wash, man. He just be doing it. He's really good support mod.
That's a great mod.
Yeah, this mod has stood the test of time in draft at least. And he's like this Arya now, but Will-O-Wisp, T-Wave. You can run Scarf. You can run Specs. You can run.
You have access to Nasty Blood if you decide to do that.
Yeah, you can trick away your item. Really good mod. Rotom Wash does not need much analysis.
Yeah. He's been doing his thing since he existed, so. Zoroark,
the bad one.
I'm not a big fan of this pick at all.
It is stronger than Hisuian's Zoroark because it's base 120 special attack as opposed to base 115. And it does
stab knockoff. Just its coverage isn't great.
It has okay coverage between fire, grass, fighting, and dark.
It has psychic too, but like,
U-turn.
It's just stuff that his team doesn't need.
Yeah, it's like I don't think he needed this when you already got Instant earlier. It's like
Instant and Roaring Moon, two mods that will do Zoroark's job significantly better.
Yeah, like the Zoroark does have a higher speed tier than Incineroar, and using Illusion is fun. Illusion is a fun ability to play with.
It would be a lot better if his team was weak to Psychic.
Yeah, not having like he can use Salazzle or Weezing to bait out a Psychic and then be Zoroark. But
but like
it's not bad. But like it could be better, right? This is a classic example of missed opportunity cost for Zach's team. He's going for all these mid-range 7 to 9 point mods, but when he could have gotten a 14 or a 15, right? So it's just more so the opportunity cost for his team is what's hurting him more than anything. Goodra, this is regular Goodra, yeah?
Yeah, it's regular Goodra with Terra, Dragon, Water, and Fairy, which I think this is one of his better lower cost guys, because I think Goodra's just very good in draft.
Yeah.
With access to having pretty much any special attacking move you want, on top of Scald now, and Knockoff, is fantastic.
Yeah, this is also one of the few non-poison types that gets Toxic too.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. And then also, with base 150 special defense stat, it can just be a special wall for your team, which his team honestly kind of needed, given that Weezing has no defense and Rotom doesn't always want to be special defensive.
50 HP is terrible.
So it gives him a pivot for special attacks too. So, and then Gooey is I think Gooey is a kind of slept on ability, because the ability just slows something down as you're going down to set up your X-Mon is pretty good in my opinion.
So yeah, his team doesn't really need the Sap Sipper, so I think he'll have Gooey more, because his team isn't really weak to grass.
Yeah. But I think both his Terramons are actually both really good between Goodra and Ambipom. Because
I do. Ambipom is such an underrated mon in draft because it just does everything,
boosted, double hit, Terra normal boosted, double hit is gonna go crazy.
And on top of he just have Silk Scarf, Terra normal, Technician boosted Fake Out, so it's basically E-Speed almost.
Yeah,
it just flinches.
Ambipom's gonna be going in, dude. This guy's gonna be doing it. He's gonna bring this mon almost every week, I guarantee it.
Yeah, he will. It also gets access to Triple Axle too.
Yeah, you got the Meowscarada trade between the good Triple Axle. Some would say this is the Meowscarada NU or wherever Ambipom's at right now.
Yeah, it's NU. Yeah.
I mean, he gets Speed Bomb, so that's cool, and low kick and stuff like that.
He's got punches too.
Yeah.
It's got normal type coverage, which is pretty much everything.
But yeah, pretty good mon, and because you have 3 dark types, you're just fighting the ghost types at all times, so that's a plus. But yeah, I like Ambipom. Really good Terra. I think Ambipom was the 3rd best Terra Pokemon available after Revavroom, Electrode, and Electrode. So
yeah,
it's a really good Terra Pokemon. Alolan Raichu, It's good.
It's not great.
Decent speed tier. What am I doing? Decent speed tier.
I don't know what the hell you're typing in over there.
Decent.
Yeah, 110 speed's not terrible. Like having psychic, and then being one of the few electric types being able to just deal with water or deal with ground types because you get surf.
Yeah.
Is good, but like it's special attack stat being 190.
95. It's not super high.
Yeah. It doesn't get access to Light Ball, does it?
No, Light Ball's only for Pikachu.
Okay, okay. I thought it was just the whole Pika line.
I mean, Nuzzle is a cool move, but like, and it does stuff. Like, it has a lot of good niche moves like Encore and Endeavor and Knockoff and Fake Out and Alluring Voice, and Stored Power. But it's got a lot of cool moves. It's just hard for this Pokemon specifically to take advantage of those moves. So the speed tier is pretty good. What gives him a 110 speed tier, which he didn't have before. Not granted, he didn't really need it, given that he has Anipom and Normoon in his team, but it's still nice to have.
His team isn't even that slow because like Zorg is still 105 too, and then like
he's got one of the fastest
Anipom
teams.
is 110.
Like you have like one of the most consistent fast teams because Salazzle's base 117. Salazzle's a cool mon. I've been wanting to use it. It's just kind of hard to. I just haven't found a place for it yet on one of my teams. But Fire Poison, crazy typing, awesome typing.
Yeah, it was pretty good offensively.
Yeah, it's just like this thing has defensive of dirt, so you have to get it in safely. If you'll do anything with it.
And like its best set is always going to be Substitute, Toxic, Flamethrower, Protect,
or like Sub Nasty Plot. It's like pretty good too.
Yeah. And its coverage isn't great either, which is literally just stabs plus Dragon Pulse.
Yeah.
Like he also gets T-Wave, so it can do some stuff. But
and being able to Toxic, like if you play against Heatran, you're gonna Toxic Heatran if you wit.
Yeah. It's any Pokemon ever. Because Corrosion's a very balanced ability.
Dude, well, I think if Corrosion was on a defensive mon, it would be broken, but it's on Salazzle.
Oh, absolutely. So it's on Salazzle, and I think Glamora got it.
But yeah, why would Glamora ever use Corrosion?
Oh yeah, because it got a better ability.
If Corrosion affected T-Spikes, then it would be absurd, but it doesn't. But
you're right, yeah.
But next Pokemon, Excadrill. Really broken Pokemon. Even outside of stand, I still think Excadrill is really good because Rapid Spin sets up perfectly to sweep, and Mold Breaker is a really good ability to use out of your sweeper. It's just like I would have liked to see him pick up sand if he wanted Excadrill, and he didn't, or he hasn't yet. And so
he didn't even pick up Excadrill. We gave it to him.
Yeah, because
he didn't have a pick this late.
Because I was like, oh well, Rapid Spin looks pretty good in this team, and so I was like, oh yeah, give it to him. So,
he just needed a high point mon because he was just buying a bunch of weenie mons.
Yeah, but it also gives him electric and poison immunities, which his team which his team appreciates.
It does.
I've been using Excadrill a lot lately in OU because it's just Sand Rush Excadrill is really good mon. Even like though I think Choice Scarf Excadrill is also it's a good mon. It's actually like a really nasty cleaner against a lot of teams.
Yeah, just 135 attack is great.
Yeah, I like Excadrill. I wish he had T-Tar or Hippo on his team, but he doesn't.
Because he doesn't want to trade for some reason. He wants to keep his Ariados, little shitty sticky Weber, and Drifblim, another shitty mon.
And then
that people overrate in this league.
And then he has the 5th best sticky Weber, I think.
5th? There's several. Dude, I'd take Grubbin over this fucker.
40 speed on your sticky Weber, pretty epic.
It's kind of awful. You just get taunted.
Yeah, it's this thing is probably never seen the light of day.
Gone. Yeah, because his team's fast enough to where he doesn't need sticky web at all. Yeah. So it's just a terrible pick.
The only reason I would want sticky web in this team would be to set up Excadrill, but
yeah, so you don't have to be Scarf. Just Excadrill's the only one on his team that benefits from it.
Yeah. Moving on, Drifblim. Drifblim's kind of fire. I like this Pokemon.
Dude, this mon's so overrated in this league.
Everybody who picks it up just thinks it's one of the most underrated mons ever, and it just doesn't do anything ever. They pick it up and like, you got Calm Mind Unburdened, and then they bring it out and it just dies in 2 hits, and then it just does nothing.
I think if he made this a Terra Captain, it'd be a lot better.
I agree 100%, but he already has 2 mons that are significantly better with Terra.
Yeah, that's fair.
Gudra, I can see an argument for Gudra, but I definitely think Amy Bum's better with Terra.
I agree. But yeah, I like Drifblim. It's just like when you have 12 options, why would you bring your 11th best Pokemon, or I guess maybe 10th best? Maybe it's better than Zorwork. Yeah, it's just like I don't see it coming unless you really want to block Rapid Spin for some reason. But it's not like
he doesn't even have hazards.
Yeah, you don't really have any hazards anyway.
He has rocks and webs, and his rocker is never gonna have rocks.
Exegil, yeah.
So
I don't know.
You don't need to block, and you don't need to block hazards.
His team suffers from not being super cohesive. It's not a horribly incohesive team. It's just lacking like a thing or two. But then the opportunity cost is what's killing him here, because like if you literally take out Ariados, Drifblim, and like Zorwork, that's 17 points. That's 15 point strategy you can work with and get something really good in this team.
I don't even know what he could because he can't get.
Well, he could get T-Gar for 15 points. So.
Yeah, he can get Weavile for 17. You can get Manaphy for 16.
T-Gar for 15.
And any 15 pointer. Well, if he gets rid of Ariados, Drifblim, and Zorwork, it's 17 points.
Yeah.
So he gets any other Mon that's just better for his team.
Yeah, or like if he gets rid of like Raichu, Ariados, Drifblim, something like that. But like
yeah, and then he gets 15.
It's just like the opportunity cost is killing Zach here. So
yeah,
I do think this is the worst team we've gone over so far, though.
I agree. Look at that, my spoiler came true.
Granted, he was the only one that was not present for draft day.
Well,
so
him and Seb both weren't there, but Seb just told me to draft for them. So
yeah. And you know how to draft, so
yeah. I just picked him a bunch of broken Mons, and it just worked out. So
alright, Hawker's team literally made his team worse because he wanted Squawkabilly on it, because the Pokegame has Squawkabilly on his current draft team.
Well, because he was thinking about dropping Braviary for Buns, and I said, if you're gonna drop Braviary for Buns, just pick up Squawkabilly for 2 points. He wanted Buns more because he wanted the best gouging fire counter in the game.
Dude, the best gouging fire counter? I guess that's kind of true.
It's immune to fire and dragon.
That's
so
fair.
It is literally the best gouging fire counter in the game.
This dude did not want to lose to me.
Yeah, his team actually gets dog walked by it. So like Valiant is not taking a Heat Crash. Goldango's definitely not taking it. What is that Raging Bolt going to do to an Outrage? This Cresselia thing is not great. Quag is trash.
Dude, Fire Dragon's a nasty defensive typing.
It's dumb. We had it on we had it on Turtonator and Reshiram, and one of those Mons doesn't exist. It's crazy. Turtonator is the Mon that doesn't exist, by the way. That Mon's dog shit. I hate that Mon so much.
So, anyway, let's talk about this team a little bit. I think this is the second season in a row he had Val because no one wanted to use Val for some reason.
Did he have it last season?
I think he did.
No, he didn't. Stayweak had it last season. Yeah, I know he had Val. No.
I think I thought about picking Val. Val's like...
Val is broken. That Mon's so good.
It is broken. Slightly worse about Booster Energy. I'll stand by this.
Everything's going to be slightly worse when it loses Booster. But when you go from 100 to 99, you're still better than most Mons. It lost 1% of its viability.
Yeah.
No.
It lost on the speed boosting sets, which does matter in draft because that allows you to eclipse all the monsters are faster than you can.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be choice locked anymore. Now he has to be choice locked. He's coming down to Earth with all the other mortals. That's his only issue now.
But yeah, the thing of the million sets: SD, Choice Band, Calm Mind, Mixed, Choice Guard, Choice Specs, Trick sets, support sets, whatever. Doesn't matter. The thing can do it at a high level. This thing's broken. This thing does everything amazing. Fighting Fairy, broken typing.
It's fantastic.
I think this and Meow are the two best Pokemon in draft, and if you want to go this way, that's fine.
Yeah. You want any coverage move you ever need, or do you want the odds support buttons you can click?
Yeah.
Or the ignore stat boosting moves?
Yeah. I love Val. This Mon, I've been wanting to use it for so long. I only passed up on it because Gouging Fire is new. But next season, if it's available, I'll probably go for it. Yeah, that's enough to talk about Val. It's Val. Goldango. Cool Mon. I personally hate this Mon just because I had to play against it so much. I know you.
Yeah.
It's
like
it's good in his team because he has a decent amount of hazards. I don't think it's amazing on his team, but it does give him the ghost the normal immunity, the fighting immunity, the poison immunity, which does matter.
It is also unnecessarily bulky too, so like and it gets access to recover.
Yeah.
And having the best steal move in the game, being Make It Rain.
Make It Rain is broken, yeah. I think the Nasty Plot set is actually my favorite set of this because Nasty Plot, Make It Rain, Shadow Ball, the cover. I love that set.
Yeah.
With whatever item, doesn't matter. And it can also do like the choice sets with Trick. It can do the bulkier sets too, or it can be like just super offensive. Pretty good mon overall. Everyone knows it from OU, obviously. It's just really good. Raging Bolt. I think this mon is slightly
so
overrated. Really?
That's crazy. This mon's broken. It's so bulky. It never dies in one hit to anything, and it most likely will kill you if you're not immune to Dragon. And then having Thunderclap being Electric Sucker Punch is also insane. Granted, it does lose every 1v1 to ground types. That's like its only downfall.
That's like every time I played against it. Granted, it's OU. I never have had a problem against this mon because I feel like a lot of fairies and a lot of ground types both shut it down. Granted,
just in draft it's so much better because there's very limited fairies and very limited ground types.
I'll agree with you, fairies. I think ground types are a bit more punchable. But yeah, it's definitely good. Without booster, it's slightly worse because it's not as threatening. Just come in, get a special attack raise, and just break or something.
Never really used it. They have access to Calm Mind, so they don't need to use the booster.
But
they just run max HP and then they just live every hit because their defense stats are stupid.
A lot of times in OU nowadays, they run special attack booster just they can drop a Draco or threaten the fairy type that comes out with like Thunderbolt or whatever. But without booster, you can't do that off the rip. You have to set up Calm Mind or whatever, which is just slower. But it's a good mon, obviously. You can even face stuff like Dragon Tail if you want to, and then it's just a good. Like you said, having electric type Sucker Punch on the special side is just pretty good.
Yeah, and it also doesn't even have to worry about ground types as much in draft because if his base speed's just faster, they just run speed, power, solar beam, and I'm pretty sure the thing will just die.
Hopper also did a good job there too because he drafted 2 ground immunities on his team.
Yeah, he drafted 2 ground immunities after drafting 3 mons super duper weak to ground.
Yeah. Good team planning there. Next one is Cress. Cress is broken, dude, in the draft.
Dude, it's good, but as much as Asan sucks this thing off, I think it is severely overrated from his opinion, but I think most people put it in the right spot.
I think for a support mod, it's really good at what it does. Between having good coverage so it can just hit what it needs to. It can set up screens. Lunar Indents exists, obviously. It can set up Calm Minds. It can set up Future Sight. It can team stuff really efficiently.
Yeah, I agree. It does its job. Just Stayweak puts this thing on the biggest pedestal possible. Because he's just he always just you just click Calm Mind and then you win the game. I'm just that's not how that works.
That's definitely not how this one works.
Within OU, because it has Terra, so you can't Toxic it if you want to do Terra Poison. But it's just not. That's just not how that mon works.
Yeah.
Granted, I do agree with your opinion, but
I will say that I wish he had a better Dark/Ghost checks on his team than Low Kicks and Iron Val, especially given he has mons like Goldango and Cresselia. If he had Mandibuzz or something on his team, that'd be kind of crazy. But there's only so many bulky dark types to go around. Mandibuzz is a free agent right now.
Mandibuzz got undrafted.
Yeah, Mandibuzz should not be undrafted, by the way. That mon feels such a good role.
It's so broken.
Anyway, Quagsire, pretty good mon.
This mon's dog shit. I hate this dude. This dude's not good.
I think having Unaware by itself makes Unaware and being a water ground type that has water absorb, gives it agency.
I understand that Unaware is good. But with every mon and their mother getting access to Trailblaze, his viability has gone down the drain.
That's fair. I gotta say, I always think about this mon from the perspective where a lot of the ladder nowadays is just hyper offense, so that's where Quagsire is really good. But in draft, it's not everyone's gonna be running hyper offense style teams. And also, like, you can just plan for this and just put your grass move on it. But in Trailblaze, it's distributed like 95% of the mons in Gen 9. So
yeah, and a lot of mons have Trailblaze now. So there's a lot of mons that can just stand in front of it and do 80% and get a speed boost off of it. So it's just free setup for any physical offensive mon that has Trailblaze.
Yeah. He doesn't. His team likes this water immunity. He doesn't need it because he has Resist and Raging Bolt and Serena. I think this mon will come occasionally. It has hazards. It has toxic. So he's gonna need it. He's gonna want to bring it for the weeks he wants to bring hazards. Which, given that this is his best mon, you set up hazards with because it's the only other mon that has hazards. That's like Flygon, I think. He is gonna think about bringing it most weeks. To be honest.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he didn't have hazards outside of Flygon getting Stealth Rock.
But I think Quag is gonna come just because it feels that need on his team. But But I do think you're right, where I feel like a lot of teams are going to be ready for it.
Yeah, so I don't want to give out too much info, but I did run Trailblaze against it when I helped him. So it is most mons are going to have Trailblaze. If they're physical setup super, they're going to have the grass move because they just need to have it.
If you play against him and he switches in Quagsire in front of your Mammo after you EQ or something, like, oh cool, I'm going to Trailblaze, kill this. And
yeah, exactly. And then I'm speed boosted and I'm running through the rest of his team. Yeah. So
like Mammo's like kind of a high end, kind of like a high end example there, but like you guys get the idea. Next up, Iron Moth. Good mon. I like Iron Moth.
I agree.
Just like I like both the specs and scarf sets, which is usually when it's going to be heavy duty boots is also good. And given that his team doesn't have the best hazard removal, oh yeah, Serena. Never mind, I lied. He has Serena and Defog from Flygon.
And Avalugg.
Yeah, it's Avalugg. But yeah, ground and poison helps because you don't have to worry about T-spikes anymore. They gave this thing Meteor Beam for some reason, so that's cool.
Dude, why do they do that?
Yeah, dude, Agility Meteor Beam actually sounds super easy. That's cool.
That's such a cool set. He'll probably bring it if he listens to this or even sees that he has both of those moves in access.
Yeah. Fire Dance
is also such a move. That move is so stupid.
Yeah. You have Morning Sun for longevity. You have Overheat just to blow something up. You have your poison moves. You have U-turn. I like this mon a lot. I think this mon's super good.
I agree. I'm very surprised that this is the first time it's been drafted.
It's just kind of awkward to run because you are 4x weak to ground because this mon is fast. And
and has access to grass moves.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Because most ground types are going to be slower than this. So.
Yeah.
Serena. I love Serena. This
mon's so good.
This mon always gets like incrementally bumped up every season because of how much work it puts in. It gets a lot of attention because it's one of the few mons that have access to rapid spin. But for this mon specifically, rapid spin at base 72, when you have an ability which negates all priority, and you go up to you go up to what is that 398 when you get a speed boost.
Yeah, about like 399, I think.
Yeah. Like that's super good. This thing is baby Weavile. You have your triple axle. You have your U-turn. You have your knockoff. You have your power whip.
High jump kick.
Yeah.
And it's just naturally bulky, so it does have access to things like Assault Vest.
Yeah. And then like Synthesis, it can run too. Like, just good mon. I like this mon a lot.
And it has taunt. That mon's so good.
Like this mon like there's a lot of like mons that are slower than this that rely on priority, which this mon can just completely deny like Ozu and stuff like that. I like Serena a lot. This mon's super good.
I agree.
He kind of needs it for his team too, because he doesn't need it, but Iron Moth does appreciate the spin support.
Yeah, it's also on top of needing something to beat grounds, because at this moment his only thing that beats grounds is Quagsire, and that's not great. So
he does have some grass coverage on his team outside of that, but you want like a more direct answer.
Yeah. Because it just comes in on ground types and just beats them up.
Flygon. Dude, my guy Flygon.
Dude, this mon sucks. This mon is so bad.
With Terra, it's better. Okay.
Yeah, it is better because he gets rid of his quad weak to ice, and then he gets levitate on electric or steel.
Yeah, well, he can just Dragon Dance. I think Dragon Dance Flygon actually gonna put in some work because Dragon Dance Flygon can, I think, quickly get out of hand in a similar way to like River can, and just start EQing stuff. Start Dragon Clawing stuff like that. I think Dragon Dance Flygon is something to be afraid of. The defense set isn't as good, in my opinion, especially because
did he lose Roost or no?
It lost Roost and Defog, it looks like. So this thing's gonna be offensive most weeks.
Yeah, just got access to Stealth Rock. It does have first impression, so I guess it could beat up some like dark types and like psychic types.
No, Hawker's not a bot, so he just didn't put he didn't put Terra Normal on this like a Boomer stuff.
Yeah.
So good job, Hawker, for avoiding that trap. But
he did put 2 fantastic Terra types on it.
Yeah.
That take advantage of Levitate.
Yeah, I like Flygon. I think this mon's gonna put in work.
I'm not a big fan of it, but I can see it doing something at least because like Dragon Dance on any mon's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, well, like the thing
on base 100 is not great.
The thing about it makes this unique among all the Terras is that the SPL and has been banning a lot of the lower end Pokemon from having speed boosting Terra, being a speed having Terastallizing out of their bad typing and then using their speed boosting move. Things like Dragon Dance and stuff like that. They don't allow it a lot. But Flygon is one of the few mons that has a speed boost, has like a Dragon Dance or Shift Gear type move that they're allowing to Terra. It's literally just Flygon and Riverroom that are allowed to do this.
Yeah, don't worry, we're banning Riverroom from Terra next season, so Riverroom won't have it.
Yeah, so I think Flygon's really good. Next Pokemon, Low Kicks. I still don't think this mon's amazing, but yeah, I don't think
it's pretty decent for his team.
I think,
granted, his team is doesn't have great dark answers.
I think he needed something to beat ghost types and dark types. And this does a pretty good job at that with like first impression and Psycho Punch.
Yeah.
It's just like it's such an easy mon to prepare for, dude.
It is. You just run Protect for the first impression, and then you just don't have to worry about Sucker if you're a Fairy type or whatever else.
There's
if you resist the dark button.
There's also a lot of mons nowadays. They're just quad resist bugs, so.
Yeah.
So Low Kicks will become a lot more manageable. But yeah, I don't have much else to say about Low Kicks.
This guy loves his Dox buns. He's drafted the Dox bun every season almost.
I can't believe I got counterpicked by Dash Bun. Guys, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's also not like you don't have answers for it either way. You totally don't have King Gambit and like Hisui and Sneasel sitting there. Granted, Gambit will have to hopefully not die to a body press, but
yeah, it's this mod's good. I actually think for the lower end fairy types, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Because it can Wish Pass, but like 57 health is not the best thing to do with this. But for this specifically, just like have Wish Protect for this, thing have longevity is pretty good. It has roars that can phase stuff out. It has body press, lowering voice, play rough. Not a bad mon. Definitely a good like lower point mon. Like one of the better ones for sure.
Yeah.
Watch me not even have to play Hawker this season. That'd be funny.
That would be hilarious. He also just loves that mon. It just happened to also be the best gouging fire answer.
Avalug, another spinner. He can Terrasilize out of this water fairy, which is cool. I don't care about his mon in either case. Gyro Ball is cool.
Yeah. It did get better ice coverage because I finally got access to Icicle Crash and Ice Spinner.
Yeah.
Because its only ice stab used to be Avalanche, which was awful.
If it Terrasilize out of its ice type, it can actually be pretty decent because it has Recover.
Yeah.
And its special defense is still garbage, so it just
shit.
But
it's just terrible.
There are some matchups where Avalug could be potentially really good if the opponent doesn't have like a lot of good special attackers.
Yeah, which is not gonna happen because everyone has a good special attacker.
Like even like you probably have the weakest special attacking core, but like even those are still gonna do like 60.
Yeah.
On a non-choice specs button.
Yeah.
So.
And then I could even like just toxic this or trick or something. I don't know.
Exactly.
But yeah, this last Pokemon, Squawkabilly. Pretty much just a meme mon. I don't know how much you want to talk about Squawkabilly for.
Yeah, it's not great. It's just
the best set is just to use Guts and then hope it just be bad, so it just be like worse Swallow.
Yeah, it's just what Basculin does, but it has an extra step to it because you got to be burned.
Mm-hmm. Granted, he does have Facade, Terra Normal boosted Facade, so it's a 280 button. It's Explosion that doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
So it's pretty scary. It can be scary, but I don't think it's going to take over teams, and I doubt he's going to bring it too often.
Yeah.
So Hawker himself might try to force it every season. He'll be like, "Oh, Squawkabilly isn't bad," and then just still bring it, but it's not going to do great.
Yeah. Next team. We have to rank it. I think it's
we have to rank it.
Good. Val is really good. I don't love some of the synergies. I don't think Goldango particularly fits amazing on this team. But
yeah, it fits somewhat. It's like in the mid ground in my opinion, because it's not terrible for his team, but it's also not great.
It kind of reminds me like when he had Cinderace on his Hisuian Samurai team. Like it's not that bad.
That was actually not great.
But
at all.
But yeah, but when you have Val, like you always got a chance.
Yeah.
I love Iron Moth. Iron Moth's probably his second best mon, to be honest. But
yeah, he has a lot of good mons.
I think his team could get worn down like over time. It's like, but like, it is a good team. I don't think it's an amazing team. I think it goes below maybe you. I don't know if this team's better than yours. I think.
Cause like my team doesn't match up. Like if we're going matchup wise, it doesn't match up terrible into his. But I think his team has significantly bigger threats probably. Cause like my Darkrai is worse than Valiant.
Yeah.
I think Mence is worse than. Mence might not be worse than Iron Moth because Mence has a lot of takeover power. I think Crown is definitely worse than Moth, and then like Mamo and like Goldingo are probably on the same level because they're both.
I think
do the same job of chunking something and then dying.
I mean, this is I just don't think too highly of Raging Bolt, but I think all 3 high-end mons are better than his high-end mons. But he also has 2 more mons for extra like variety. Granted, one of the squad.
Granted, his extra variety isn't
always great. Granted, his extra variety is better than the other person we've seen with 12 mons, but I could definitely see it being below mine.
Yeah, I think your team is better than his. I think that's my final answer. But I think I think his team is clearly better than everyone in Tier 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoop. Stayweak, from the jump, pretty good team.
Dude, yeah, this is my worst matchup of all time because I have no freeze dry switch-ins. This Kyurem comes in, clicks freeze dry, and kills half my team.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I also don't have a freeze dry. No, I have a King Gambit. Never know why. But,
yeah, but like it's just tough. It's tough out here for my team in freeze dry. But like, yeah, his team is great. Like he has Chili Reception on Glow
Chili into Kyurem is just always broken.
Yeah, just get the +1 defense on Kyurem, so he doesn't have to worry about like fighting or steal. Mons killing him in one hit.
The second or third best spinner in Iron Shreds, depending on how you feel about Exegil.
Yeah.
And then like Owl is pretty good because he can Wish Pass to like
the best Wish Passer in the game.
Yeah. We'll go over one by one really quick. So yeah. So Kyurem, a spec set is probably what it's going to be every time. I don't think the Dragonet set's okay, but without Roost, it's a lot worse. But yeah, choice specs, or even like, I can see it being boots at some weeks, so I can switch up moves. But yeah, choice specs into Blizzard.
Kyurem's just good at everything. He gets access to Blizzard. He doesn't have to run Ice Beam because of Chili Reception. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
that's so gross.
He's gonna Chili into choice specs Blizzards every week, dude.
That's disgusting.
The fact that he got that combination in draft is pretty gross.
Yeah.
And in freeze dry to beat the ice types, Draco Meteor, coverage. I think it's Earth Power. It does get Earth Power. Yeah, so Kyurem's gonna be taken. Kyurem's just gonna be taken on Pokemon. The only weakness this thing has is beat its base 95.
Yeah, that's its worst weakness, but like most of the time it just gets counterbalanced by his natural bulk, and then on top of having snow boosted. Yeah, it just seems gross.
Yeah, and Slowking is just is like the best natural partner for it. Not only is it like a good not only does it like absorb the fighting moves that Kyurem's gonna be taking, but obviously also it does just chill you out into it. And you don't even have to run the Frost Rock to extend the turn because you don't really need it. With the Dark Berry, the Cold Berry could be good with the Ground Berry. I can't remember what it's called right now. Shuka Berry. Heavy duty boots, leftovers. You can also set this up pretty well with Future Sight. Future Sight, get in your Kyurem and just blow something up with the combination of Kyurem plus Future Sight. That's gonna be devastating. And then between like Slack Off, Regenerator, really good coverage on this Pokemon just in general. Like these two in tandem are gonna destroy a lot of teams. And then Shreds, we talked about it already, but really good spinner.
He's just a very good Gloomon. Yeah. He does a lot of stuff he'll do all the stuff that you don't want other Mons doing.
And even then, he does have some takeover. Oh, his takeover potential isn't that great, actually.
He's very good with weakness policy, as we saw from Zach Howick in past seasons. Just getting access to that +2 attack on his coverage is great.
Weakness policy in the Rabbit's been pretty nice. And then he can turn out with Volt Switch and to get in Kyurem.
Also, water types can't even stay in on this guy because he has Supercell Slam.
Yeah, Supercell Slam is kind of a crazy move for Pokemon to add in. Just to give a bunch of grand ground
that's so dumb. It's such a dumb move they added. Like, granted, they gave it the perfect drawback because of how many ground types there are. But it's still disgusting that how many Pokemon got an electric base 100 move.
It's not even as inaccurate as High Jump Kick, because High Jump Kick is 90 accuracy at least. So, but 95 is a risk worth taking most times. And then even if you do miss Supercell Slam for whatever reason, you have Aloe to heal you back up to full with Wish Passing.
Dude, the Alomomola heals most of his team back to full.
Yeah, granted, Wish Passing to Kyurem and Shred is actually super clutch.
And Cornerstone. Because it heals 80% on Cornerstone and gives him back access to Sturdy.
Yeah.
So.
Obviously, this is the least threatening offensive mon of all time. It does have good support, obviously, with between Knockoff and Heat Wish.
Scald.
Yeah, it got Scald back too. So.
The only mon that actually needed it.
But yeah, so Aloe, pretty good mon for his team. Chestnut to set up the spikes and be another good wall for his team.
Dude, this mon is so disgusting. Have you ran this thing in RU? It just clicks Iron Defense on most of that tier and just wins.
Dude, Chestnut is so much fun to use, dude. I've been using it on
He's also a very huge Chestnut fan. And Chestnut with Terra Electric is just gross.
Yeah.
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, absorbs the flying move.
And you're most likely gonna get that Iron Defense up, so most ground types are not breaking you after the Iron Defense.
And then even then, if you want to use this in the more supportive role, it has a lot of good ANC to do that between Leech Seed, Spikes, Spiky Shield, Drain Punch.
Knock off.
Knock off
stuff. It also has Synthesis too, so it has Recovery.
Yeah, this might have a lot of options. Ogerpon, but the Rock type one.
I think this is the best one for draft. This one's so good.
Dude, having an offensive Rock type is so good in draft, dude. It's so good.
And he has the best rock move of all time.
Yeah, full 100% accurate 100 base power rock move.
It's so disgusting.
Better than Mighty Cleave? Question mark.
I mean, yeah, Mighty Cleave. The only thing Mighty Cleave gets is 5 less base power and goes to protect.
I mean, that's probably worth it.
So there's an argument for whichever one you want to be better, but they're both really broken.
Yeah. Dude, this one is so good. Obviously, Rock is not the best defensive typing, but who cares?
Dude, Rock and Grass are actually perfect for each other. They Rock actually gets rid of most of Grass's weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean,
and then the same for the other way around.
Rock does not resist bug, right? I always get confused on that.
I'm pretty sure it does. Hold on. I'll tell you their weaknesses right now.
I always feel like Rock resist bug, but for me,
okay, no, it doesn't resist rock. Or bug does not. Or rock does not resist bug. It's weak to fighting, bug, steel, and ice. That's it.
That's not too bad, to be honest.
And then it's resisting normal and electric, which is whatever, but like it's not bad.
Yeah. This one obviously had like U-turn, knockoff, IV Kujel, spikes, spiky shield, grass stab. Really good mon overall. I like this mon a lot. I do think this is the best one in draft.
Yes.
And sturdy's a pretty good ability. So.
Yeah, just because having sturdy is so great. Because it just allows you to, like, if that setup sweeper is getting out of hand and he's just like 1 HP, then you just have a sturdy mon to take care of it.
Yeah, dude, having a fallback like that's always been nice. And also, as I said earlier, being an offensive rock type Pokemon is so hard to switch into in the draft.
Yes, absolutely.
Next up, Senchino.
Dude, this mon is, if he Terra'd this guy, this mon is so disgusting.
He could Terra
the fact that it got tidy up, so he has hazard control on top of D-Dance, is so stupid.
Dude, tidy up on this is really nasty. And then with Skill Link, you can, you got your Tail Slap, you got your Rock
Bullet
Blast,
Seed, Rock Blast. It's so disgusting. And it's a 115 speed, so it gets like good U-turns. And it has 95 attack on top of triple axle, so it just, and having T-Wave is also gross.
Yeah, T-Wave and Super Fangs are good support options too. And like Gunk Shot is like it has Gunk Shot too.
Dude, this mon's so disgusting.
Yeah, this mon's really good. And the main problem it had before, and why I never took off, is because it can never boost its attack before, but now it has Tidy Up. So.
Yes.
Senchino's gonna be good.
And like most of them don't even run Skill Link; they just run Loaded Dice and Technician.
Because
it just does more damage.
Yeah, that's fair. I forgot it has Technician, so I've only ever used the Skill Link.
Yeah, because that's all it used to be able to use was Skill Link.
Honestly, he could trade his Bastion on Terra over to Senchino Terra, and that'd be pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I think Bastion with Terra helps his team out a lot, though.
It does.
Because he kind of lacks that like really good wall, and like this guy getting body press plus foul play is the most disgusting thing Pokemon has ever done. Because this guy's only issue was the fact he couldn't hit stuff for damage, and now he can.
Yeah, and now he can Terra out of his horrible typing too.
Yes.
Pretty good mon. I think between Iron Defense, the Iron Defense set, it's just gonna be good. You're gonna set up hazard for it occasionally, probably. But it's just good. I like it. And then he can serve his points to get 2 hard hitters in the back here with Thundurus and Quavo.
Yeah, Thundurus also helps his team out a lot because like his team isn't the fastest, but it also like there's like a random mon that's just gonna be faster. So like,
well, he has Prankster T-Wave.
Like
he has Prankster T-Wave for this.
Yeah, I use Darkrai as a terrible example because it ignores Prankster, but like. There's all like Noivern. Noivern's faster than most of his team. Then he just gets Prankster T-Waved, and then that Noivern's irrelevant now.
Yeah, Prankster T-Wave, or just like Prankster Sub, Nasty Plot Step, like we talked about earlier.
Exactly. Yeah. This thing also gets bulk up.
Really good coverage too, because it's a genie.
Yeah.
And then he had to pick up another amazing hazard control Pokemon in Quavo.
This mon is so gross. And having the access to be defensive because of Roost and then being water fighting is disgusting. And having access to 2 of the best water moves being Aqua Step and Wave Crash.
Yeah, well, like one of the biggest problems with his team before Quavo was on it is that he did not have like a takeover Pokemon or a Pokemon to just win the game with.
Yeah.
Because Kieran was gonna punch holes, Ogerpon was gonna punch holes, Thundurus can punch holes, but now Quavo is the Pokemon who's gonna win the game with. Usually.
Yes.
So.
Because he's just going to come in and kill whatever's at like 30 health with Aqua Step and then get a free D-Dance because I'm Moxie.
Yeah, really good team overall. I think like it's not really lacking anything. Like maybe you want your Stealth Rock to be on a better Pokemon to Bastion on, but like who cares?
Yeah.
I mean you can just hit Rock to Shred actually.
Yeah.
And because you have 3 different options for hazard removal between Rapid Spin on Shreds and Quavo and Tidy Up on Senchino, you can move stuff around a lot too. So you don't have to force.
Yeah.
So you can like you don't have to like force you can like open up a move slot on something else because you're moving your hazard control over to something else, right? So overall, I really like his team. I think it might be better than my team. I think Dude,
I actually like your team a lot more than his, so I was gonna put his behind you because you actually have a lot more like takeover and your team's definitely well more constructed. Because like his team definitely has some whole like he barely has a fire switch and his fire switch is a la Momola.
Yeah,
and like kind of Quavo, but like
I think his team is gonna be really just what's the word I'm looking for? Like formulaic. Like, it's gonna be really simple, effective, formulaic team because it's gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna use my Pokemon to pivot into Kyurem and fire off fully accurate Blizzards with from Chili or Draco Meteors, whatever, and that's gonna set up my Quavo or my Cinderace to win the game or something like that. Like, it's a very like it's like the win condition is set up. It's just like I feel like it's somewhat obvious what he wants to be doing. It's like with the only knock against it. Like I feel like his team is set in a really good direction, but I feel like it's set in what that direction is going to be like obvious, and then people are going to be able to counter that. But I think it's well constructed for whatever that's worth.
Yeah,
that's
what I said. I think he's definitely only slightly worse than yours, but I definitely think he's a tier 1 team.
But I do think his team is like it's going to be like easy to pilot for him though. Like, I think his team is just such an auto like, oh, I click Chili, I bring in Kyurem, I click Blizzard, like.
Yeah, it's very much his playstyle.
Yeah.
But like, granted, the worst thing for this team to have is his mentality because he's the person that will FF on 5-6 constantly. He'll lose one mon and say I can't win this and then FF.
Yeah. So, yeah, I will say though, like, it's a very good team. I do think it's like at least in like the same tier as my team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He's at this moment it's the second best team.
Right.
So I think yours has like the slight edge because it's significantly better, well constructed. The synergy is there.
Yeah,
and it just you have better offensive pressure.
Yeah,
because like his offensive pressure is Kyurem, and then like Quavo, and then Ogerpon sometimes.
Well, yeah, Quavo
Thundurus is there, but like
the one knock on Quavo is that it takes at least one turn to get going. Always.
Yes.
So it's not gonna be as immediate. It's just like gouging fire or Great Tusk.
Gouging fire and Great Tusk both come in and automatically have.
Or like Lycanroc Dusk is like more offensively striking as soon as it
exactly.
comes out.
Exactly.
But yeah, like I do think I matched up against this team. I just think my team matches up really well with his team for the best worst.
I agree because like you have a bunch of like gouging fire kind of runs through his team the moment you click one Dragon Dance. His only switch into gouging fire would be defensive quack.
I will say lack of priority is actually a super big weakness on his team. He has like no priority.
His priority is Aqua Jet on Quavo.
Yeah. And
that's like it.
Yeah.
That's all he's got.
I do think having a really good form priority is super important in draft, and that's like the biggest knock on Stayweak's teams. Like when I've been now that I'm like thinking about it.
Because priority is always good to have because like there's certain points where your team is just getting dog walked. Like you get that +2 gouging fire and he's at like 12 HP, so you have to make sure you get this kill, and you have to have some type of priority to hurry up and beat that guy.
Granted, he does have sturdy Ogerpon, so not as big of a deal, but hazards are so prevalent. Even if you have 3 ways to remove hazards, you're not always going to be able to keep them off at all times.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, Asiago Bob, one of the 2 new players this season. I barely looked at his team. He has a rain. Oh, he's the rain team. Okay. So
he's the rain team with 9 Pokemon.
Both the new people drafted Road Weather teams. That's crazy.
Drafted a 9-mon team in a minimum 10-mon game. It's crazy. that Morgrem is not a Pokemon he's ever bringing in.
Probably not. But let's talk about. It's funny. He didn't even draft a rain. He didn't even draft like.
He picked it up later.
Yeah, he picked up Pelipper after the fact because his team was a rain team.
Yeah.
I will say Archaludon and Rain is so disgusting, dude. He's like Archaludon might just carry him all the way to victory.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about Torn first. Broken Mon. Not broken because it did lose knockoff. Oh, no, it got knockoff back. Never mind. I lied. Yeah, it doesn't have defog. It's just like the main thing it doesn't have anymore. But fully accurate Hurricanes are pretty dumb.
Yeah, and it just being regen is great.
I think this. I've always thought this thing's best set is the Life Orb set. I like this one. I like this thing being offensively potent a lot more than being like Assault Vest. Cause
I like a lot of regen mons with Life Orb in general because like they're some of the few mons that just can ignore the Life Orb.
Yeah, the drawback to Life Orb exactly. Yeah, so between like Hurricane, you'll probably run like Grass on this for some Pokemon. You run like your Focus Blast, and then you run like Knock Off or U-Turn, right? So like that's very good. Yeah. Obviously, he's been a staple on Rain for years. He's gonna be a staple on Rain here.
Yeah.
Conk. I don't think. I like Conk. I do like it on this team because it is gonna be a status pivot because of Guts. So he doesn't have to like worry about like the rest of the team getting toxic or will-o-wisp because he can just pivot to Kelder. And then
I do know that he was from Hammerfall, his brother, he was thinking about dropping Conk, but if he drops it, that's his only hazard removal he has on. Or actually, no, Scizor has defog, but like
he has defog on Scizor and
terrible.
Yeah,
Scizor and Conk. That's it. Those are the only two mons on the team that have hazard removal.
He does have Magic Bounce too, but like
that's not hazard removal. That's just hazard denial.
Yeah. I don't know. I never understood why Conkeldurr has defog. Feels like such a weird mon to randomly have it.
I agree. I just imagine him spinning in a circle with both of his pillars.
Yeah, that's exactly what I imagine. Yeah. Dude, this guy, I've always liked Conk. Like, I've always liked the AZ set. I've always liked the Guts set. I've always liked those two sets have always been my favorite. But like with like Mach Punch specifically, I've never liked Bulk Up for some reason with this Pokemon. I think it's just a little too slow. But
because he always takes like 60 from a hit. So, just this mon's gonna do its job of like dealing 60 to one of their walls, and then Barraskewda or like Tornadus get to come in and do their job.
Well, like, Conk's always a nice Pokemon to just have in reserve to just Mach Punch something because Mach Punch is super strong. Granted, he has better priority on his team, so he's probably not gonna use it that often. But it's still nice to have. And then like again, Defog probably gonna occasionally come out for him, though I don't think this is the best Defog Pokemon in the world. But yeah, I've always liked like the Mach Punch, Drain Punch. Other punches set with Guts or Assault Vest, or even Iron Fist. Like, yeah, they get Assault Vest, Iron Fist. Next Pokemon, what's the next one? It's Hatterene. I do think Hat it's a little worse in draft than it's in ladder, just because like. Things aren't as predictable in draft because like you can be like, oh, I'm gonna bring this in front of a mon, it's totally gonna use a status move, and just doesn't, it just hits you and you like take 80, like, oh wow, I didn't think that would happen. But I like Hat. It's obviously on teams that don't have a lot of hazard removal, it's really good on, and also like the opportunity to just flick the hazards back is always great. Calm Mind Hat's always just right. You gotta have a plan in mind for it. Nuzzle's a nice move for his mon to have.
I don't think it's very good for his team.
I don't think it's that great either, but I think it's.
I think it's very good for his team because like his team doesn't have many walls.
Oh, I thought you.
Like his walls are like Hat and like Scizor, like his best defensive guys.
I mean, he has some like bulky mons that he can pivot to, like Archaludon and Pelipper, but.
I mean, yeah. Just the problem with Archaludon is it's special. The moment it gets any like neutral hit or super effective hit on its special side, it's getting blown up.
AV Archaludon is like actually the good set, but.
I mean, even that probably still takes 60 from any like super effective hit.
AV Archaludon is like getting suspect tested right now.
I know it's getting suspect tested, but I'll just use Valiant because that's the only one I can think of.
I'm sure Val at neutral does like 80 at least, like CC.
Yeah, Moonblast does 55 to 66 on choice specs.
Yeah.
That's like ignoring. That's just basically ignoring the special attack boost. So it does 37 to 44 on those choice specs.
Yeah.
From Valiant. So like.
I mean, but Archaludon. We'll get to it in a second. But Archaludon has like stupid good takeover potential in the rain, like between like Stamina, Assault Vest, like the Electro Shot.
It's still a great mon.
Yeah. Speaking of great mon, Samurott just clicks Cecil's Edge and then sets up Hazard for free.
As Stayweak calls it, Cecil's cringe, because that shit is cringe. Set up moves on attacking moves is so dumb. It's such the stupidest thing Game Freak has probably come up with.
Hey, on Cleavor, it's balanced because Cleavor is weak to like emotion.
It's bad. Cleavor is a bad mon. But they said, let's give Cecil's Edge spikes and be a dark move.
Yeah.
And get boosted by sharpness. For whatever reason.
hey, I mean, if Cleavor can have his move boosted by sharpness, this guy can have his move boosted by sharpness.
I understand, but like, Cecil's Edge, like Edge is the only part, but it sounds like it would be boosted by sharpness. Yeah. Stone Axe sounds like a move that would be boosted by sharpness.
Yeah. This thing also has like a bunch of good sets that can run. Choice Scarf, Choice Band, Focus Sash, AV. Those are like the standard four.
Yeah, dude. It's so good.
Swords Dance is an option. You can run Rindo Berry. I've seen even like Sizz Def Samurai before, so like pretty good mod overall. It does not have it has flip turn now, so like yeah, it's good mod overall.
It's great. Yeah. It's broken.
Yeah, especially
and it can be mixed.
Especially in draft where hazard removal is more common now at the end of the game's lifespan, but it's still not super duper common, especially like the very good ones. Sandy Shocks. So, some will say like, hey, why is the Sandy Shocks on this rain team? But fully accurate Sunters, and you have your electric immunity right here, and you can set up Stealth Rock with this,
and spikes.
Yeah.
Just the only problem is if this boy gets folded by grass types, so.
Well, that's why we have that's why we have Archuleta on Zizor in this team, and Torn.
Yeah. But like, yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
and water types, because he also gets folded by those too. But.
Yeah, I mean, I like Choice Scarf. I like Specs on this. I like Heavy Boots. It doesn't matter.
Sandy Socks is just a very like neutral mon, so it's like not bad ever, but it's also not like taking over the game.
I will say, without booster energy, I don't think it's near as threatening. But
I don't think this mon ever used booster, so I don't think it mattered.
Okay, well, I think the booster loses a lot, but okay. But anyway, I like this mon on this team. I think actually fills a good role for him because he needed an electric community, and it also fills a role of being an electric type that takes advantage of rain. It can thunder. But I like it. Next up, Archuludon, the mon that's currently getting suspect tested in OU because of the Assault Vest, Stamina, Electro Shots, Electro Shot set that has like Body Press.
I will say, if it takes any super effective hit on the special side, it's still probably like Valiant's Focus Blast was doing 95 min.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, you're gonna run this you're gonna easy this for the matchup because you're gonna run
obviously.
You're gonna run like whatever special defense you need. You're gonna run whatever speed you need. You're gonna run whatever defense you need. Whatever.
Yeah, it's great. It does a whole lot of stuff. Its stat pool is great. So
I don't know how good Asiago Bob is the player, but Rain's
he's a VGC player. That's all the information I have on him.
But Rain is a pretty brain dead team to play with.
Yes.
So it should be. So
he deadass picked up Pelipper after picking up his whole team because he saw Pelipper was still available.
Yeah. Scizor, mons that are only weak to fire tend to be pretty good in rain. Scizor is no exception.
I mean, yeah, but Scizor also still gets folded by fire moves even in the rain. So, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I mean the fire mon is way more manageable for your team overall.
It's not as scary because you have more water types. You have more answers for the fire type, but I'm just saying that Scizor still gets full. Like, Scizor's not switching in or staying in on a fire type is basically what I'm saying.
Like, it's going to be so easy for this thing to set up a Sword Dance and then Bowl Punch stuff, or just be Choice Band and Bowl Punch stuff. So that's all this thing's going to do, but it's very good at doing that one thing.
Yeah.
I don't think Scizor needs more analysis, but...
No, he doesn't. It's Scizor. Dude's been around since Gen 2 doing the same shit. So...
Pelipper... This dude literally is the only... so this is the reason why... Small tangent here. This is the reason why I don't like playing with weather teams that much, unless they're sand teams. And I'll tell you why. Because all the Pokemon that passively set up weather, like Pelipper, Politoed, Ninetales, Abomasnow, whatever, they all suck. They all do nothing. And I hate them all. It's when you're just rocking like a dead mon, even Torkoal is. And I like T-Tar and Hippowdon on sand because those mons are actively threatening and actively do stuff. And I will say, when you choose to play Rain or Sun, you're playing the game with 5.5 Pokemon. Like that's what you're doing. Granted, your other 5 Pokemon are gonna be way better because they're synergized to be under your specific weather. But your 6 Pokemon, i.e. Pelipper in this case, is gonna be by far your worst Pokemon. And this is why I personally don't like playing with rain and sun themes. Anyway, small tangent. Pelipper, good weather setter. Politoed almost as good as it nowadays because Politoed got a bunch of buffs.
Did it? What did it get?
It got knockoff. It got something else. It got toxic. That's what it got.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Oh wait, I swear it got buffed. It got some stuff. I don't remember what it was though.
It also doesn't have knock.
Oh.
It has the same exact moves it's always had.
Are you sure? I swear it got buffed.
No.
Okay.
It's been the same since Gen 5.
Okay, never mind. But anyway, yeah, like the fall. Anyway, the point is the fallout from Pelipper to Politoed is not that drastic.
Not anymore since Pelipper lost defog and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Like the only Pelipper is still better because it has a turning move which Politoed doesn't have. And that's like the only reason Pelipper.
Yeah. And like the only difference is that Politoed isn't susceptible to random electric coverage. You're not gonna see a random Pokemon bringing Shockwave against Politoed, but you'll see it versus Pelipper.
Yeah. Like there's gonna be a random turn where Asiago Bob is throwing his Pelipper into a seemingly safe mon and then gets like shot and then gets like Shockwave or something and dies, and he can only raise his Pelipper. Like
the perfect example is I think it was like season 3. Jam had fought Hammerfall in his rain team, and he set up Sun, and then thundered the next turn because he knew he was going to bring his Pelipper back in to set up rain, and then he lost Pelipper the next turn. So, Barraskewda.
Yeah, so Barraskewda, he picked up Pelipper and Barraskewda both after the fact. Barraskewda, staple in rain. Like I think I saw a stat earlier in that in Smogon like OU tournaments. Pelipper, Barraskewda, and Archludon have the highest win rate between like 3 Pokemon on the same team. So these 3 mons obviously work together. I don't expect that to be any different in draft, but everyone knows Barraskewda does. You just choice bands up. You click Liquidation. You click CC. You click Aqua Jet sometimes.
Yeah. You're very rarely clicking Aqua Jet because there's like no mons faster than you.
You're gonna click Aqua Jet versus like Weavile.
Maybe. Weavile's Ice Shard isn't killing you either, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say something else. Maybe you're probably clicking Aqua Jet versus Lycanroc if you're out of the brain.
Yeah.
Anyway, last Pokemon, Morgrim. See Grimmsnarl earlier, but way worse. That's all I can say.
Yeah, significantly worse. That's it.
This mon's
never coming because it's his 10th worst mon and then Pelipper. He just drafted that mon because he needed it because he needed to meet the 10-point minimum.
Yeah.
He didn't even say it was Terra. I just gave him Terra Fairy and then he just didn't give me any other types. So.
Alright. I think it's a really good rain team. I don't really think you're missing too much here. Like maybe like a really consistent just wall is like what you're missing here. You don't have like a
you don't really have a wall.
But you do have good pivots.
Yeah.
I think it at least goes into tier 2 because rain is.
I think it also goes in tier 2, but I think it is the worst team in tier 2.
That's fair. I can
because it is rain, but like it doesn't do anything like fantastic. Because it still has a bunch of like it has 1 or 2 great switch-ins to fighting moves. Because Pelipper can switch into fighting types, but most likely he's getting Thunder Punched immediately afterwards. Tornadus can switch into fighting types and scare them out, and then Hat can switch into fighting types and then has to be scared of Poison Jab or Iron Head depending on which one they have. So like his fighting answers aren't the best, but they aren't the worst either because of Tornadus. So like he still doesn't have a stupid fighting weakness. He has like 2 switch-ins to normal. Normal kind of runs through his team. Not having great priority. Granted, Samurott is the only one that'll be running priority.
I mean, he has
like
Scizor
too, but yeah,
he
Scizor
definitely has great priority.
Like, yeah, I listen. I talk out of my ass sometimes, but
I think the team's just pretty good overall. Like I said, I think like, not having a super good wall in this team is like the only thing holding him back. But even then, like he has decent pivots between like shots.
His team's gonna lose the long fight because his team is just gonna get whittled down eventually, and then just everything's gonna slowly start dying.
I think the success.
If you play right.
I think the success of his team is gonna depend on how he plays Tornadus. I think that's gonna be his pivotal mod. This course of season. Because if he plays Tornadus well, he's gonna win more. But if he doesn't play it well, he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose a lot more.
I do think he has to play Archaludon well too, because if he doesn't play that mod right, he's definitely gonna lose a lot of games.
That's fair.
That's definitely like his best mon inside of Rain.
Yeah, our Trialodon does have the best takeover potential of any mon on his team. So, all right. Yeah, next team Hammerfall. I think like the only like true hyper offense team in draft, to be honest. Like,
yeah, he really wanted to drop hyper offense because he really wanted Ninetales.
Latios, pretty broken mon in draft at least.
Dude, the fact that its only issue was it got no turn moves and then it got flip turn.
Yeah, like.
And then they buffed Lusty Purge, the Luster Purge, so it's a 50% -1 SPDF. So your switch-ins no longer switch-ins sometimes.
Yeah, you can.
That mon is disgusting.
Like, it's gonna be choice in most games between choice Scarf or choice Specs. But even then, like, maybe it's not. Maybe it's like an agility to that, and you just get blown back by it.
Yeah, because it gets so much coverage. Like, I remember I fought Nero, like, Season 2, and he had a Rain team, and I just brought Agility Latios with, like, White Herb, because the only two people on his team I had to Draco was, not Pelipper, it was, like, Thunderous and, like, one other mon. So the only two I had to I Thunderbolt his entire team, or, like, Energy Ball, and then Draco 2 mons.
Yeah.
And Draco just, I clicked Agility, and then I swept his team.
It also got Aura Sphere back. So that also helps like for steel coverage or for steel types.
Because they lost Mystical Fire, but they have Aura Sphere now, so he doesn't have to worry about steel types as much.
Yeah. So Latios is very good. I actually love it behind the dual screens from Ninetales.
Yeah.
Aurora Veil just allows your team to just play way more ignorant and just destroy stuff.
Just the only thing you have to worry about is Psychic Fangs, Brick Break, and Defogs. That's the only thing you have to worry about with your team. And he doesn't have any way to stop. His way to stop Brick Break and Psychic Fangs, I guess. The only mon that can stop Defog is Gold Dingo. Yeah. So he has ways to stop both of those from happening, but most of the time, if it's Psychic types, will have to switch out of these. Psychic types will have to switch out because of Crawdaunt. But, like, most fighting types aren't afraid of Gengar.
Well, like,
they're going to click their Throat Chopper, knock off, and then kill him.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to, like, try and bring their faster Pokemon with steel coverage to try and beat your Ninetales. Like, I've done this in the past when I played against Ninetales. I brought Iron Tail on my Lopunny before just to one-shot Ninetales. So you have to be a little careful of that, but it should be pretty consistent Veil for his team. Crawdaunt. Another mon that behind screens, it could potentially just win the game.
Because it does have access to D-Dance and Swords Dance, and having one of the higher priorities because adaptability Aqua Jet is dumb.
Yeah. Like, one of the best priorities available with that. I don't think there's much more to be said. Like, it's just like behind screens, it can set up a Swords Dance pretty safely and then just potentially win the game.
Or even D-Dance. If you get 2 D-Dances, you're faster than a lot of mons, so you don't even have to click Aqua Jet at that point.
Mousehold,
Oh my god. Don't get me started on this fucking mon, dude.
Mousehold clears screens, doesn't it, with Tidy Up?
No. It clears Substitute and Hazards.
Okay, so it doesn't clear screens, so that's not the anti-synergy. But, yeah, it's like, pretty much like, when your opponent has a Mousehold, they're forcing you to run Rocky Helmet on at least one thing.
Yeah, Rocky Helmet on one resist one.
Yeah. So that's just like that's pretty valuable right there. You're just locking in someone's item to Rocky Helmet right off the bat.
Yeah.
Tidy Up's pretty good in this team because he has a lot of Pokemon that don't like being chipped on by hazards, especially on a screen team. They don't really want to be chipped by hazards as soon as they come in because they're frail to begin with. That's why you're running screens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like it in this team. Population Bomb, pretty broken move. I don't know much else to say about it.
Yeah, it is very good for his team.
Volcarona's always not done that well in our draft league, even though I do think it's really good. And behind screens, I think this is gonna be its time.
Dude, it's so disgusting behind screens.
Yeah. I think it's Volcarona's time.
He's gonna get into a position where he does have Volcarona behind screens, and it's just gonna get 2 free Quiver Dances and proceed to win the game from there.
It's gonna happen.
It's so gross.
Dude, this is the best team David's ever had, by the way. Well,
yes,
maybe.
Absolutely. Well, granted, the last 2 seasons we had, I don't know, we only used that smallest one time.
Yeah.
His last team wasn't terrible. It was good for the list.
Season 3, his first season was whatever, it's Rain. And then what season? I don't remember what his season 14 was, but I don't think it was too great either because he didn't make playoffs. But
I will say, I do think lack of hazards on the team is a little suspect. I think on hyper offense teams, you want to at least have like a stealth rock or something to break focus actions.
Yeah, he has his only hazard is sticky web on the Cricketoon.
Yeah, so I do think that's a knock on it, at least from looking at. But I do like Gengar. Cursed Body.
Well, Gengar does have T-spikes, but like he's never gonna bring it.
Well, like I mean, like an actual hazard. But
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying he has access to one hazard. But it's never gonna get brought because it's Gengar's T-spikes. It's never getting pressed.
Yeah, but Gengar, ground and poison. You're not afraid of T-spikes anymore. I like it on this team. Like behind screens, you can set up a nasty plot. You can burn stuff with if you want to, I guess. I like it. I don't like both the Scarf and Stack sets are both good. I don't have much else to say about it. It's Gengar.
Yeah.
Give it back, levitate. Not really. I think it's fine. Does it levitate?
No, the thing is broken with levitate.
Hariyama, one of his Terramons. We didn't even talk about Massive Terra earlier, but it has it.
Yeah, Massive Terras aren't like it's just Terra normal, which is the scary one, and then Ghost and Ground. Mm-hmm. Ground is just for steel types. That's all it's there for, and then Ghost is whatever.
Hariyama's Terra is pretty good because you can turn stuff into Fairy type, or you can give yourself stab bullet punches. Both are good. 6 Fatty Guts are both good abilities.
Dude, if he just clicks Belly Drum on top of Terra Steel, and then he just starts bullet punching teams away, is very scary. Especially behind screens, because this guy's HP set is ridiculous.
This Belly Drum set with Terra Steel Bullet Punch actually kind of crazy behind screens. His team is literally going to be Aurora Veil, switch out, set up move, hit stuff, that one dies, get in your mon because he's still behind screens, set up, kill stuff because it's behind, kill stuff, and then get up your screens and then do it with another offensive mon. Like it's just gonna be so, and he has only efficient mons to do it.
His team has 0 offense or defensive mons, so he needs to have Aurora Veil up, and if he never gets Aurora Veil up in the first place, he's screwed.
Yeah. Cinderace, I just kind of like it because like it's weird because I think Cinderace is actually like one of the worst offensive mons in this team to take advantage of. I'm pretty sure he only picks it up because of court change. Yeah, and he didn't want someone else stealing his screens. Yeah, that's what he's telling me. It's like he picked it up like late in the draft. I kept saying that Cinderace should not be falling this low because it shouldn't be. Cinderace is so good in draft. Granted,
people don't like picking it up for like anything. Like I picked this thing up the first season it was available, and it just had Blaze, and it was still great.
Yeah, this mod
is still disgusting.
This mod is actually really good. I wish it was on a better team to really showcase how good it is. But with court change is oddly enough going to be the only way he ever gets hazards on any opposing side of the field. So let's see if that. Yeah. We'll see if that happens.
I mean, people would just stop bringing hazards, but like, I don't know if that's a great way to not deal with it. Like, not bringing hazards is okay, but like, it's gonna hinder you more than anything.
Yeah. Well, I would just call his bluff and say, yeah, I don't think you're bringing Cinderace anyway. I'm gonna bring hazards.
Exactly.
And if you do bring Cinderace, I'm less afraid of Cinderace than your 5 other offensive bonds.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not the dunk on Cinderace. He's still very good. He has a good attack spot. Yeah. Libero has a really good ability between like Power Ball, high jump kick, U-turn, sucker punch, stuff like that. So.
And then his best mon behind Aurora Veil is up next, dude. This mon's so gross. Yeah. With Aurora Veil in front of him.
A lot of them have been so gross, but Mold Breaker, Sweepers with Dragon Dance don't come around too often. Or even like Swords Dance with Scale Shot is an option for him too.
He doesn't even Scale Shot or Trailblaze, depending which one he wants.
Yeah.
I guess both those speed boosting moves.
I think Dragon Dance is a bit more consistent.
It is.
But even then, like you have Earthquake, so you can hit all levitators. You have your Stab Dragon, and then you can use whatever coverage you want because this thing gets a surprisingly amount of good coverage. Aqua Tail might be like the low key best one.
I'm so happy that this guy's finally on a team that's gonna take advantage of him because every time he gets drafted, he just gets done dirty because the person who has him doesn't know how to use him.
And then Cricketoon doesn't matter.
Yeah, he did what his brother did. He maxed out his points and then picked up a dog shit 10th month because he had to.
It's really strange, but every game's just gonna come down to if David can set up Aurora Veil or not, and also like,
yes.
Oh, I read, and then also because like he doesn't have like a super fast taunt mon besides unless Cinderace and Gengar get it, but I don't remember if they do or not. Gengar has it.
I was gonna say Gengar should have taunt.
Yeah, they both have taunt, so they can both taunt VFog, which is like I think it's something I think you should consider doing.
Yeah, but I think it's not great, but it's also not bad. It's just having your whole team being reliant on if you get Aurora Veil up or not is awful.
Yeah, well, even then, because it's hyper offense, his team could potentially just go 1 for 1 and just win off that.
Yeah.
But like, if he does get Veil up, it's gonna be super hard for a lot of the teams to deal with.
Yeah.
But like, there is a good amount of mons in this league that do have Brick Break or psychic things too. So it's gonna be weird. I'm actually interested to see how his games go because he has like the most unique team because he's the only one that has in my opinion like a true hyper offense team.
Yeah, it is definitely depending on his player skill on if he does great this season or not.
Well, I think once you have screens up, I think hyper offense with screens up is one of the most brain dead ways to play this game.
Yeah.
But without screens, I think hyper offense becomes super interesting. So, it's hard because it's such a big spectrum for this because like screens up tier 1, without screens tier 3. So, I think
his team as a whole is probably better than Hawker's. That's probably where I would put it. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just not a big fan of being so reliant on screens to where your team is actually just worse the moment you don't have it. Like, it's just one of the worst teams if you don't have screens up. And a lot of these mons aren't going to be able to 1-for-1 because people are just going to run random bulk to be able to live one hit.
Yeah, it's
like Latios is not one-shotting most dragon types on this list because they're just going to have random AV or random max HP, max special defense, and then just killing your Latios because of it.
I'm trying to think of I think I like. I can understand liking it more than both Hawker and Asiago Bob. So I think it's like, I don't think it's better than your team, but I do think it's in either one of these 3 spots. Like I think it's either at the bottom of this tier or like above Hawker.
I agree. I can see. I think in my opinion, it's definitely better than Asiago Bob's, but I can see the flip flop between him and Hawker.
All right, I'm gonna put him above Hawker. I think I'm more afraid of just getting blown up by setup sweepers behind Aurora Veil than I am of like Hawker's stuff.
Because like the plus side is infinite, but the negatives is horrible.
It's such a wide variety of outcomes for his team.
You're either 6-0ing or you're getting 6-0. There's like no in between for this team.
Almost done. Skoz, the other new player who drafted a weather team.
This team is actually also disgusting. I think this is a significantly better weather team than the rain guy.
Yeah.
Granted, like...
Yeah, we'll just go through the mons and then talk about it. I just think his team's gross.
Yeah, Walking Wake on either Sun or Rain, both really good. Obviously a little bit better in Sun because it can proc photosynthesis.
And Hydro Steam, granted, I think... Yeah, no, Rain just boosts doubles the damage while Hydro Steam goes to 120.
Yeah, so I like Walking Wake, obviously really good in this team. You're just gonna Hydro Steam stuff. You're gonna and then they also gave it Flip Turn recently.
And it has access to Draco and Flamethrower, so there's like no switch-ins to this mon.
They gave it Flip Turn and knock off in the recent DLC. So.
Like at the best, the hardest mons for this thing to break are Water Fairies. And there's only like 3 Water Fairies. Actually, there's only 1. I think it's just Azu that got picked up.
Prim didn't get drafted, so.
And then
with the photosynthesis, you can either run Choice Scarf and get a special attack boost, or run Choice Specs and get the speed boost. Either way is fine. Yeah,
I will say the Choice Specs one's a bit easier to deal with because then it's slower than all your offensive mons because it's 109.
Yeah.
So like your base 100s are gonna be faster. So like Flagon's gonna kill it without rage. So on and so forth.
Like the Choice Specs one is better in Sun than the Choice Scarf one, but the Choice Scarf one is better out of Sun than the Choice Specs one.
Yeah.
Torkoal, I did one of my rant earlier about how I don't like mons that do half a thing like Torkoal does.
Yeah, but Torkoal at least has some defense, so it's not like it's gonna die in one hit to most things, and it has like random, like fire. It's gonna do a bit more damage. Well, it's not gonna do more damage to Pelipper, but like
it does random good damage like Gyro Ball, Body Press, and Overheat.
Yeah, I think it is. It makes your team 5 3/4, not 5 1/2.
I will say I think that both Torkoal and Ninetales are both better than Pelipper, but
Torkoal confirms your weather. Like your weather will always be up. If he fights the rain guy, his Torkoal's beating Pelipper's rain every time because he's slower.
Yeah. Well, Ninetales got buffed because that's Healing Wish now, I love Healing Wish.
Yeah.
But maybe Ninetales not better than Pelipper, but I think it's close. But Torkoal's better than most of them.
Torkoal's the best weather setter in the game.
I think T-Tar and Hippo are both better. But...
I mean, I think Hippo is the best sand setter because I'm not a big fan of T-Tar being a sand setter because of his quad weak to fighting.
Yeah, but he gets the direct benefit of sand because it's special defensive fighter.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't matter when fighting types exist.
No, dude, T-Tar's kind of bulky. T-Tar's bulky, dude. That guy, it's hard for that guy to die.
Okay.
Yeah, and in any case, yeah, Torkoal's good. Obviously, just a staple in Sun. You're gonna go for it over Ninetales in most cases. Slitherwing, this guy's always been on the Sun teams. He never leaves them. This guy's always there. He gets his
yeah, they always pick him up. They want to make sure he dies to the fire moves. It's crazy.
I mean, photosynthesis into like whether it's speed or attack. Make your...
I don't think he can get above. I don't even think he can get the speed boost. I think its attack stats too high.
Well, you have to curve your IVs. You have to curve your EVs down a little bit.
You have to go down to 11 IVs to be lower than your max speed to get the speed boost. So you're basically crippling yourself to get a speed boost. So you're still not doing any damage.
Hey, but with it doesn't even get sword advance. With bulk up.
I think it's bulk up.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, but
it's just not worth. I was gonna say it's just not worth it. It's better just run max HP, right, max attack, and then just get the attack boost to start first impressioning teams.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, it's always been solid. I don't think this is the greatest Sun mon of all time or anything. I think it's frankly overrated on Sun. I would much rather.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not bad.
I would much rather have Sandy Shocks my Sun team than this, but.
Absolutely, because like Sandy Shocks helps you break all the waters that are going to switch into your fire types. Or in this case, your Walking Wake.
But I do like Slitherwing. It's not like I'm like dissing on it super hard.
Yeah, it's better not in Sun.
Yeah.
Because like Sun doesn't benefit at all. Like the boost is nice, but it doesn't need the boost.
Venusaur, really good Sun mon. I like Venusaur.
This guy's gross.
He's only good on Sun. If he's ever outside of Sun, he's garbage.
Yeah, it is a dog shit mon outside of Sun. If he didn't have Weather Ball, he would just get walled by Steel types, kind of. But he has Earth Power, but like
in Sun, this guy's amazing. Outside of Sun, he's not that good.
Weather Ball is my least favorite move of like all time. I hate that move so much.
Yeah, I want to give my argument. I know Lilligant don't even get drafted, but I want to talk about Lilligant really quick because I love the Pokemon. I still think Lilligant's amazing in Sun because I think you obviously gonna run Chlorophyll on it. You're not gonna run because it allows you to run Chlorophyll, and then you can run your Life Orb, and then you can run and then you can Victory Dance as Sun is ending, and then you still be a threat outside of Sun.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I really like doing Lilligant. Obviously, Lilligant is 3 more points than Venusaur for good reason. But I just want to say that Lilligant does not suck and should get drafted someday. Maybe not today.
It hasn't been drafted yet. Granted, the other list didn't really benefit to being drafted, but now it isn't like a perfect spot to be drafted.
Well, especially because Ninetales is a better Pokemon nowadays. There's potential for 2 Sun teams, or even like I think Lilligant's still good outside of Sun. But
yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to give shout out Lilligant because I feel like people hate it on too much.
I mean, it's on this team. Just not the one. Or no, it was on this team. Never mind. He dropped it.
Como OO, Throat Spray into Clangorous Soul Blaze or whatever it's called, and to win the game.
Yeah, that's all this thing's gonna do. He just picked up a Mon in case he historical dies, so he has a outs, which is good on him. It shows that he's not a complete bot when it comes to drafting, so he's not just gonna stick to his weather plan the entire time and then not have outs when he loses his range setter.
Yeah, Como is cool. It can be run defensively too. I've seen Como in the past with Rocky Helmet or Assault.
And he has a stealth rock setter, and he has his highest stat is defense, so he has good body press on top of being stabbed.
And it can be a phaser too, like Dragon Tail. But a lot of things this thing can do. Really strong Mon, has stupid good takeover potential. Obviously, it's 4x weak to Fairy. But you just have to live with that.
It has a pretty terrible defensive typing.
Yeah.
It's weak to everything.
Next up, Tinkaton. Love Tinkaton. Don't like it on Sun.
Yeah, I definitely don't like it on this team. It definitely does not fit. Making sure your Tinkaton dies to any random fire move is crazy.
Yeah, I like Tinkaton Hammer. I love Tinkaton. I hate it on this team. I wish it was on the Rain team.
If it was on the range, that'd be disgusting.
Yeah. It can T-Wave stuff. It can knock off stuff. It has
Encore.
Yeah, Encore is Encore is cool.
Stealth rocks.
Yeah. If you don't want to use Stealth Rock on Torkoal, it's gonna be your Stealth Rocker probably, or Necrozma.
Yeah. It's like Tinkaton has been drafted every season. It's been added.
And it's been good every season.
Yeah.
Remember, Tinkaton was number one used in Yu-Gi-Oh! Once upon a time for a while.
It's almost like Steel Fairies are broken.
Yeah, they are. Thunderous Tarian, the other Thunderous form got drafted too. This one's just a lot stronger than the other one, just actively more threatening as soon as it comes out. It's obviously slower, but on your Sun team where you have speed control, it's not that big of a deal.
And it's doing what he needs on his team, which is hit the water types that are going to want to switch into it.
Get him out of here. Kill the flying type.
The thing is that you can't even switch in your grass types to wall this guy because he has Weather Ball.
Yeah.
So he gets fired. He gets a fire move.
Yeah. I love Thunderous in this team. It's pretty good pick. Shift Tree, I really don't care about Shift Tree. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, he did have this. This was Lylak, the regular one, but then he's traded it over because I think Shift Tree is a better Mon overall.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it has Defog, Knock. So,
Shift
Tree is just another Chlorophyll Mon in case he needs it, but I don't see it ever coming because it's not crazy.
Hey, they gave him on Wind Rider, okay? Wind Rider, Tailwind, put your +1 attack.
Congrats, you can click Tailwind and get a +1 attack now. Props to you.
You're also immune to Hurricane too, so that's cool.
Yeah. But your team is automatically immune, better against Hurricane because Sun makes it 50% accurate.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't his Terra types are cool for it.
Yeah.
I just don't think Shift Tree's that relevant of a Pokemon. Maybe there's some niche matchup where it's better than Venusaur.
Maybe I don't know. I just don't see a place where it ever gets proc because granted Terra Fire Chlorophyll is probably good because it gets Heat Wave, but
Actually, with these Terra types and Shift Tree having a better move pool, I can see there being games where you decide to make Shift Tree instead of Venusaur.
Mayhaps.
Yeah, it's also a Psychic community, so because he has 3 per 1 week to Psychic, so yeah, actually, it's a little better than I thought it was. Anyway, Necrozma.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
This thing still has good setup room moves with Dragon Dance.
Yeah, there's D-Dance and Swords Dance. That's and I think Calm Mind.
Yeah, it can still do setup stuff and have good takeover potential.
It's just his coverage is way worse now. It just doesn't have the coverage it used to have.
Yeah, it can still set up Stealth Rock. And it's still really good. I've never thought that highly of this Mon. It has a filter. It's rebranded.
Yeah.
And I like Necrozma. It's gonna come in and occasionally kill some stuff after setting up a Dragon Dance or a Sword Dance.
And it gives him a Psychic resist, so he can bring it into Psychic Pokemon or fighting types.
Yeah, I like Necrozma. I don't know if it fits super well in this team, but I like it. It gives him an answer for poison types because, so Slitherwing doesn't like them, Venusaur doesn't like them, Como is not too fond of them. So
Yeah.
I like it. And then Revavroom, the best Terra captain in the league.
AKA Reva Demon, this dude's disgusting.
AKA the vacuum cleaner, because he's gonna clean house every time he hits the field.
But he's an engine.
I've always called him the vacuum cleaner. I don't know why.
I don't know why either, because he's a freaking engine.
Anyway, terrestrialize, you tearing into like a type like fire or flying.
Yeah.
And then shift gearing and then winning the game. Pretty cool.
Dude, the thing is, like, if you go into your steel type to take the poison move, he just 150 temper flames you immediately afterwards and you die.
They get this thing temper flame, and if you Terra Fire, you're just gonna run temper flare over Terra Blast anyway. Like,
I mean, yeah, he also has high horsepower too. So like, if you bring in your steel bird and to block either the poison or ground move, you just get temper flared immediately afterwards and you just die.
Yeah, it's such a good mod, dude. And regardless of this is on Sun or not, it's just a good mod. And it's so
yeah,
dude.
Once again, he just picked up another mod that's good in case he loses his weather.
Yeah, like I actually like this team a lot. He has mods that can punch holes like his Thunderous and his Walking Wake. Even Slitherwing can do it. He has mods that take over potential like Venusaur, Como, Necrozma, Revavroom, and even Shiftry. The one thing is lacking, just not a great like defensive pivot to his team. Like Tinkaton, is usually a good defensive pivot, but not here, in my opinion. Necrozma is an okay defensive pivot. He's gonna be playing this in a super high. I said Hammerfall was the only true hyper offensive team. I lied. This is also just true hyper offense. It's just a stun variation of it.
Yeah. I also think he doesn't really have like ways to stop rock and ground moves. Like he does have a flying type and like a couple fighting and steals, but like both of them still run through his team a decent amount.
Yeah. I feel so bad because Gouging Fire just destroys his team.
Yeah, because he just gives you the speed boost and you proceed to kill his entire team because of it. That might be the only week he decides to just keep Torkoal at home because he can't bring it.
He's not bringing Torkoal versus. He's gonna bring the actual team versus.
Yeah, because Torkoal is just not an option versus you.
Yeah, he's gonna bring he's gonna bring I want to say Slitherwing, Como, Tinkaton, Thunderous, and Necrozma room. That's gonna be his team.
Yeah.
Because I think Walking Wake without Sun she does not do well with my team, but it's okay. But in any case, I think his team's really good. I don't think it's tier 1. I think it's tier 2. I think it's more consistent than Hammerfall's team though.
Yeah, because weather's a lot easier to deal with, or keep up than screens are. Because screens have to deal with Brick Break and Psychic Fangs and Defog, and you also have a quad week to steal Pokemon. While Torkoal just comes in, Torkoal's literally just gonna go use his Sun and then leave.
Yeah. Granted, he doesn't have a great mod to switch out into.
Yeah.
But if you go for a water move, he brings in Venusaur, he's good. If you go for a rock move, he brings in Como, he's good. Some of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I like the team. I think it goes above Hammerfall. But I think that's about as high as I'm gonna put it.
Yeah, I probably agree with that.
Alright. Seb's team. Low-key, pretty good team, besides, the last part of it. Right, so
AK Uncle Hot Pocket 2.0.
Iron Boulder, really broken mod, because spamming strong rock move is really hard to deal with in draft.
Yeah, not a lot of teams can deal with that mod.
Yeah, base 1-2-4 speed makes him one of the fastest Pokemon in the league right now. Mighty Cleave, such a broken move, dude. Really good defenses, really good, just good move pool. Granted that headbutt is a garbage psychic move to have for your other stab, but you're probably not gonna break the headbutt too much anyway. Sacred Sword, ignore stat changes if someone starts setting up acid armors or something.
Yeah. It makes that Bastiodon guy less scary because you just get to. I mean, granted, it has Terra Fairy, but the Iron Defense boost will be irrelevant. And he gets Taunt.
Yeah, Taunt.
This mod gets everything.
Yeah, Taunt, and then you can use Poison Jab or Mega Horn or something in the last slot. Just super good mod. Choice Band, Choice Scarf every week. Go for it. You don't need anything else. or you can run Sword Dance sets too. It's also cool. But yeah, I think Iron Boulder is super hard to deal with because it's just strong rock moves are hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Garchomp, next mod, really good mod.
Hazard Setter can be offensive, defensive, does whatever you need it to do.
Yeah, Rough Skin is a good ability in draft too because whenever someone U-turns, 16%. If I have Rocky Helmet, 30%. Like.
Yeah, it's so nuts.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. And then really good hazards that are, as you said, between Spike, Stealth Rock, can phase by itself, has offensive agency between Sword Dance and Scale Shot. And even then, it can just be it has a good enough special attack stat to the point where you can use a mix variant too, to use Flamethrower and hit Fortress or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what they used to do most times. Just deal with Ferrothorn. It's the only answer with steel types that resist the ground move.
I really like Garchomp. It's been one of the best mons for years, and still one of the best mons now. Slowking, the mon similar to what we talked about earlier when we were talking about Stayweak's team. This guy is just gonna Chilly Reception into his Iron Boulder and then click the rock move and then kill something probably.
Yeah, depending on what comes out.
Yeah, obviously this one's a lot worse than the other one, which is why it was cheaper.
Yeah.
But still really good. You're gonna set up your future sites. You're gonna set up your you're gonna get your chilies out. You're gonna be offensive sometimes randomly. It's just what you're gonna do. And then he has Iron Jugulus. I like this one on this team because it's a decent dark type to take ghost and dark moves for your Slowking. And even your Iron Boulder.
Yeah, I was hoping to make trades. I can't remember. Let me go see what they originally had.
Did Metagross go undrafted? I thought Metagross got drafted.
Yeah. I know Britannia wanted it, and then Britannia decided to get Corviknight.
Dude, Metagross is so good. I'm surprised I didn't went undrafted.
I'll say Iron Jugulus was Tinglu.
Okay. I guess that makes sense, because, Tinglu and Garchomp fill the same role, kind of.
Yeah, they do the exact same role.
Garchomp just has the option of being offensive sometimes.
Yeah.
And an Iron Jugulus, this one's okay. I've never been a big fan of it. It's just hard, because,
As someone who's used it, it's not the best, but it is good at what it's supposed to be doing.
I think it doesn't even get nasty plot, I don't think.
Nope. It gets no booster moves.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be Specs or Scarf most of the time.
Yeah. It does have taunt, so fast taunt's nice in draft, but
yeah.
I've never been a big fan of this mon. I'm gonna be honest. I think
it's just a good special attacker. That's all it really is. It's nothing special.
Next mon, Miss Magius, really good Terror Captain. One of the better ones, in my opinion.
Yes, I think it's severely underrated, and I'm so glad they were able to get it.
Didn't you draft it for them?
Yes, I'm gonna give them credit, but I did draft it for them because I knew it was good. It is just Walmart branded Fluttermane, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, with Terra, you can go into Electric or Fairy. Both are really good options. Yeah, Electric or Fairy are good options. Shadow Ball is really hard to deal with. Terra Slice, Dazzling is really good. You got Calm Mind or Nasty Plot. You got Trick. You got Will-O-Wisp. You got Dazzling Bond. Pretty good. I like this one a lot. I also really like Miss Travis in general. So.
Yeah, Miss Magius is great for their team.
Yeah, giving him a second ground immunity, giving him a rapid spin denier is really nice because he's probably gonna be setting up hazards for these on this team.
Yep.
Hydrapple, I think this mon is. Every time I've seen this mon in ladder, I've always just dealt with no problem. I don't think this mon's that great.
That mon was Clodsire, but then Seb and Britannia set up a trade where they traded Clodsire for Hydrapple.
Yeah,
and I don't think Hydrapple's terrible for this team. I think it's better than Clodsire for this team because of the amount of things they were able to do. Clod was just stacking weaknesses on top of each other.
Well, losing Clod kind of hurts because you don't have the grounded poison anymore.
Yeah.
I also think that not having he has a good special wall on Slowking. He didn't need Clod, but I did like the grounded poison in his team, and I did like the water immunity for his team. Not that he needed.
Sorry, it's just no longer. they just picked up a quad water, resist now instead of a water immunity.
I mean, I do like this mod. Like, Regenerator and Sick, you can only both good abilities for a defensive mod like this.
And, Hydrapple's attack stat and, stats in general are so messed up. Where, they can run AV, run Life Orb, and it's just a Dragon Grass plus ground coverage is so ridiculous.
I'm gonna wait and see on this one. I just don't have a high opinion on it right now, but I think maybe it'll change.
I think it's a bit better in draft, but I can see in ladder why it's not as good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, to your point earlier, I feel like most people are going to, tech in a random ice move to deal with this most of the time.
Yeah.
But
granted, the thing with ice, it's a much harder type to even have, because not a lot of mons get Ice Beam, Freeze Dry, Ice Shard.
I feel like Ice Spinner and Ice and Triple Barrel now is
I forgot Ice Spinner is actually a move that's been distributed pretty well. So it might be, G-Knight gets it, Tusk gets it, Treads, Weavile has ice moves. Azu, I guess Ice Spinner, there's a lot of Ice Spinner mons, so I guess it's not as great, but being quad weak to ice is a lot easier to combat than some other typings.
Next mod, Talonflame. I've always liked Talonflame. I don't love it on this team.
I can't. I was helping him with trades, and I just can't remember why I didn't put up the thought process getting rid of Talonflame. I guess it was just to keep the defogger, but they picked up 2 rapid spinners immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, granted, they're both not the best mons. They might not look good. I don't think Colossal's that great. Well, Colossal
Terra Colossal's pretty good.
Yeah, Terra Colossal is a lot better, obviously. Why Terra Bug, by the way?
It's for Flash Fire. So you keep the ground resist instead of getting the ground immunity with Fly, but then you lose. Then you gain when you have Flash Fire. You have the fire immunity.
Okay.
And people are going to want to hit you with the fire move.
That makes sense. I was just curious. I didn't know why.
Yeah, I was gonna say because with Terra Bug, with Flash Fire, its weaknesses are Rock and Flying. Granted, it already resists Flying as a Rock type, so Flying types are going to be less likely to even want to click the Flying move. And then Rock is neutral, or no, Rock is super effective either way. So
that's fair. Anyway, back to Talonflame. Flame Body is so good in draft because again, something to do with rough skin, you'll just randomly burn stuff. Gale is also kind of slept on. I just point because having a priority flying move is just good.
Seb does not have much priority in general. Azu's is their only priority.
Azu is so good, dude. I can't wait to talk about Azu.
So having that priority Brave Bird for some of these mons might be nice in some matchups.
I can even see a certain week where he decides to go no item aggro. That'd be fun.
I don't know about no item, but I don't know about that one. Being quad weak to fucking rock type is tough.
I mean, obviously, it's a fast taunt, fast low list, has roost. I used offensive stuff before, just because it has strong moves Overheat and Hurricane for Blitz. I think it has potential to put in a lot of work, especially because this team is a little fighting weak or a little No, I lied. It's neither of those. It's a little
fighting. It has Slow King.
It's a little bug weak until we talk about the next 2 Pokemon.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I would like to see something else in this team more Talonflame though.
Yeah, Talonflame isn't great for this team, but I also don't think it's bad. I think it's just the neutral position.
Yeah.
It's Talonflame can never make a team worse.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It's got a good spot because of how fast it is.
Yeah.
Colossal. I've used this mod before. And I haven't used it. Didn't use it with Terra, and it was still good for me. And now Seb has it with Terra, and it's going to be probably pretty good, I imagine.
Colossal is just everyone's favorite hazard setter on top of rapid spin, on top of stupid defenses. It's a great mon.
Yeah, I wanted to proc Steam Engine 1 week so bad. I don't know what's going to happen.
They have the potential to because they have 2 types not quad weak to water. Or weak to water. So.
But yeah, Flame Body and Flash Fire are both also really good abilities.
Yeah.
I like Colossal. I've always had a soft spot for it.
I just realized Terra Colossal is actually also another good Gougy Fire answer. Terra Fairy Colossal.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's very funny. I didn't even realize that until now.
Oh man.
I helped some with that trade too.
All right, enough about all these gyms. Okay, it's time to talk about Azu supremacy. Okay, I love this Pokemon. I love Azu so much.
Azu's also such a messed up monster.
This guy carried me early going by OU. This guy was the GOAT. I loved Azu. Okay,
Water Fairy is it's such a dumb defensive typing. It's so great.
love this guy. Is awesome. This guy has quickly risen to like my third or fourth favorite mon over the past like year. I want to use him in draft so bad. Unfortunately I just couldn't fit him on my team this time. But eventually it's gonna happen, and Nazi supremacy is gonna become a real thing. Oh my gosh. But yeah, obviously like choice band, assault vest, belly drum sets are like gonna be the main ones.
Whatever set you want to run on this thing, it will work.
Yeah.
Because its HP stat's ridiculous. It's never gonna have a bad attack stat because of huge power.
Yeah. Like I could very easily see this being a team like, oh, I have Slow King, and then I'm going to chill you out to Iron Boulder, and then Fighting Clave, or I'm going to chill you out to my choice band Azu and click Play Rough. And what are you going to do about it? Die? Like
you can't. It's just you have to deal with it.
Yeah. Like it's so good. I love Azu. I'm so glad I got drafted. I want to use it so bad, but I just haven't had like a good team to slot it onto yet for draft. But I'm excited to see it, dude, because it's Azu, and Azu's the GOAT. Anyway, last mon to talk about here before we rank his team. Hitmon top. Spinner, Intimidate, has Sword Dance.
Yeah, now it has Sword Dance.
Yeah, it got buffed.
All three of them did, for whatever reason.
Hey, they needed it.
No, Hitmonlee did not need it. The other two, sure. Hitmonlee? No, that guy didn't need shit.
This has a good priority with Mach Punch, Bullet Punch, and Quick Attack.
They all get Technician boosted.
And Sucker Punch, yeah.
I did not realize they got four priority moves.
Hey, he needs it, okay? It has, cute, fun set, Endeavor, like Focus Sash Endeavor into, like, Quick Attack or something, whatever. Kind of crazy.
I'd rather do Bullet Punch because that one's not immune to anything.
Yeah, well, yeah, you would, obviously. Yeah, this is cool. Like, Hitmontop's always had like a decent place because like between Intimidate and AV, it becomes like a pretty decent pivot.
Yeah.
And then you can spin and then you can just hit stuff. Pretty cool, man.
Hitmontop's been the best Hitmon for a while until like Hitmonlee got Swords Dance.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And it just
Hitmonlee's nuts now.
This gives them another option for hazard removal, so it doesn't like it's not like, oh, I have to use Defog, or I have to use Rapid Spin on Colossal, or I have to use like it's like we talked about earlier when we talked about like the team that had Iron Shreds on it. Like you don't have to force your removal onto one of your mons. You can just shift it around and free them a lot or whatever. So I like it.
It's always good to free up mons from certain positions that they don't need to do.
Yeah, I actually like Seb's team. I think he's got a really good balance of bulk and offense in this team, and he has good takeover potential too for a lot of his mons too.
Yeah,
I just think his team's really good. Like honestly, I think it's up here with me and Stayweak.
Yeah, I was gonna put it above Britannia in tier 2 if it's in tier 2, but I definitely think it might be. Actually, no, I think it's.
Dude, am I crazy for thinking he's better than Stayweak's team?
No, not really. Because I'm having troubles like trying to figure out if it should be above Stayweak or not. Because like Stayweak, the only thing Stayweak has that is significantly better than all of Seb's team is Glow King and Kyurem.
Yeah,
that combo is absolutely ridiculous, but the rest of his team is not better than Seb's.
Yeah. Well, I just see his entire team like, this entire team loses to Azu. That's what I think when I see his team.
He does have trouble breaking Azu outside of like obviously Ogerpon and Chestnut, but everything else kind of just cries.
Yeah, that's not the reason why I think the team's better. Like he just wouldn't have matched up. But
obviously,
I do think Seb's team is kind of crazy. You did good drafting his team, and I did good giving him Azu.
Yeah, they definitely needed Azu for their team because
Azu
it covers a lot of their weaknesses.
I actually think it's really interesting, the top 3 teams, because like obviously those 2 teams are just kind of clear to like very often are very like balanced. Like all 3 teams are balanced, but I think theirs are like a bit more like been more obvious where there's well, actually, I guess I'm doing the same thing too, where I just volt switch or flip turn. That's my offensive mon. I click a button.
Yeah.
We're all just kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, they just have the obvious like stay with bulky mon and then get big guy out and then either set up or kill something most of the time.
Yeah, I think my team has a bit more margin for error because I think I have like better. I think my walls are slightly more consistent, and I think my win conditions are slightly better. But I think that's like the only thing separating me from them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have any last minute. I think unless you want to do like week 1 previews really quick.
I mean, we can, yeah. We'll probably do like some predictions.
All right, so me versus Skoz.
So look at me.
I don't want to comment on this.
Getting the fast win. Look at my fastest win of all time. Go to the schedule.
Oh yeah, you versus
Look at that.
High.
I beat the shit out of High.
I'm taking you versus High 4-0 in the best of 7. It's not. You already beat him. That's already done.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I gotta buy.
Alright, so I guess we'll work from you up then. But let's work from me down. Because I just think this matchup is like the least thing about him.
Yeah.
So me down. I think we discussed it earlier. I think his team has a really hard matchup for my, it's just rough. I think he's just not gonna. I think more likely he's not gonna bring 9 Torkoal. He's gonna run like a more traditional team.
Yeah.
Because honestly, my mons get like just as much off Sun as he does.
Yeah, they get significantly better in Sun than his team does. His team's like really off like threatening mons are the 2 chlorophyll mons. But like if he goes for the special attack boost on Walking Wake, then you're guaranteed you're most likely gonna have the speed boost on both Gouging Fire and Great Tusk. Yeah. And both those mons are probably gonna one-shot Walking Wake. Gouging Fire will. Yeah. Tusk is more of a throw, like they might do that.
And I don't even like auto lose a Komodo because I have Pokemon like Gardevoir and Vaporeon on my team. So like
exactly.
Like even like Zapdos. Like if I T-Wave with Zapdos or like just Moonblast with Gardevoir, like
exactly. You also have access to changing the weather in Abomasnow.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like I can change the weather from his weather. And then like also like it's gonna be hard for like his for some like his fast Pokemon like Venusaur and like Walking Wake to get out of hand under Sun because I have good priority with Accelerock and Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
And then I can also trace like Chlorophyll with my.
You can trace Chlorophyll on Venusaur and stuff.
Yeah,
And you can trace like soundproof on Komodo, so you can like steal. You don't have to worried about getting hit by Boom Burst or anything.
Like I am scared of Repavroom, as I should be, but I do think that I should be fine versus it.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I should be okay, but like I might honestly just like I don't want to say too much, but I think like my obvious game plan is just gonna be like I'm gonna just try T-Wave stuff with Zapdos. Like I think that's just like my immediate thought when I look at it. Like, I'm gonna try if I T-Wave Repavroom and or Komodo, I don't have to worry about much.
Yeah.
And like those are his best 2 months to beat me with. So.
I definitely think on paper you probably
like
have the favor.
Like just based purely like team to team, I definitely have the favor. We'll see how the actual games go though.
It's Pokemon. Anything can happen. Anyone can come out with the win, no matter how it gets played out.
Dude, I have a lot of pressure on me now. Like I got rated the best team. Anyway, so I think I win. Yeah, I think I have the edge. Stayweak versus Asiago Bob. I gotta look at the teams again.
I definitely think, just based off the first couple mons, I definitely think on paper Stayweak should win.
Yeah, this isn't
because it's very hard for him to switch into Kyurem.
Kind of similar to like my matchup versus Skoz. Stayweak can change the weather with Chilly Perception and get his weather on. And then dude, what switches in the freezing dry in his team? Scizor. That's it.
Scizor. That's it.
And if Scizor is ever below 80, it gets Q-Shot. And granted, it's a Bullet Punch Kyurem, but
granted, Kyurem's gonna immediately switch out the moment Scizor shows his face because Bullet Punch is either killing him or doing 80.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, I feel like Choice Specs Blizzard does like 60 to Scizor though. I'm gonna be honest.
It might. Hold on, I'll calc it right now. Yeah, I definitely think on paper, Stayweak probably wins.
Yeah, like Stayweak.
So definitely he matches up pretty well.
Yeah, and even beyond that, like Ogerpon has like a good matchup. Chestnut has a good matchup.
Yeah.
Aloe has a good matchup.
That rock move is so hard for him to switch into, outside of his, like, obviously 2 steel types and a fighting type, but, like, actually, Scizor can't even switch into that rock move very well either, because it's neutral.
I will say, though, Conk looks pretty good in this game. Like, I feel like Conk looks super good in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, Scizor gets 2-shotted by Choice Specs Blizzard.
Yeah. Like, Conk and Scizor are both going to have to come this game.
Yes, I agree.
And then you're going to have an out for Quavo, too, for this game. Whether that's, like, Pelipper, because Pelipper, weirdly enough, walls Quavo super well.
Because, like, the thing is, the moment he loses Shiny Shocks and Archaludon, Alomomola walls his entire team.
Yeah. Like, it's gonna be tough. I think Tornadus can do really well into Aloe, too. But
yeah, it's not gonna be terrible, but, like, his best answers for Alomomola is the two one-ticket electric moves. Because he just doesn't have super effective moves outside of that.
And if I'm honest, I'm not even going to bother trying to bring Samurott for this game, but I think Samurot's matchup is terrible here.
Womon?
I don't think Samurot's very good in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I think Samurott has a very hard time with this team. Like, it's good against, it has a good matchup against Slowking specifically, but other than that, like, it's not that great here.
Yeah.
I do think Stayweak has a slight edge, because I do think Stayweak has, like, a pretty nice edge here.
I would say also Terra Dragon Bastiodon is also very tough for his team to break.
But I can also just see the outcome here where Archaludon gets like going and then like
yeah.
So
granted, I do think Archaludon also has to worry about Kyurem being specs because Kyurem is naturally faster, and if he just drops to Draco, he has no switch-ins to Draco besides Scizor. Oh, he has Hat. I forgot about Hat. He has one switch-in.
Well, if Stayweak's smart, he should EV his Kyurem to be timid to outspeed Archaludon. Like, he has to. Otherwise, he get blown back by Archaludon.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think Stayweak has the edge there for sure. Next game, Hammerfall Hawker, hyper offense versus balance. I got balance, I guess. I feel a little more hyper offense too.
This can go either way. They're both really good.
I will say though, I don't think Hawker has a great way to deny Veil. Cause I don't see like a super fast steel type move on his team.
I mean, his fastest steel move would be Scarf Goldingo.
Yeah.
Like that's his best best answer to stop Ninetales turn 1.
And then
is bringing that guy.
Yeah, and then he doesn't really have a great way to get rid of the screens. Like he can try and break like low kicks or something, or even Val. But
yeah, he just has. I don't even know if he has random break coverage is the thing. Like I don't know what Psychic Feint. Like he doesn't even have a defogger. I don't think.
Yeah, it's
so
he's gonna bring Psychic Feint and break to some capacity, 100%. But there's just like I can just see like I will say Raging Bolt's really good in this game. Raging Bolt's probably gonna be saving him.
Because like his only answers to Raging Bolt are Terra Ground, like Mouse, and like that's like his only electric immunity.
He also has to bring Quagsire for this game. Like he has to because Dragon Dance Haxorus, at least in the first look, is the most threatening monster in this game.
Dragon Dance Haxorus is going to ignore the unaware, and it also gets Trailblaze, so it's not like it matters.
Dragon Dance Haxorus looks like it's going to go stupid this game. Low kicks could be an issue, but if you're behind screens, like, and the Haxorus gets +1, you're losing at least 3 mons.
It's very tough to stop Haxorus once he gets
Haxorus, it looks so good in this game, dude. It's gonna be tough. I was actually leaning Hawker when I first thought about this matchup, but I actually think it's in Hammerfall's favor because I don't think Hawker has the best ways to get rid of Veil.
Screens, yeah. I can see it going either way because like Hawker has a bunch of bulky ass mons that can just end up taking a win or taking a hit somehow and then killing the mon behind screen still. But I can definitely see why Hammerfall winning. I can see it going either way.
Yeah, like Crest could potentially be like the pivotal mod in this game.
Yeah, if the moment Gengar and Crawdon are gone, he has no way to break Crest reliably.
Yeah, I do think
Crawdon and Gengar are his best answers.
I do think, like I said, the number one threat for Hawker is that Haxorus. And the number one threat for Hammerfall, vice versa, is you gotta be aware of choice scarf Goldango here. Like if he ever goes hard Goldango, if your Ninetales is in front of a Goldango and you don't know if it's scarf or not, just switch out.
Because if you take a guess, then you lose your best mon to keep your team alive, and then you pretty much lose the game from there because you have no way to keep your squishy mons alive.
Yeah. And I think that's the only mon on Hawker's team that can one-shot Golden Ninetales. So.
I don't know if Iron Valiant gets like Iron Head or something.
Maybe get something stupid like Iron Tail or something.
I doubt it. I doubt it gets a random steel move. It gets no steel move, so he's fine. It doesn't get what's the one that everyone decides to get now? Smart Strike.
Maybe it's like taunt balance. Like you taunt, then use
maybe
blast. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know if you want to take that risk because if he just decides to like click Moonblast, you're losing Valiant because of it.
It's tough. I do think Hammerfall is slight favor here.
Yeah, because it's very dependent on how many times he gets screens up and how many mons he can take while he's behind them.
Alright, Anthony versus Brit. They're both right here, so. Brit's team is really good. Like, Tentacruel is a good natural answer for Greninja. Like, you're probably gonna have to run Extra Sensory in this team to both hit both. Like, I think Proki and Extra Sensory is gonna be the way to go here, so you can hit both Tentacruel and Iron Hands.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're able to get High Dragon down, Ceruledge gets a super opened up.
Yeah, he doesn't have many answers for it either. Like his best answer is like either Intimidate or Flash Fire and Arcanine. And then I think he has to like Crunch him. I think that's like Arcanine's best move to hit Ghost.
Fortress has to come here because how else are you gonna deal with a Nam? But
a Nam has Mystical Flyer. I don't know if that's the best choice.
Yes, I forgot about that. That's true. Dude, a Nam's so hard to seem to deal with actually. Like it's a Nam one shots the entire team.
Besides Screamtail, obviously, but
yeah, it's very like he gets Earth Power for Thorns, has Mystical Fire for all the Bug types and Steel types, has Fairy for the Dark and Fightings.
Yeah, and then
like Lando and Gliscor both probably don't die in one hit, but they still don't like to take the hit because like Moonblast is gonna do like 70 to 80, so it gets two-shotted, and then they just don't do enough damage back.
Yeah, and then Tentacruel,
so it's not worth it.
Even Tentacruel can spread poisons onto like Lando, Swampert, and Screamtail.
Their entire team that isn't Steel or off the ground. He does have a ground and poison in Venomoth, but I do not think Venomoth is actually not terrible here either.
Yeah, Venomoth is.
So he's a lot of decent mons that like Bug and Poison is kind of hard for his to like. Granted, Corviknight is his only answer to Venomoth, but
I think Corviknight is actually also super good in this game. Corviknight is actually really good in this game. Like it's hard for Greninja to break but then like also Lando doesn't deal with it well, Gliscor doesn't deal with it well, Swampert doesn't deal with it well, Screamtail. Like you almost kind of have to bring Thorns in this game to break your Corviknight. Unless you're gonna bring like Choice Specs Greninja and double Hydro Pump it or something.
I mean, his best answers are Thorns or Ceruledge if you get Ceruledge going, but like that's it.
Yeah. Arcanine could potentially be really good in this game to like intimidate Ceruledge.
Ceruledge has no good answers to even hit Arcanine at all.
Yeah, Electrode is actually super good in this game. Now I'm looking at it because it outspeeds your Greninja and then can hit Lando, Gliscor, and Swampert with super powerful grass moves.
You just run Terra Ice and then his team. He has no switch-ins to Hisui and Electrode unless he's Scarf Greninja, because Scarf Greninja is the only way that's going to even beat that mon. But like he has Grass for Swampert, has the Ice moves for Lando and Gliscor, and then like the rest of his team does not like the Ice or the Electric or Grass.
Yeah, like I think Greninja could potentially I could even see an outcome here where Greninja could sweep with like a Choice Specs like Battle Bond Ice Beam because his team is pretty weak to Ice outside of Tentacruel and Arcanine. It's just gonna
like Claude, if Claude's unaware, Claude will be actually no. Claude's Choice Specs ignores the unaware basically. Yeah. So like it's still Claude's not the best against that thing.
Yeah, I think Greninja is gonna be how Anthony wins this game if he wins it all. Like, it's gonna be he's gonna have to make the right reads of it. And he's gonna have to like either way if it's Specs or Protean. I think both are not Protean, Specs or Protean. If it's Protean or Battle Bond, I think both are really good here. But actually, it almost has to be Choice Specs in order to break through this team. Because it's the only mod that can break through certain Pokemon on that team.
Yeah, I do think with the downside of being specs, you have to switch out, and then you have to take the guess on what button he's pressing with Electrode. Because Electrode will always come in immediately after Greninja gets a kill, and then either kill something or do enough damage where it's going to die pretty much with the next switch done.
Yeah, it's tough.
Because Electrode does kind of destroy this team very heavily.
I think Brit is definitely favored. Like, it is a tough match.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Next game, Zach versus Seth. This is a funny matchup. Seth's team is obviously way better and should win. But you
just
never
both
know.
these players aren't the best.
Yeah. Like, literally, if Roaring Moon gets put below like 40, Belly Drum Ozzy wins the game.
Yeah. You don't even have to. It doesn't even have to be put below 40. If he gets in a position where Azu is going to hit that Roaring Moon with anything, it just straight up dies.
Yeah. But like, because Azu gets, and you're gonna have to weaken. No, if you EV yourself to be faster than Weaving, then you have to wait. Then you don't have to worry about it. You can just play right. You can just click. Waterfall, whatever. Azu destroys this team, dude.
You Aqua Jet most of the team, or you like play rough.
Rotom's gonna have to be put below like 75 in order to die to +6 Aqua Jet.
You said, well, it's not even Aqua Jet. Well, yeah, I mean, you're gonna be faster, or slower. So it does have to be Aqua Jet.
Well, no, because Rotom can burn it. Is like what I'm concerned about.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to weaken Rotom in order to sweep with Azu. Maybe you don't even have to do that. Maybe
it has to be below fucking 40 to die. If it's max defense Rotom, +6 Aqua Jet only does 42 max.
That's still doable. Iron Boulder's really good in this game, too, obviously. Mighty Cleave plus Psychic plus Fighting just destroys his whole team.
Yeah.
Because if you...
He has like zero... His only switch-in to like Mighty Cleave is Drill.
Yeah.
And then Drill just gets blown up by the fighting move.
Like, even max defense Rotom probably gets 2-shot by Choice Band and Mighty Cleave, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very tough matchup.
It's just tough, and then even if Roaring Moon does somehow get going, you have to like he has answers. Hitmontop, potential answer. Garchomp, potential answer. I mean Garchomp's not the best answer, but you know what I mean. Like Terra Fairy Mismagius, pretty good answer.
Banded Mighty Cleave guaranteed 2 shots Rotom Wash.
Yeah. I think this is a really hard matchup for Zach. It's not.
Yeah, he has to play it perfectly, and he has to hope Seb messes up a lot of turns.
Even Excadrill doesn't look that effective in this game.
I'd say it's very possible Seb can mess up some turns, because as we stated, Seb isn't the best player, but Seb's trying to learn, so it's not like they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. This should be... I think Seb is favored, to say the least.
Absolutely. Zach has to completely outplay and hope that turns go his way every single time.
Yeah. Last matchup, Dingle versus Obese. Probably the matchup of the week, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a heater.
Yeah,
both teams are about the same power.
I think we put them right. They're about. They were pretty close to each other.
Two of the weaker teams, but two of the better players, I would say.
Yeah.
I do. Like, I could just see a bunch of shenanigans. Like, Obese is going to go super try hard, and then I could see a bunch of shenanigans coming up from Dingle. Like, oh my god, look at my
just work.
Look at my quick draw, quick claw, slow bro, and then I'm gonna quiver dance with a Bombi when like.
Yeah, it's Dingle's like playtest group. They always come up with the wackiest sets that end up working, and it's always great to see.
Yeah.
So like him, Zejin, and Jibu, they're always like practice with each other, and then always put out fun sets that end up like being super niche and working out against teams.
Ursaluna looks pretty good here because Meow doesn't one shot it. Well, Banded Meow might one shot it, but
I mean, maybe. But like, if he gets into a position, he has like no if he how fast is this Ursaluna? I know it's not terribly fast, but
Donphan and Slowbro can both switch into it. But if you EV your Ursaluna, you should be able to outrun both of those Pokemon.
Well, Slowbro is naturally slower already. It's 30 slower. Donphan is speed tying.
Yeah.
And if you get into a position where Dawn Fan's in front of this Ursaluna, he's clicking Trailblaze, and most likely it's going to hit it twice, and then most likely you're losing the rest of your team because it's +2 speed Ursaluna. So you have to hope that Deoxys speed, like Choice Spec's Ice Beam can kill it.
Dawn Fan has Ice Spinner, which I would expect Ice Spinner to come here.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to do enough. That's what I'm saying.
Well, even like
it'll do like 40.
Yeah.
Unless if he's Choice Banded, it's going to do more, to where he's not as much of a threat afterwards. But
I just think Dawn Fan looks super good here, speaking of, because it can Choice Banded Ice Shard both Noivern and Dragonite, and even
I agree.
It destroys Copperajah and Galarian and Slowbro. It probably one shots Quest with Gunk Shot.
Banded Ice Spinner does 60.
To Dragonite.
No, Ursaluna.
Oh yeah. Like, yeah, Banded Dawn Fan looks super good here.
So he'll hit Trailblaze once, and then he'll be faster after that. If he's like max speed, Adamant Dawn Fan.
Yeah, and then.
But then after that, he's burned, and then he just dies to Facade. But like, yeah, it won't be as crazy.
I actually think if Heatran goes down, Quiver Dance, Ribambi's a giant threat.
Yeah, because he has a bunch of mons with weak to bug. Like, he has to make sure Heatran stays up, Tornadus stays up.
Well, he has so many mons that threaten Heatran between Ursaluna, Infernape, Dragonite can EQ it. Like,
yeah.
Like, granted, like, those are the only mons that I think deal with it. Like, Slowbro gets EQ, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think Slowbro also gets Earthquake.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, but even, like, Noivern and Clefable aren't that great at the Heatran. And so...
No, he's not. Like, I can still see him bringing Clefable, because Clefable's good against most of his team outside of, obviously, the 2 Steel types. But, like, if the 2 Steel types go down, Clefable could take over this game and just win.
Yeah.
Granted, like, Meowscarada can ignore the stat boost because of... I don't think it's Cosmic Power anymore, but...
No. Like, I could also see just Meowscarada just carrying, because Meowscarada 1 or 2 shots everything on the opposing team. Besides Clefable. Like, I don't even think Choice Banded Meow 2 shots left.
I can see him bringing Overgrow Meow to not have to worry about being Prankster Key-Wave by Grim.
That's actually a really point. Like, I could see him...
That's like the only way he has... That's his best answer to Meow, is if he goes Terra, like, whatever, and it's not Dark. Or Protean Terra, or Protean off of Dark.
Yeah.
And then getting Prankster Key-Waved.
Yeah, well, I could even see him bringing the Clay Rough on Meow this week so he can one-shot Grimmsnarl.
Exactly.
But you don't even need to be Clay Rough, because you have other answers to Grimmsnarl between, like, Bisharp and Heatran and stuff.
Yeah, and Flower Trick just ignores the screens, I'm pretty sure.
Like, I think Deoxys is going to come, and I think it's going to be EV'd, so it outspeeds Dragonite and Ribambi at +1 speed. So he has, like, a soft check to those.
I would say, D-Knight, I know Deoxys is going to be faster than at +1.
Well,
but I don't know for Ribambi, if he's going to be faster than Ribambi, because Ribambi's speed is so high.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be faster than Ribambi +1, but definitely faster than Dragonite.
It's 571 at +1, so there's no way he can speed.
Dragonite gets
504 is his top speed.
Dragonite gets the 421 on +1 speed.
Yeah, he's D-Knight's base 80, so all he needs is 145 base speed to outspeed +1 by 1 point.
Even then,
so
like, D-Knight just might one-shot Deoxys speed anyway at +1.
It definitely does. He gets +1 E speed, and then he's going to try to Ice Beam him, and then Deoxys' defense speed is just dead.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, he's not going to do that. Deoxys is kind of, like, not that good in this game. Like...
It has potential to break stuff for other mons.
Yeah.
But, like, it's not going to do wonders. So he's probably going to bring the support set with, like, spikes, because Dingle's options for getting rid of hazards is just Noivern.
Yeah.
And
even
Noivern's
then, if Noivern
not good
comes
this
in
game.
on Deoxys, you're probably going to get Ice Beam. So.
Exactly. Because you're just straight up faster. So,
so like, I could see...
It's probably going to be...
I think you're right. I think Spike support is probably coming from Deoxys. And then, like, I think Meow and Donphan come for sure. And then I don't know what else. I'm not confident in anything else.
Yeah, because, like, Slowbro's only good against, like, Infernape. Because, like, it's not good versus Ursaluna, because Ursaluna's faster, and it's just going to it's going to do 80 minimum on that guy.
Heatran has to come so you don't auto-lose to Ribambi. Quiver Dance.
Yes.
But like I guess other than those four, I'm not entirely sure he's gonna come. Like I could see Bisharp coming. I could see Slowbro making the cut, so giving another check to Ursaluna. I could see Floor just making the cut, so you have another check for Neuver and something like that. Like
yeah.
I could see Obese being like, hey, if you're gonna get screens up with Grimmsnarl, I'm gonna get screens up with Sableye. Fair is fair. Like
yeah.
I think this is a close matchup. I think this is as even as it gets in like week 1 matchups.
Yeah, I definitely have Dingle favored in this matchup though. I definitely think Dingle's team is a bit better.
If I had to lean, I would go Dingle, but Obese is the better player, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But I do agree that Dingle matchup-wise has the advantage. But yeah,
Slowbro's not even a real answer to Ursaluna either. The first Luna's burn, it does 68 to 80 on a max defense Slowbro.
Yeah, but Slowbro just because of his surf, like I'm saying.
It does 56 with Scald max.
Okay, well, yeah, that's good enough.
I mean, yeah, he loses Slowbro because of it, but Slowbro is probably the best mon to get the chip off because Slowbro isn't needed to win.
Trading Slowbro for Ursaluna, that's a W.
Yeah, it's probably his best trade he could get.
But yeah, I think that's all the matchups. I think let's go over one time. We have me winning. We have Stayweak winning. We have Hammerfall winning. We have Brit winning. We have Seb winning, and then we have Dingle winning. In terms of like the pure matchups.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we're right on that. Let me just write that not down really quick. So I don't remember. Week 1 predicts Lylak. Lylak over Skoz. I gotta see this again, sorry. Stayweak over Asiago.
Also, like, as you said earlier, I don't know how good Asiago Bob is. I know he's very good at. He's not very good, but I know he plays a lot of VGC, so he still probably has some knowledge.
Yeah, we said a Hammerfall over Hawker, right?
Yeah, because Hammerfall's like plus side is so high.
Yeah, we said because it's Hawker doesn't have the best ways to stop Ninetales from setting up Veil.
Yeah, it's like, in my opinion, it's probably the closest match because if Hammerfall gets Royal Veil up, he wins. If he doesn't, he just straight up loses because he has no way to stop this bulky ass team from killing his mons.
Mm-hmm. And then Brit over Anki. And then Seb over Zach. And then Dingle over Obese. Yeah, and then reminder, this was the tiers we did. Almost everyone had a good team besides one person.
Yeah, because Zach just drafted better. I understand Zach wanted to get 12 mons to have versatility. He just needed to pick up better low points. Because like Raichu, Ariados, and Driftblim are not great for their tier.
But they too. Alright, sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah, I just really wish he had T-Tar Hippo on his team. That's all I want.
Yeah, because like just having those two, like one of those plus Drill makes your team infinitely better because Drill's just that good.
Yeah, dude, Drill is a scary guy, dude. When he gets,
because he has 135 attack, and the moment he doubles his speed, anything's taking 70 on switching.
Yeah, and then God forbid he gets a sword stance up when you try to switch out on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was fun. I'm gonna upload this VOD. But yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long ass upload.
Yeah. But yeah, 4 hours.
We've been talking for damn near 4 hours, bro.
Alright. Yeah, this is fun. So thank you for joining me, Tyler.
No problem. It's fun. It's always fun to talk mons.
Yeah. I'm really excited for the season. I want to try and do a weekly preview every week, and then also upload my battle every week too. And then, or like maybe not do that, or maybe just like do a watch stream of all the battles for the week. Because I just like showcasing the OKL. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah.
Hey, I'm definitely gonna try to start uploading again because I didn't do it at all last season. Yeah, I was just
so checked out last season.
Yeah.
But
anyway. Dude, I think my last season team was probably the best team I've ever drafted. That team was so fucked up.
I'm gonna cut stream if I get. Alright, see you stream.